I was reincarnated as the older brother of a villainess destined to die, so I want to change the future by raising my younger sister with my own hands. I am the strongest in the world, but my little sister must be the cutest in the world. Volume 2 by Yuki Mizusato. Translated by Tired Otaku Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Teacher. Spring. 8 months have passed since the civil war that broke out in the northeastern region of the Holy Kingdom. I, Zechs, turned 8 years old. In my previous life, I would have been a second grader, and there have been no major changes. My grey hair and light purple eyes, which were proof that I'm a non-attribute, were the same as ever, and my physique was still immature. I couldn't help but notice that my face had become a little more defined, but only in a heartwarming way. Currently, I'm working on some paperwork. Yesterday, I attended a private party organized by my little sister Karen and my family, so I had a bit of work to do. My subordinates were excellent, so my workload has only slightly increased. But I don't want to work overtime, so I'll finish it quickly. I won't have time to play with Karen because of it. After all, as I was crunching away at my pen, Sebastian, an elderly man who serves as the family butler, entered the room. He must have come to report something since his main job was human resource management. He stood in front of me, bowed, and spoke. "I'm sorry to interrupt your busy schedule, but may I have a moment of your time, Zechs-sama?" "I don't mind." "What's the problem?" I put down my pen and looked at Sebastian. He looked the same, so I guessed that there was no particular problem. "There are 2 things I have to report. First of all, we were now able to hire a teacher that we were looking for. Finally, I've been looking for a teacher since I started as an adventurer, so it took me almost a year to find one. There was a clear reason why it took so long, and that was the civil war in the Byakadai territory. Karen's and Orca's fame had grown so much that all the magicians were reluctant to take on the role of teacher. They couldn't take responsibility if something went wrong. Considering the rumors, we couldn't afford to hire teachers, so we've been recruiting them. "So, who is it?" I asked, and Sebastian showed slight hesitation, which was very unusual for him. Then he slowly said, "I heard they were the court magician's young ace." "Huh? What did he say just now?" "I thought you said court magician, or did I just mishear you?" "No. Please tell me I am wrong." When I held my head and asked, Sebastian shook his head regretfully. "I'm afraid you heard me right. We receive a proposal from the royal court saying that one of their court magicians going to serve as a teacher. So we can't refuse, can we?" I couldn't help but lost my voice unintentionally. A proposal from the royal court? There was no way a count like me could turn down such a proposal. It was obvious they trying to curry the favor for Karen. Sebastian stated that it was a young ace, so I'm sure they were going to send someone attractive. Then that way, they could extract some information inside the Foranada. Huh? There was a possibility that they realized that Shin wasn't good as a spy. That's why I must be very careful about what I'm going to do with the royal court. Thinking so, I held back a sigh and give instructions to Sebastian. "Then proceed in the pretense that we are going to accept it." "I understand. They will arrive by fall, so I will alert the servants so that they will not be misled, and make the necessary preparations." "Please do so." Sebastian understood the situation. I don't think we could prevent it perfectly, but it was important to alert them. After a pause, he makes a second report. "I will move on to my next report. I know you must think that I'm not very busy to be talking to you on the day after your birthday, but I would like to discuss something related to next year's 9th ceremony." "Do we have to start preparing now?" I breathed a sigh of relief when Sebastian told me so. 9th ceremony was a festival unique to this world that celebrates a child's 9th birthday. In fact, the way people age in this world differs from that of humans in my previous life. The childhood period was generally the same, but they grow out of it all at once between the ages of 9 and 15. Before the academy system was established, 15 years old was treated as an adult. Therefore, the age of 9 was considered the tipping point for entering adulthood and was treated as a special age. That's why the adults around them celebrate it in the form of a 9th ceremony. If I compare it to my previous life, it might be similar to the Shichigo-san, which is a Japanese custom observed on November 15th, in which 5-year-old boys and 7-year-old girls visit shrines to pray for health and prosperity as they grow. Then, if someone was a noble, they have to hold a big party for the 9th ceremony. It was a grand affair, with invitations sent to neighboring fiefdoms and nobles of the same faction. My former Japanese sensibilities would have thought it was fine to be modest, but it was impossible because of my noble reputation. I had no choice but to give up, since selecting the people to invite is the job of internal affairs and foreign affairs. What did Sebastian come to consult with me about? I came to discuss how the ceremony should be organized and the introduction of temporary servants on that day. The ceremony should be simple because I'm not really particular about it. As for the temporary hires, I'll leave it to Sebastian's discretion. Just in case, I'll let the intelligence department confirm their identity. I understand. Then, I will proceed with the preparations, assuming that the 9th ceremony will be an orthodox one. Please do. The matter was finished in a short time, but that doesn't mean the discussion was over. We'll be talking about it again and again in the future. After all, it was still a year away, and we couldn't make final decisions at this time. As Sebastian was about to leave the office, one of my subordinates, who was working in the same room, raised his voice. It was Daniel, the man in charge of foreign affairs. Since the 9th ceremony has just been brought up, may I consult with you as well? I nodded my head. I know him well. He had been in Foranada for a long time and had proven his shrewdness even during his former lords. My father, Sloppy Rain. It was unusual for him to ask me, a young child, for advice. I don't mind, but the timing of this means it's a topic you want me to share with Sebastian? Yes, I will ask Sebastian about this altar. I see. Sebastian, please stay behind. I understand. Sebastian, who had his hand on the door, returned to my presence with a condescending attitude. Daniel, who had opened his mouth earlier, also stood next to him. So, what is it that you want to discuss with me and Sebastian? Is it safe to talk about it in other people's presence? In this office, several of my subordinates work together. I always have more than one person available so that if any irregularities arise, we can make immediate arrangements. There was a lot of sensitive information that goes around in the work of foreign affairs. In some cases, it was necessary to pay people off, but apparently, my consideration was unnecessary, and Daniel shook his head. I don't think you should be concerned. It would be better to solicit feedback from a large number of people. Naturally, it is limited to our own people. You want opinions from a lot of people in relation to my 9th ceremony, huh? It doesn't really ring a bell. So what exactly do you want to discuss? It's about your fiancé, Zechs-sama. Daniel's words stunned me for a moment. I managed to squeeze out a few words, but they came out sounding dreary. I then rubbed my fingers between my eyebrows and opened my mouth again. Yeah, you're right. After my 9th ceremony, I have to decide on my fiancé, right? The 9th ceremony was the first step toward adulthood. To start it means that I must also start preparing to fulfill obligations that were important to the nobility. In other words, the preparation of a successor, and by extension, the preparation of a spouse. It was customary for the nobles of the Holy Kingdom to find their fiancé after their 9th ceremony and decide within a year. That is correct, sir. He nodded his head in a cheerful manner, and I felt a little annoyed because his attitude seemed to be somehow enjoying himself. Well, I guess he was actually having fun. From his point of view, I'm his boss, but I'm also a child as old as his grandson. I guess choosing a marriage partner for me might be the same as choosing a marriage partner for his grandchild, but a fiancé, it was a standard situation for nobles. But when it happens to me, I felt indescribably complicated. For the record, I have nothing against political marriages. The romanticists in this world claim that personal freedom was the end point of love, but marriage wasn't the end point of love. Love was just one of the tools used in marriage. In fact, in today's society, just because you fall in love does not mean that you would get married. And just because it was a political marriage doesn't mean you couldn't fall in love. I think it was very possible to fall in love with someone after marriage. Because of this subjective viewpoint, I wasn't pessimistic about my engagement. Now then, The reason I felt complicated about it was because, is there even a young lady who would like to get engaged with me? I had no marriage partner. Let me remind you of my magical attribute. I'm a non-attribute. I'm a person who was despised by the world as incompetent or a colorless person. No parent would send their daughter off to a man like that. From a nobleman's point of view, they wouldn't gain benefit from me. The successor would be mixed with non-attribute blood, and from the perspective of other families, it was uncertain whether or not I would succeed the Foranada family. No matter how many precedents there were for female lords, the difference in aptitude between me and Corinne was too great. In fact, I hold the real power in Foranada, but I strictly protected that information from leaking out. In short, I wasn't a desirable marriage partner. It was sad to say it myself, but it was an undeniable fact. In response to my words, a deep silence descended on the office, and that was good. If they were to say something outrageous here, I would have fired them without question. Then after a while, Daniel spoke with a strained voice as if to break the silence. Zechs Summers capably rejected. I interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. He was about to say something about disclosing the information about me anyway. And that wasn't a great idea. Corinne's reputation had not yet settled down, and there was no end to the number of assassins. Under such circumstances, we couldn't take action that would create more enemies. At the very least, we should wait and see what happens in the next 2 years. It would be too late to decide on my fiancé. But that was all I could do. I shrugged as he looked at me with a somber expression on his face. We don't have to decide on my fiancé for now, since I could find someone who I want to marry while I'm at the academy. Not all nobles were able to decide on their fiancé after their 9th ceremony. Some looked for a marriage partner at the academy, where all children in the country gather, but that would hurt Zechs Summers' name. Certainly, I'm a son of a count and I don't have a fiancé. Then there must be a problem with me personally, but it's too late for that because I don't have any attributes. The fact that I'm a non-attribute has brought down my reputation. Then also the fact that I don't have fiancé would lower it even more. I gently said so to Daniel, who was deeply discouraged about it. Well, we can never be absolutely certain that there would be no proposal, and as for my fiancé, we still have more than a year. So let's wait and see. I understand. He knows that this was wishful thinking. Still, he respected my decision and didn't pursue the matter. They really were excellent subordinates. After the consultation was over, a heavy atmosphere filled the room. It was an atmosphere that was difficult to dispel because of the topic we discussed earlier, but it would soon be over. Just like a savior, a knock sounded in the room, prompting them to enter the room. The person in question appeared in high spirits. Anisama. The visitor was in fact my younger sister, Corinne. Her golden hair, which reached her waist, was glossy without being unraveled one by one. Her facial features on her white porcelain skin were beautiful even though she was still young. My angel was as lovely as ever today. Corinne's red eyes narrowed in delight as she rushed toward me. Seeing so, I stood up and accepted her embrace. I couldn't help but love Corinne as she hugs me, but I wonder what was wrong with her all of a sudden. Hugs were a regular occurrence, but it was rare to see one without context. I tilted my head and asked, "What's wrong, Corinne?" She answers while burying her face in my neck, "I'm going to church now." So this is how I am absorbing the brother component. Is that so? I was satisfied with her answer. Corinne gained a lot of fame with the recent civil war. She was widely known as a benevolent saint who saved innocent commoners with her light magic. Because of that, all sorts of troubles have come into play. One of them was a request for cooperation from the church. The church is an organization that organizes the religions that the Holy Kingdom adheres to. It was responsible for giving a baptismal name to all its citizens and also manages a sanatorium that heals the injured and sick. In case you were wondering, it wasn't a group steeped in the lust for authority that was standard in fantasy works. The current church was definitely a purely religious organization. Well, a purely religious organization is not necessarily righteous, but let's put that aside for now. What the church wants Corinne to do was to help with the work on the sanatorium. The facility was chronically short of staff because of the large number of patients who visit every day. So having Corinne, who can cast recovery magic, assist them would be a godsend. Incidentally, the treatment in this world wasn't much different from the medical treatment in the previous world. As one might expect, there were no antibiotics, but coping therapy with drugs and surgical treatments such as surgery were the mainstays of treatment. Well, water and fire magic were used to accelerate the metabolism, but it wasn't like in other fantasy works, where the cure was instantaneous and complete with potions and magic. Getting back to the topic, when asked if it was troublesome to deal with a large number of patients, it wasn't. Karen was rather enthusiastic about treating the injured and sick. She was even taking active steps to help many people. The problem was with the church. The church was against me. I believe I mentioned before that there were monotheistic and polytheistic religious factions. Although they were on a smaller scale, there were some people in the church who thought that magic aptitude is a blessing from God. You could guess the rest. They believe that I, as a non-attribute, am a person who has been abandoned by God. Furthermore, there were many such people in the Foranada territory's church. Thanks to Karen's presence, who has the aptitude for light, we have been able to avoid the worst-case scenario of the church withdrawing from the Foranada territory. However, once Karen's gone, I'm sure they would immediately pack up their belongings. That was how much the church was looking at me. This is only speculation, but I think my baptismal name, Levito, was borrowed from the witch Leviathan. Ostensibly, it was derived from a hero named Levit, but considering the attitude of the church, it was more fitting that it was derived from the witch. I don't want to pick a fight, so I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's get back to the topic. Karen told me that every time she comes to help, the church members talk badly about me. She also said that they were willing to help her when she decides to take action. I'm wondering if they're insane because they're inciting her to rebel. For Karen, who was a Brocon, it was very stressful to be in an environment where she has to listen to people bad-mouthing her brother. Hence, she gives me a big hug before she leaves. I have suggested that she could refuse to cooperate, but she perseveres, knowing that she cannot abandon her patients. I really think Karen was an angel. After a good 10 minutes of hugging, we let go of each other. It was quite sad, but if I don't set a limit, there would be no end to it. So patient. I have to be patient. It's finally over. Zechs, I'll be helping out with Karen-chan today. Then I heard a voice like a rolling bell. A girl, or rather a boy, was standing behind Karen. On the top of his was a short reddish-brown head of hair with ears that resemble a fox. His name is Orca, and he was a person who could be mistaken for a beautiful girl. He was my other sibling who was adopted by Foranada for a reason. Of course, he was one of my precious family members. You're helping out? Take it easy and good luck, okay? When I stroked his head, Orca narrowed his eyes happily. Doing so, I could also see his tail wagging from side to side. If he was this happy, it was worth patting him, but I have to be patient and stop it. Just like the hug with Karen, this would go on forever. I pulled my hand away and smiled at the two of them. Take care, both of you. We're off. A clear voice resounded in unison. As usual, my younger siblings were the cutest today too. Thanks to the lovely sight of my younger siblings, I was able to finish my office work in half a day. Since I had the whole afternoon free, I decided to explore the town for the first time in a while. Usually, I'm either working at the castle or working on an adventurer's request. If I go into town, I'll be with Karen and Orca, where we'll be playing with Dan and the others. Surprisingly, there were few opportunities to look around the castle town. It would also be a good idea to see how Karen and the others were doing. I thought about whether I should have Shin accompany me, but this time I decided to walk alone. It would be good to enjoy the solitary atmosphere once in a while. I changed my appearance with disguise, and went for a walk right away. All the main streets under Foranada Castle were paved with bricks. This was a policy that I pushed for and only recently finished construction. In terms of budget, it would probably be after I come of age, but eventually, I want to expand it to the main roads in the territory. Stomping on sure footing, I made my way through the shopping district that passed through the town center. The main street was bustling with people, businesses could be heard everywhere, and many horse-drawn carriages were driving away. I could clearly sense the people's abundant vitality. Maybe I should walk the streets like this from time to time. I could directly feel how my reign has affected the city. The pavement project was a success, but there was no guarantee that other projects would be as successful. While contemplating my inspection of the territory, I continued to walk around the castle town. I focused on the main streets, but also made my way into the back alleys. From time to time, I saw people who were in shambles. Perhaps they had lost their jobs. This was entirely my fault. The welfare system was still far from perfect. The legal system that could adapt to a feudal society hasn't progressed very well. I felt sorry for them, but they have to endure the current situation. That's right. I could donate money to the church and have them run a feeding program on a regular basis. I'm sure that if I convey this message to them from Corinne, they would give their consent to this idea with a simple, yes, of course. I also went to the church to check on my younger siblings. I was able to see Corinne gently talking to patients and Orca cheerfully running around with towels and bandages. There was a scene where she frowned when someone from the church talked to her, but I think she did a good job. I'll give her something as a reward later. Walking from one end of the castle town to the other, time flew by. Before I knew it, the sky had turned purple beyond red. The crows cawing had a melancholy tone to it, signaling that it was time for nightfall. I imagined tonight's dinner from the smell of food wafting in the air around me, and continue on my way along the road with fewer people. It was supposed to be an ordinary time to go home. However, the situation changes drastically when I witness a certain presence. It was so startling that it turned heaven and earth upside down. It was just that we naturally passed each other, but my eyes caught it for sure. There, appraisal, which has been improved to be automatically triggered for those with a certain level of power, reacted to it. The result of the appraisal is reflected in my mind, and what was written was, name, Akatsuki Venus, level, unknown, details, unknown. I couldn't believe it. It doesn't matter that the level and details were unknown. What mattered was the name of the other party. As I stood there in shock, the man, Akatsuki Venus, turned around to look at me. Immediately, I recognize his appearance. He has shoulder-length white hair and pure black eyes. He has a handsome face that looks as if it came out of a fairy tale. Akatsuki's appearance stood out so much that it was unnatural for him to have blended in with his surroundings. Our gazes eventually crossed. The next moment, I ran away. Like an escaping rabbit, I fled without hesitation. With all my might, I cast body strengthening, and completely erased my presence with cover texture. I tried everything I could to get away. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. That's the only word that comes to my mind. He was so dangerous that no other word could be applied to him. He wasn't the kind of person I'm supposed to meet in a place like this. It was as impossible as encountering a hidden boss in a village at the beginning of an rebounds per game. That's right, hidden boss. That man was a hidden boss. In the game Tazino Osamu's skin, there were, of course, challenging elements. In the game Tazino Yuzuki, there were, of course, challenging elements. One of them was the hidden boss. If you don't have a particular formula and a precise timetable, you would be annihilated even if all of your party members were at the maximum level. That name was Akatsuki Venus. He was the most powerful creature in the world, having descended to the world as a messenger of God, but having fallen against God's will. He was an out-of-the-ordinary being who was skilled in all forms of magic and martial arts. No matter how hard I try, he wasn't a good opponent to fight at this point. No, even if I had all the strength, he wasn't an opponent that I would want to fight. But, was this a fate arranged by God, or was it a prank to encounter him like this? I mean, why on earth was he in Foranada's capital? I thought he was supposed to be at the end of the world waiting for a challenger. I'm sure he knew that I've used appraisal on him. Otherwise, there was no way he could have turned around at that precise moment, and I would not have recognized Akatsuki's figure. He was usually cloaked in magic that blocks recognition. Go damn it. For a surprise, this was too much. If I had known he was wandering around town, I would have turned off appraisal's auto function. I cursed inside my mind, but it was too late. I was running away with all my might, but I knew it. It was impossible to escape from Akatsuki. There was no way you could escape from that hidden boss, not even a great demon king. I had no choice but to make up my mind. If it were possible to talk it out, I would have preferred not to fight, but let's not get our hopes up. I went to a remote area of Foranada territory, in a mountainous region with bare rock surfaces. The mine was now uninhabited and more than 10 kilometers away from the capital. Even if a battle were to break out, the damage to Karan and the others would be minimal. Probably. To be honest, I had no idea how big the fight would be in real life because I had never imagined myself fighting the hidden boss. I didn't even know how it would end because there was no way I could win. A few seconds after I stopped, sure enough, Akatsuki appeared in front of me. In contrast to my breathless face from running as fast as I could, Akatsuki looked calm. He looked at me curiously, and the next moment, he was standing right in front of me. He didn't say anything, not even a blinking. Akatsuki was moving without letting me know how he was behaving. In other words, this was proof of the overwhelming difference in power between us. The other party stared at me intently. He hummed with interest and continued to look at me rudely. He looked like he was in a state full of openings, but I couldn't make a move. I couldn't do anything because of the way he moved in an instant like earlier. I'm having a severe headache and stomachache. Every time he makes even the slightest move, my body shivers and shudders. I'm so nervous that I feel like I'm going to vomit the contents of my stomach. I then wondered how much time had passed when he suddenly spoke. I have a few questions I'd like you to answer for me. Is that a problem? His tone and voice were very frank. However, I could not relax, partly because I knew who the other person was, but also because I realized the true meaning behind those words. If I didn't speak honestly, my life wouldn't be guaranteed. That's what his eyes were telling me. Gulp. Swallowing the spit that had accumulated in my mouth, I slowly nodded my head. I don't intend to just obey him, but depending on what Akatsuki wants, compromising might be necessary. It was fine if my death settles it. Other than that, if it was going to harm Karan and the others, then I'm going to. Then, first question. While I was lost in my own thoughts, Akatsuki began to speak. That disguise magic. Did you learn from an elf? That's right. I was convinced of the magic, but hearing it from your own mouth makes me deeply moved. Does it mean that even the elf-hating citizens of the Holy Kingdom have a separate mouth for useful magic? No. You're a child who hasn't even crossed his 9th ceremony yet, so you probably have a flexible mind. Apparently, he had figured out who I really was. I disguised myself with an appearance of an adult male commoner, which would not be out of place strolling the streets. But it didn't work on him. I already expected it, but I had mixed feelings about being exposed so easily. Moreover, he knew the origin of the magic, as expected of a person who has mastered the wisdom of magic and who uses all forms of it, so he was also well versed in the magic of each race. Huh? Second question. I think the only information that you extracted from me is my name, but that magic, is that mind magic? That's right. No surprise there. As mentioned above, Akatsuki is well versed in all kinds of magic. He should know about the existence of mind magic. Perhaps he could handle it, too. As his appearance suggests, he was also a non-attribute. Hearing my reply, he looked very impressed. I see. I'm surprised that at your age you are aware of the existence of mind magic. Well, if you were an excellent white magician, it would have only been a matter of time. But with the values of this world, it's hard to sprout. I'm amazed you discovered it. I think it was more of a monologue than something he was letting me hear. After he had finished convincing himself, Akatsuki asked the next question. The third question. Compared to your own strength, you have a very large amount of mana. How did you increase it? He was now finally getting serious. Because of it, I quietly raised my guard. That question was definitely more in-depth than the previous ones. Even Akatsuki could guess about disguise and mind magic. On the other hand, the method of increasing the amount of mana was something that wouldn't be known until he heard it from me. It was hard to read Akatsuki's emotions, whether he was hiding them by some means or not, but I could tell how serious he was just by his facial expressions and voice. This was where the real thing starts. You can't answer? I knew you were using a forbidden drug. Wait a minute, I didn't use such a dangerous drug. I was so cautious that it delayed my response. This almost led to unwanted suspicions, so I hurriedly corrected him. The forbidden drug seemed to be a very dangerous item, as a disturbing atmosphere was leaking out. If I hadn't denied it immediately, I would have been obliterated by now. That was dangerous. Wiping cold sweat from my heart, I decided to answer the previous question. I don't really want to answer this question because I don't expect anyone in this world to know this knowledge. But I couldn't help myself. I'm sure he wouldn't spread the information around unnecessarily, and it wasn't something that was so important that it would weigh against his life. I drink the nectar of a magical flower on a regular basis. Magical flower was a plant that was unique to this world. It looks like a completely blue rose, and it is the property of glowing faintly when mana passes through it. It was a very beautiful flower, and it was even sold for a high price, especially to aristocrats as an ornamental flower. That's right, it was for ornamental use. Generally speaking, magic flower has no value beyond its appearance, and there was no saying that the nectar was edible. In fact, when the nectar from the 999 magical flowers was collected and boiled in hot water with mana flowing through it, it had the hidden property of becoming a mana-enhancing drug. Drinking it would increase my mana by a whopping 10%. Moreover, there were no side effects, no limit to the number of times it could be used, and no upper limit to the increase. If one considers that the increase in mana through meditation was a 10% increase after 1 hour of daily training for several years, the effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Well, it was not without problems. The first barrier would be how to collect the 999 pieces of magical flowers. After all, it was a flower associated with aristocracy. Purchasing one would cost several 100,000 yen. The prescribed number was difficult to purchase and collect. In fact, even nobles usually purchased bouquets of a few to a dozen or so flowers. The next barrier was the amount of nectar that could be collected. Once the nectar was collected, it cannot be collected from the same flower for 6 months. If I only collect 999 plants, I could only make an increasing potion once every 6 months. In other words, it was necessary to prepare more than 1,000 magical flowers for regular consumption. So, how did I solve these difficult problems? It wasn't all that difficult. I made full use of the Count's family wealth and knowledge of the game. I think it was needless to say that I mobilized my game knowledge regarding the characteristics of the magical flower. However, this knowledge was different from the in-game knowledge that I have used up to now, and it was from the player's perspective. As was often the case in games where levels and stats are present, there were people who wanted to achieve all the main characters' stats into Xenosamusuke as well. So, as a result of repeated trial and error, these people discovered the hidden characteristics of the magical flower. Moreover, they had established a method of cultivating the magical flower, which could be realized by pouring in huge amounts of money that could be passed on in the rounds. So this was all thanks to the wasted players. And I used that knowledge. It was a large sum of money in the eyes of the protagonist, the saint, but it was only a small sum in the eyes of a count's family. Thanks to that, I now have a garden of magical flowers. I think the total number of flowers exceeds several 100,000. My daily walk was in the garden of the magical flower. When I told Akatsuki about the garden, he gave me a stupid look. As one would expect from the hidden boss, he seemed to know about the characteristics of the magical flower, but he had not expected that a huge garden had already been established. On second thought, perhaps it was no surprise. They cost hundreds of thousands of yen each. That's growing a few 100,000. Or if you're not careful, that number could reach 10 million. It was too much of a hobby. Akatsuki was so shocked that it froze, but he recovered after a few moments. He then clapped one hand over his forehead and clucked as if he had a headache, and said, "It's insane to think about a garden of magical flower, you know?" It seemed like he was questioning my sanity. Well, sorry about that. My sister's future was at stake, so this level of insanity is basic behavior. But I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't know what kind of reaction I would get. Akatsuki looked at me and let out a big sigh. If you're going to lie, you might as well do it better than that. No, I still don't believe it. I'm not lying. I know. I can't read your mind, but I know what you are saying is true. The way he just phrased it, doesn't that sound like he was saying he could read minds other than mine? Maybe he could read minds through mind magic. But he can't do it with mine. So what does he mean? I wish he'd stop bombarding me with unexpected information as if it were natural. It was too sudden and confusing. Without regard to my inner thoughts, Akatsuki proceeded with our conversation. Well then, last question. The fourth question, which he also said was the last one. I reset my bewildering thoughts and listened attentively so I wouldn't be surprised by what he was going to say next. Then, Akatsuki slowly opened his mouth. Who the hell is your soul? For a moment, I didn't understand what he was asking, so I let out a dumbfounded voice. However, my mind immediately went back to the question. He pointed out that I was a reincarnated person. That was unexpected. I did not expect that a being of this world would recognize me as a reincarnated being. No, that statement was a misnomer, or, more accurately, I didn't think anyone would notice that I wasn't the original Zechs. Because in this reality, I am Zechs. Ever since I was born, I've been conscious that I was Zechs. Therefore, it was impossible for the inhabitants of this world, who have no way of knowing Zechs in the game, to point out that I wasn't him. That's right. I can see your soul. Not only can I see it, but I can also read your existence information. He seemed to have slightly misunderstood my reaction to his blinding look, thinking I was surprised that he found out that I was a reincarnated person. Akatsuki started explaining how he was able to see through it. Every being in this world has existence information written on them. Not only physical information such as height and weight but also the nature of their souls and what kind of personalities they have. It would be something like so-called character data. Each person's data exists in this reality, just like in a game. Was it stated that I am not the original Zechs? Still unsure, he continued, their existence information itself is fluid. Everything grows and deteriorates. Their existence information is updated accordingly. But there is only one thing that remains the same. Akatsuki stopped talking and looked at me. Then, he spoke the main point of what he was saying. Their existence information, at the time of birth. This is the providence common to everything in this world. When a creature's birth is confirmed, its existence information is determined, and it falls into the world as it is. How that person will grow is not determined, but the state in which they will be born is determined even before birth. What are you trying to say? I suppressed my voice from trembling and slowly spoke. Then, with a serious look on his face, Akatsuki asked, "Why are you a non-attribute?" I gasp. As expected. Was it true? I had an idea. It was the biggest reason why I didn't realize that this was a world similar to the Tazino Osamusuke until Karen's birth. I can tell by looking into your existence information. You were supposed to be born with the aptitude for fire, red, and darkness, purple, but now you are unattributed. Moreover, there are signs that their existence information, immediately after your birth, was in error due to information overload. Akatsuki was right. The Zechs in the game was a boy with red hair and purple eyes. It was because of this difference in appearance that I was unsure of the true nature of this world until Karen's birth. If everything he said was true, then after my existence information was confirmed, extra information, my memories, entered. As a result, I exceeded the regulation's capacity and lost my magical attribute. If that's the case, does it mean that I not only remembered my previous life, but that I am an entity that has taken over this body? Is it possible that I killed the original Zechs? The moment I thought of this, I felt a guilt that was beyond description. I've killed many horrible people so far, and I'm fully aware that Zechs in the game had a terrible personality. Still, the realization that I had taken a life that had not yet been born tortured me. I must have looked horribly pale right now. Akatsuki, who could easily read my inner thoughts, hurriedly began to follow up on his words. Wait. You seem to have misunderstood, but you are not a murderer. Okay? It's just that an error occurred due to the addition of information that was not planned. In your case, the information reincarnated was probably added. You weren't really a reincarnated person. So you're saying that I was right in thinking that I was reincarnated from my previous life into my current life? But I just wasn't supposed to remember it according to the original plan? That's right. When he saw I was down, he nodded his head as if he was encouraging me. Since earlier, my emotions have been swaying too much and I'm exhausted. Suddenly meeting the hidden boss made me feel nervous about it, but not only that, he then shook my existence and finally instilled a sense of security in me. I was getting tired of thinking about it all over again. You know who I am, right? Yeah. After confirming that Akatsuki had ears to hear, I told him the whole truth. In my previous life, this world was a game. That my sister was doomed to death, and that I was doing everything I could to avoid it. I made him listen to everything from 1 to 10. I was exhausted, but maybe I wanted someone to listen to my true feelings. There were people who would take my side, but there was no one with whom I could discuss the truth. As proof, I felt light after the talk. I felt as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. However, this was only possible with the basic premise that the other party was the world's strongest being. If he was as good as he was, there was no way that anything will change regardless of what I said or not. I see. Akatsuki, who had listened until the end, muttered deeply. In your previous life, this world was a story in a book, with your sister as the villain and ultimately destined to die? That would be a book that would sell like hotcakes. I'm not delusional. I know. You seem to know me, too, so I believe you. You can't guess my existence with your just delusions. An apostle of the fallen god, is it? Yeah, that's it. When I mention Akatsuki's 2 names in the game, he points at me. Before the apostles fell, the existence of the apostles themselves was unknown to the world. There is no doubt about it because I covered that up thoroughly. In the first place, the God who sent me is not the God that the Holy Kingdom believes in. Or rather, that religion is a human creation. That's some pretty amazing revelations you are saying there. He spoke in a light tone, but it was something that would have caused a fuss if anyone else had heard it. That information wasn't even mentioned in my previous life. I was so stunned that Akatsuki just laughed at me. What's wrong with that? You, a reincarnated person, and not a follower of that creation, religion, are you? That's true, but then everything's fine. I let out a sigh as he laughs at me. It doesn't make sense to me, but there's no point in pursuing it any further. I didn't know that Akatsuki was such a frivolous character in the game since there were not many conversation scenes. The difference was too drastic because he looks so fresh and handsome. Well, I guess there were women who seemed to like this kind of character. Since this was a good opportunity, I threw a question at him. Why did you chase me? With Akatsuki's character, I would have thought he would have let it go to the extent that he recognized my name. But then he simply replied, I thought it would be fun. Seriously? I was absolutely stunned. That made me nervous at first, but then I started to feel it was ridiculous. I then let out a sigh for the umpteenth time because of it. If all you do is sigh, happiness will run away, you know? And whose fault was it? I was looking at Akatsuki with resentment as he spoke so carelessly when suddenly he clapped his hands. Then he looked at me with an expression as if to say, I've got a good idea. I had a bad feeling about it and tried to walk away. I'm going to leave now. My siblings are waiting for me at the castle, so, well, don't say that. But I was stopped by placing his hand on my shoulder. The fact that they were held tightly makes it impossible to escape. Akatsuki then smiled at me as my cheeks twitched. You were looking for a teacher to teach you how to fight, right? It's said that a meeting by the sleeve is a match made in heaven, so I will teach you. As soon as he said that, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the world was enveloped by magical power. I felt a strange sensation on my skin as if I had entered a different world. Seeing my raised eyebrows, Akatsuki lets out an exhale of admiration. Who? I was surprised that he noticed that. You seem to have pretty good talent. What did you do? I timidly asked, but then he simply replied, I cast, different world, Balder Tazera. Different world? The simple explanation is that it is another world created by mana. It is more appropriate to call it a unique space. At any rate, it doesn't matter how much you rampage here. This guy, he just used some kind of unbelievable magic. Creating a new world? That was a god, wasn't it? Oh yeah, he was an apostle of God, wasn't he? So now you're going to have a mock battle with me. My motto is better get used to it than learn it. So I'll teach you the rudiments of combat in actual combat. Akatsuki moved away from me and started pounding his fists and palms, signaling that he was already ready for battle. Was there no way to stop him? I never thought he would be ready for battle before I even knew what a mock battle was. The hidden boss turned on and off the battle switch as fast as light. I guess I'm going to die. My dear beloved sister, Karen. Your Ana-chan will become a star here today. Section. Needless to say, I was beaten to a pulp in the overnight combat training that followed. Someday, I will definitely make him cry. Chapter 2. Hero. It has been half a year since I first encountered Akatsuki. The weather has become cooler and the leaves of the trees and grass are turning red. Since that day, I have had to undergo regular training from the hidden boss. It is true that I am happy to see my skills improve in various areas, including melee combat, which had been a concern of mine until then. However, I don't want to be turned into the ragdoll every time I show up on the spot and have to fight all night. Krans and the others were worried about me because of it, and it hurts my heart. On the first day, I didn't come home for the night without permission, and the whole castle was in a panic. I never want to see Kran and Orca cry so hard again. Well, despite such a hectic life, one day, when I was leading a normal life except for training with Akatsuki, I met a merchant with whom I had a business relationship. I was having a business meeting with that said merchant. In the reception room where guests were entertained, the merchant and were smiling at each other. Is it finally done? Yes, it's already done, sir. The merchant rubbed his hands in response to my expected question. Where's the product? It's here. The merchant quickly pulls out an item from his pocket, placed it on the table. It was a black object the size of both hands. It was roughly rectangular in shape, with a round lens in the center, an elongated groove at the bottom, and a switch on the side. That's right. What he took out was unmistakably an instant camera. It was that camera that was treated as a tool for taking pictures in my previous life. I picked up the camera with my hands trembling. I then held it up to the merchant and pressed the switch. A nostalgic shutter sound echoed, and soon after, a photo was issued. The resulting photograph showed the merchant in splendid form. The quality of the image was a little poorer than in my previous life, but it certainly captured the scene. Well done. I smiled and grabbed both of the merchant's hands. The merchant, on the other hand, smiled and shook my hands. No, thanks to you, Zechs-sama. We have gained a lot of good experience. I appreciate you saying so. I am aware that I have done a lot of reckless things this time. You are aware of that, aren't you? Of course. I was aware of it, but I didn't want to compromise on the production of this. Holding up the camera in my hand, I expressed my deep emotion. With the camera, it was possible to do things that couldn't be done before. That's right. I record Karen's growth. I can record the process of her becoming an adult from a child after her 9th ceremony, and I could look back on it over and over again. Nothing could make me happier. It's disappointing that I couldn't leave a record of her childhood, but I couldn't be helped. I can't go back to the past. You truly care for Caroline-sama, don't you, Zechs-sama? Of course. I would do anything for her, and not only for her. I would do anything for my family. I nodded deeply, thinking of my beloved younger siblings in my mind. After that, I proceeded with my conversation with the merchant. I hope you will go ahead with the mass production of this camera and improve its functions. We can still improve the image quality. I understand. But that would require an additional budget. I know. I put the bag I had prepared in advance on the table with a thud. Inside it was a large number of gold coins. I have to tell you, this is my pocket money. I would not use the Count's funds to make a camera for my own personal use, as you would expect. Well, I don't know how they are receiving it. A slight feeling of contempt was leaking out, so they must be thinking, the son of a nobleman is pouring the people's tax money into his hobby. I don't intend to be particularly blind to it, though, since it was not an attitude and it was just a slight outpouring of emotion. In fact, I don't want him to think I'm superior, so I act as I do. There was nothing wrong with that. The merchant quickly put the bag into his bag and asked, "Is it right that the sale of cameras is exclusive to our company? I'll keep my word. But you still have to wait to sell it to anyone but me. But I want to make sure that I can get the word out to everyone in the area. I want to make sure everyone in the vicinity is aware of it." The motive was personal, but the camera can be put to good use in many ways. I wanted to keep other nobles from interfering. The merchant seemed to understand this and nodded his head in agreement. We continued to work out the details of the camera, and the business meeting was successfully concluded. Finally, we were exchanging some small talk, as it would have been tasteless to leave things as they were. Suddenly, the merchant's attention was caught by an object placed in the corner of the room. "Oh, that's... what's wrong?" The merchant was wondering if there was anything in this room that would pique his interest. When I ask him, suspiciously, the merchant replies curiously, saying, "Is that a board game?" That's right. I got what he was trying to say. The game in the corner of the room was a handmade game of reversi. I had prepared it for my younger siblings because chess was too difficult for them. It may have been left there by either Karan or Orca. It was a standard game in my previous life, but it didn't exist in this world. No wonder he was so curious. As I was about to open my mouth to explain, the merchant spoke up before I could. "That's reversi over there, right? How did you know about that?" The name of the game that shouldn't exist was known. This was clearly an unnatural situation. My tone seemed to be somewhat of a choking question, so the merchant's face stiffened a little. Seeing so, I hurriedly waved my hand. "I was sorry. I'm not blaming you. I genuinely want to know how you knew about this game." "Is that so?" The merchant was not completely convinced, but he was afraid of provoking me, a nobleman, so he gave me the information honestly. "I heard that the same thing as reversi was becoming popular mainly in the countryside of the Count's territory. The trend hasn't spread because the distributor was a small store, but it was gaining some popularity. If would you like, I can give you all the information we have." The merchant suggested this when he saw that I was beginning to think about it silently. I immediately agreed to the offer because it was a godsend. "Can I ask you for it?" "Yes, I'll have it ready for you right away." "May I leave you to prepare?" "No problem. Don't trouble yourself. I'll even make you an honorarium if necessary." "No, no. Zechs Sama and I are good friends. I will provide this level of service free of charge." "I see. Thank you. Your word is wasted on me. Well then, I'll take my leave." Saying so, the merchant left the room. He was a shrewd man, but he was also a good talker and a skilled one, as long as he could make a profit. He was a trustworthy man. "Reversi is spreading in the countryside, huh?" I thought to myself. I don't have any proof, but I had an idea who it was. The possibility that I had been anticipating for quite some time might have finally shown a glimpse of itself. I then called up a servant who was waiting outside. "I sent some orders to the intelligence department for some time now, but tell them to hurry it up a little." "I understand. I will inform them as soon as possible." "I'll be heading out to inspect the territory soon, so contact the relevant authorities and adjust my schedule. This is also urgent." "Yes, sir." After listening to the instructions, the servant immediately went to the messenger. If my assumption was to become reality, the time limit was almost up. Just in case, I had ordered them to do so as soon as I received the report of the civil war. But what would happen now? I'll have to hurry up and have the intelligence to find it out. And I need to inspect the territory to see if this assumption was true. I let out a deep breath and leaned back on the sofa. It's going to be busy for a while, I grumbled to myself, imagining how busy my schedule was going to be. A village in a remote area of Foranada territory. It seems that the boy who invented the game of reversi lives in a deserted place with no particular attractions other than a large mountain towering nearby. Yes, a boy. According to the information that the merchant had gathered, it was a kid about my age who brought the idea to a local store. The Foranada also investigated the boy and found the following information. His name was Udai Bragada Kermla. His parents were hunters, but both of them were deceased. He was currently being cared for at the village chief's house. Although he had an ordinary face, He has many friends because of his cheerful personality and a strong sense of justice. He also has black hair and eyes. In my previous life, that kind of color was normal, but in this world, his black hair and dark eyes were an extraordinary appearance. That was because it was proof that they have the aptitude for magic with more than 5 attributes. Such a person rarely appears. As a probability, it was a good match with the number of non-attributed people, though the evaluations between the two of them were heaven and earth different. Hence, in the majority of cases, dark-haired and dark-eyed children can receive assistance from the lords of the territory they were in. They could be adopted or financially supported. It appears that the latter was used with Foranada. How come I didn't know that he was affected by the corruption of the past? The money had been paid, but the boy's vital papers were missing. It was too much of a mystery what kind of procedures could have led to this situation. Getting back on the topic. Why did I gather information on the Udai? It wasn't because he was suspected of being a reincarnated person. Because of the reversi invention. There was no doubt that he was a reincarnator. But that was not the only point that caught my attention. His black hair and eyes, the name Udai, and the way he invented the game of reversi in his youth. These elements were exactly the same as the protagonist in Tazai no Osamu's King. The protagonist was not a saint, but a hero. As a matter of fact, Osamu's King was a game with 2 main characters, but it changes depending on the gender chosen at the start of the game. Their plot rarely intersected with each other, so it was possible for some players to be completely unfamiliar with one scenario or the other. But I knew both. Rather, I originally started out wanting to play the hero's scenario. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of playing a romance game from a female perspective. At least, the only game I have played that has elements of an Otome game was Osamu's King. To be honest, I had no idea if the hero's scenario would be involved in this reality. I even doubted if the hero even existed. The reason is that, as mentioned above, there was little relevance in the game. In the saint's scenario, the head of the school was an old man, but in the hero's scenario, it was an old lily and old woman. Well, nothing was impossible, so I made some preparations. The search, which was left to the intelligence department, was part of it. However, I was surprised this time. I never dreamed that the hero was from Foranada. In the game, it was only said he was from the countryside. So, what I wanted to do when I met the hero was to find out what kind of person he was. Since this was a real place, it may not be completely irrelevant, just like in a game. Therefore, I wanted to know in advance who he was in real life. I had already learned from the Civil War that I was in a hurry to deal with things at the last minute, so I was not going to dismiss the possibility of anything ever again. So, ostensibly as an inspection, I visited the village where the heroes lived. Accompanying me were 10 knights and Shin. I couldn't bring a large number of people to a small village, so this was the minimum number of people I could bring. Karen was very stubborn to the end, but I managed to persuade her. I had to be careful when I returned, but it was a welcome development for me, so I was fine with it. The village was just as I was told. At best, it was tranquil. At worst, it was bleak. Only one mountain, which seemed to be at least 800 meters high, was worth seeing. The nights must have been unusual, so the eyes of the villagers were focused on us all the time. Feeling a little uncomfortable, we arrived at the village chief's house. Since we had been sent a prior notice, we were immediately ushered into the reception room. The elderly man with a friendly smile was the chief of this village. With my permission, he sat down in front of me and said a few words of greeting while rubbing his hands together. Zechs Levit San Foranada-sama, welcome to our village. Today is a fine day. The village chief spends a long time in his speech. On the surface, he seems friendly, but to my eyes, which were educated as an aristocrat, he was something else entirely. The village chief was an authoritarian. He was humble and obsequious to his superiors but aggressive toward those who are lower than him. He was the kind of person who was always trying to be bossy with those who were lower than him. I could sense a glimpse of his desire in every word he said. In the game, it was said that he had a wonderful upbringing, but I guess that's just the hero's point of view. He had dark hair, dark eyes, and a promising future, so he must have been playing the cat. I let the village chief's line go by, thinking of it as something unimportant. It was all just a bunch of sycophancy anyway, so I don't need to remember it. I then open my mouth when the conversation has progressed somewhat. I heard that a boy from this village invented a board game called Reversi. I heard that he is the same age as me. I asked him as if I had overheard it on the road. It was better not to give correct information to such people who were influenced by authority. The village chief clapped his hands and said, "Ah, you mean Yudai? He is a child in my family's care. He is a smart boy and has learned to write things and do math all by himself. He also invents all kinds of new inventions besides Reversi. He talks with an attitude that says he was proud of his son." His eyes were glazed over with greed for money, though. I continued, feeling a little taken aback by the village chief's obviousness. "Can I have a talk with this Yudai? If it is your wish, I will bring him to you immediately." "No, don't force him." "Only if he agrees." "Can I ask you that?" "If you say so." "You want me to call him right now?" "Yeah." The village chief gave me a quizzical look at the statement about not bringing him in forcefully. "Is that unreasonable?" It was not usual for a nobleman to consider the feelings of a commoner, but this was good considering the character of the hero in the game. Forcing him to come here would worsen my relationship with him. If possible, I would like to have a direct conversation with him, but at the very least, a peek into his everyday life would not be a problem. The village chief, who had left the room to call for the hero, returns a short time later. But he was alone. He then bowed his head, looking deeply apologetic. "I apologize. Yudai is not equipped with the manners and etiquette to meet with a nobleman." "It's fine. I'm the one who asked for the impossible. I'm tired today, and I'm going to rest in my room." "I understand. I will show you to your room." The hero's response was somewhat predictable, so I lightly waves my hand in forgiveness. If I didn't express that I didn't mind at all, the hero would be reprimanded later. I wanted to eliminate as much as possible the possibility that he would have a negative image of me. After leaving the reception room, I enter the guest room with Shin. "How was it?" "Well as could be expected." "Not happy?" I replied to Shin's question with a sullen look on my face. The flow of events up to this point was as I had expected. That was because the character of the hero in the game is a fair and honest hot-blooded man. He was a reincarnator who has modern Japanese values. He was averse to the status system and often came into conflict with the arrogant aristocrats in the game as well. In other words, when he hears that a nobleman wants to meet with him for a chat, he interprets it as "I'm sure he will push an unreasonable demand," and refuses to meet with them. He was so hard-headed, or whatever you call it. The reaction was so much like I thought it would be that it was appalling. To be honest, I didn't like the hero. I didn't like his mentality of not questioning his values, his ideas, and his righteousness. I finished the game because the heroine was attractive, but without her, I would have given up on the game. I'm going to see him now. I'm not sure he is what I think he is. I don't have the slightest bit of hope, but just to be safe, I'm going to check on the hero directly. If I use disguise and dress up as a villager or use cover texture to hide, he won't be able to see me at this point. Hearing my remarks, Shin politely bent her back. "I understand. Then, I'll send some knights to." "I don't need them," I interrupted her as she was about to prepare an escort. "I don't want the other party to find out, so I'm going out alone. But it's dangerous. There's no one in the suburbs who can beat me right now. You can rest assured of that." Shin advised me as a subordinate, but I didn't give in. I don't like the hero, but I don't want to antagonize him. He may have a certain personality, but he would have a strong influence in the future. If I couldn't reverse Karen's fate because of antagonizing him, I would be blindsided. Besides, it was a fact, not pride, that no bandit could beat me. Through training with Akatsuki, the hidden boss, my level jumped up to 92. I'm now strong enough to fight the last boss on my own. There was no such strong enemy in this countryside. "I understand, but please be sure to let us know if there is anything we can do to help." "All right." It seemed that Shin understood she couldn't reverse my decision. I felt bad, but I started preparing to go out. Now, I wonder what kind of person is the hero in this reality section. I decided to approach the hero by disguising myself as a villager. I covered my entire body with magic and disguised my face, physique, and clothing so that I couldn't look out of place as a villager. I also cast a recognition blocking mind magic to prevent other people from approaching me. Literally, it was magic that prevents people from recognizing me. And it was one of the things I learned from my teacher, Akatsuki. It wasn't powerful enough to make a person disappear before your eyes, or make a flashy appearance less noticeable, but it was magic that was easy to use if I consider the timing. Since there was nothing in the village except houses, I walked on foot without making any detours. I had already identified the location of the hero through my detection technique. My magic detection technique could now also investigate magic aptitude, so it was easy to find the hero who has all aptitudes except light. It appeared that he was playing with other children near the foot of the mountains outside the village. Soon after, the hero came into sight. There were 3 of them, including him, in a group, discussing something with each other. It was already late in the evening, and it could be thought that they were discussing their plans for tomorrow. But I sensed a somewhat strange atmosphere. If I got any closer, I wouldn't be able to cast my recognition blocking, due to its condition, so I decided to eavesdrop by enhancing my hearing with body strengthening. I then hid in the shadows and listened carefully, just in case. The children were a group of 2 boys and 1 girl. Come to think of it, I think one of the heroines was a childhood friend. That made me feel nostalgic. I really liked that girl's scenario. I'll check the notes I wrote down later. While reminiscing about the contents of the game, I listened to the conversation of the hero. The first thing I heard was the voice of a girl, who I presumed was the heroine. Are we really going? Of course. I'm going. If I'm with you, you'll be fine. That's right. Yudai can already use magic. He'll handle whatever comes his way. In response to the heroine's perplexing words, the 2 boys attempt to persuade her. The first one was the hero and the second is his best friend. His name was Roth, I believe. Unlike nobles, commoners cannot hire magicians. Therefore, they learn magic at the elementary school they would attend after their 9th ceremony. Primary schools were established for commoners to learn the basics, and they exist in each town. In places like this village, where the population was small, children from neighboring villages were taken care of together. In any case, commoner children were not taught reading, writing, calculating, or basic magic handling until they entered primary school. It was quite unusual for a hero to be able to use magic at this time. However, with my knowledge of the game, I was not surprised. The hero and the saint, protagonist, have been able to use magic since childhood, even in the game. Because they were reincarnated, they were more interested in magic than others and learned it on their own. I think the fact that they were the protagonists and has outstanding talent also adds to the story. Now, let's see. As far as I could tell, the 3 of them were planning to go to a dangerous place. However, the heroine was not enthusiastic about the idea, so the hero, Yudai, and the others tried to persuade her. A sensible person would probably stop them. But I don't know what to do. I really don't want to intervene badly, unless it involves Karen's future, but otherwise, I don't want to have anything to do with them as much as possible. After all, the hero's side of the story and the villainess Karen was not involved in any way. I came here to see how things were going because this was real life and I was considering the possibility of getting involved in some way, but I had no intention of getting involved in the protagonist's story. If it doesn't end Karen, then I will let them do whatever they want. While I was pondering, the 3 of them continued their conversation. But they say there are demonic beasts in the mountains. Yudai's magic will help us, right? I'll protect Marina and Roth for sure. So, please follow me with peace of mind. Why you will really protect me? Of course. I will. I'll put my body on the line when the time comes. I'll go with you, but if you think we're in danger, we'll go home right away, okay? I know. It seems that they had reached an agreement. It seems that their plan was to head for that mountain. I wonder where Yudai's confidence came from. As the heroine, Marina said, the mountains were overrun with countless demonic beasts. It wasn't a place for a hunter accustomed to the mountains, but it was by no means a place to raid alone with children. That reminds me, come to think of it, something similar existed in the past narrative of the game. As I recall, what happened after this? During their walk in the mountains, they encounter a group of flock bears and were attacked. Yudai's magic drives the flock bears away, but in the aftermath of a battle, the heroine, Marina, falls down a cliff, and Yudai was at a loss as he was out of mana to rescue her. As a result, she was rescued by a hunter who happens to be passing by, but Marina falls into a mysterious coma. Fortunately, she wakes up after a week, but Yudai, who regrets this one incident, puts aside his pride and begins to take his training seriously. That was how it went. It was not surprising. It was understandable even if I only overheard one part of the conversation. Yudai was very much on the upswing now. Well, I couldn't help but understand the feeling. He was reborn from modern Japan into a fantasy world of swords and magic, became able to use magic earlier than the other children around him, and started a business using his knowledge of the game reversey from his previous life. Exactly. It's a situation that embodies me. I am strong. So I'm sure he'll be conceited. He was a high school student before his reincarnation. And even more so, it seems that he has no self-control. I shouldn't interfere this time. I decided not to get involved. This case was important for Yudai's spiritual growth. I don't want to interfere too much and stunt his development. I felt sorry for Marina, who would be in a coma, but please forgive me for saying that this was a necessary sacrifice. I quietly left the place, deciding in my heart that I would lend them a helping hand if they were in trouble later. I pondered as head on the way back to the village chief's house. I was thinking that it would be a good idea not to get involved with Yudai for the time being. I had eavesdropped on some of their conversations, but it didn't seem to make much difference to their game personalities. In other words, he was still the same hero I hated. I'll never let Karan get close to him. But I'll keep an eye on him. I'm sure he's going to cause an outrageous situation without me knowing. I don't want to repeat what happened in the Civil War. I felt the illusion of fatigue rising, and I ran to shake it off. This isn't right. I should just forget about the hero and live a peaceful life with Karan and the others. I decided to put Yudai on the shelf for now, because I didn't want to cause any unnecessary worry. There was no problem for now, so I should be able to leave it alone. Tomorrow I'll go back to the castle and play with Gran and Orca. I spent the day quietly, making plans like that. But it was noon the next day when I learned that my plan had gone down the drain. Section. You want me to give you some medicines? I exclaimed so in a hysterical tone. The reason was that I was preparing to return to the capital when I received a request from the village chief. As I said before, he wanted me to give him some medicine. The village chief must have misunderstood that I was angry because he got down on his knees and said, "I am very sorry for my rudeness to a nobleman like you. Please spare my life." No, I'm not offended. So raise your head. More importantly, tell me why you need the medicine. I asked with dismay. It was indeed an impolite thing to demand goods directly from a nobleman. It would be proper to call on a government official or a merchant for such a matter. Depending on the person he was talking to, he may be punished on the spot. However, the village headman's expression showed his impatience. I guessed that he was in a very tight situation. Therefore, I did not punish him but left room for extenuating circumstances. I also signaled to knights nearby to stand down. Or rather, I had already restrained them with a light intimidation. Otherwise, the village chief's head would have physically flown off by now. Their loyalty was also something to think about. After that, the village chief raises his head timidly. Is it all right? There must be some circumstances, right? I can't say you'll get off scot-free, but depending on what you have to say, I'll give you some leniency. Thank you very much. It was difficult to say that there will be no penalties due to the dignity of a noble. The village chief seemed to understand this and began to get down on his knees again with the force slamming his head to the ground. I told him to raise his head. After some time, the village chief finally calmed down and proceeded with his situation. What he told us was a worse situation than I had imagined. No wonder he wanted the medicine, even if it was rude. All the hunters are seriously wounded, is it? Furthermore, he stated that it was a serious, life-threatening injury. If this situation continues, there would be no one left in the village who can hunt, and they wouldn't be able to store meat. For a village that had benefited so much from the neighboring mountains, this must have been a major blow. Or perhaps the village was on the verge of extinction, considering the fact that it was just before winter. When I asked why the village had fallen into such a situation, the village chief replied with some reluctance. The reason for this was to prepare a meal for us. They wanted to ensure fresh meat since they could not serve simple food to a noble. I feel so guilty about this. In this incident, the village chief acted on his own, and I am not responsible. Nevertheless, my conscience was too sore to ignore everything. I couldn't leave the situation where the other party was suffering tremendous damage as a result of their attempts to be hospitable. How are they? I asked the knights who had been sent to check on the hunters. But they shook their heads with grim expressions. 3 days at most. The wound is too deep. The medicine we have will only prolong their life for a day or two. I see. It seems that handing over the medicine is not the end of the situation. Then, after a few minutes of contemplation, I let out a big sigh. I really didn't want to rely on her, but I don't want this village to be destroyed. Well, let's just think of it as a boost to her reputation. Shin, deliver a message to the castle. What would the message is about? Shin responded to my instructions with a striking response. She seems to know what I was thinking as she has been serving by my side for a long time. I could rely on her. Call Corinne. Tell her to prepare to leave. I understand. Shin bowed condescendingly and left the place. The only way to heal the seriously wounded was to ask for Corinne's help. To be honest, I didn't want her anywhere near you die, but I couldn't turn my back on him. If we don't do something, his hometown will be destroyed. I'll be on my way to pick her up. In fact, I have developed new magic that would allow me to travel between the castle and the village in an instant. In consideration of the surrounding people, I wouldn't pick her up until the next morning. Most of the people working in the castle, including Shin, were aware of the new magic, so they understand even if I don't say it aloud. The only thing left was to keep the hunters alive until Corinne arrived. That's why I gave instructions to the knights. You will give the medicine to the hunters. You do not have to be stingy with the supplies. We understand, sir. After a brisk reply, all the knights except for the guards left. The village chief, who had been watching the situation up to this point, bowed his head with tears in his eyes. Zechs-sama, thank you so much for hearing my plea. It's fine, but you must be punished in some way for your rudeness earlier. I am prepared to do so. All right, I'll let you know how it goes. Why yes. Now, go back to your posts. The chief has other matters to attend to, right? Yes, please excuse me. He bowed his head deeply, but I lightly waved my hand and let him leave the room. With only 2 knights remaining in the room, I leaned back in the chair I was sitting in. This is troublesome. I am not referring to the hunter's serious injuries. While that was relevant, there was a more serious problem. Because if the hunters were wiped out, there would be no one to save Marina. Worst of all, it raises the possibility of her death. Although this was probably a pessimistic guess, the probability was not 0. It would be an unbelievable situation if the heroine died because I came to this village. Furthermore, if I abandoned you and the others, there was a chance he would hold a grudge against me. Objectively, I am not to blame for the heroine's death, but given Udai's personality, there is a good chance he will hold a grudge against me. Under the circumstances, I had no choice but to take the place of the hunter. The knights were too heavily equipped to save a girl who had fallen down a cliff. After meditating for a while, I stood up suddenly. Then I told the knights, I'm going out. Don't let anyone enter the room except my relatives until I return. Yes sir, we understand. But, where are you headed? To the mountains. I will return as soon as I can, but it may not be until the next morning. Let Shin think of an excuse then. We understand. Please take care. The knights were fully aware of my strength. We have mock battles from time to time, so they didn't try to hold me back by simply asking me where I'm going. I am glad to hear that they were quick to talk. I'll be nice to these two in the next mox battle. I disappeared with cover texture, and headed toward the mountain where Yudai and the others were waiting. Section. The mountain was a more dangerous place than I had expected. There were more demonic beasts than I had heard beforehand. The flock bear, medium size, had the most fighting power, but its overall strength was moderate. However, if rank C adventurers attacked together, they could deal with it. However, this was from a combatant's point of view. That thing was enough threat for the villagers. It was also understandable that the hunters, who were accustomed to the mountains, were mortally wounded. The fact that the village had not been destroyed suggests that the mountain had not previously been overrun by demonic beasts. So why had the number of demonic beasts increased? Such a thought occurred to me while I was moving, but I quickly shook my head. I didn't have time to think about such things right now. I needed to find Yudai and the others right away. Incidentally, I am now in my adventurer form, 6. It would be too unnatural for me to remain as Zechs, and I knew that Yudai wouldn't listen to me. It was also an insurance policy just in case. Kicking away the demonic beasts, I proceeded through the mountains. I should say, fortunately, Yudai and the others' footprints were easy to follow because they were climbing the mountain on the usual path. I'm sure other demonic beasts have discovered their location, but that's where I have to put my faith in Yudai's, the hero, abilities. In the worst-case scenario, if they aren't already dead, Kron could simply heal them. After less than an hour of running through the mountains, I finally saw some signs of Yudai and the others. They seemed to be in the midst of a battle because I could hear the cries of the demonic beasts and feel the waves of mana from their magic. They must have gone very deep into the forest. How could children come alone in the midst of all these demonic beasts wandering around? I was half impressed and half dismayed. I concentrated my mana into my legs and stepped out at once. With leg strength more than 10 times stronger than average, my vision changes in an instant. From the forest, I arrived at an open cliff. I could see Yudai and Roth. They were surrounded by 10 flock bears, and although Yudai was fighting back with magic, he was being driven to the edge of the cliff due to his lack of manpower. Roth was calling out to the bottom of the cliff, so Marina must have already fallen down there. It seemed that they were quite close to the edge. Normally, the Yudai should have been able to get through the demonic with just his strength. But looking at the situation, it seems that the situation was also developing differently from the game. What heck's going on? There have been so many mysterious things happening since I came to this village, but I'll worry about them later. Right now, my first priority was to rescue them. I took out my dagger and ran past the flock bears. In a moment, I reached Yudai and the others, and by the time I put the dagger back in the cover texture, all the flock bears were lying on the ground. Well, this was how it goes. Villagers and children might have a hard time, but for me, an adventurer, it wasn't a big deal. It happened so fast that Yudai, who should have witnessed the whole thing, was stunned. His mouth popped open as he kept his hands raised to shoot magic. Roth, too, turned around when he noticed that the sounds of battle had ceased, but he was completely rigid when he saw the appearance of an unidentified man, which is me, and the total destruction of the demonic beasts. I can't just leave them there forever, so I call out to them. Are you two all right? Yes. We're fine. They managed to get a few words back, but they were still in a daze. I had no choice but to ask them a series of questions as if to lead them away. I'm 6, an adventurer. What are your names? I'm Yudai. I'm Roth. You look like kids. Where's your guardian? It's just us. The 3 of us came here to play. But then, there were a lot of demonic beasts. Finally, they began to get their head around the situation. I focused on Roth and proceeded with the conversation. 3? There are only 2 of you here. That's right. Marina fell down a cliff. Please, save her. Please. Roth and Yudai bowed down on their knees. Things worked out better than I had expected. I had intended to help them from the beginning, but it was more natural for me as an adventurer to be asked to help them than for me to help them. I intentionally acted like I was worried and gave an atmosphere like it can't be helped while answering. I guess it's bad dreaming when you abandon your children. That's all right. I'll lend you a hand this one time, free of charge, but there will be no second chances. Thank you very much. The two thanked each other in unison, but I just waved them off lightly and looked down the cliff. I unintentionally let out a voice. The cliff was deeper than I had imagined. The current location was a little above halfway up the mountain, but the cliff was a straight line down to the base of the mountain. It was more than 400 meters high. Even though there was a dense forest below, the difference in height was such that if you fell, you would not be able to get away with it scotch-free. In the game, it says that she was safe, but, is she really alive? I was skeptical, but I didn't tell Yudai and the others about it. There was no need to stir up unnecessary anxiety. However, it was going to be difficult to rescue her quickly. Searching for Marina and heading down the cliff would be easier with detection techniques and body strengthening, but it would still take some time. It was dangerous to leave Yudai and Roth unattended during that time. After all, the demonic beasts are still roaming around. I could not leave a helpless child and a hero who had run out of mana, but I also didn't want to spend time taking them back to the foot of the mountain. The same reason why I couldn't leave them behind. Marina would be in more danger this time. I scratched my head once. Immediately after that, I turn my palm toward Yudai and the others and invoke a single magic spell. Sleep. Ah! The two collapsed on the spot, leaving no room to question our actions. I catch them before they fall to the ground and hold each of them by the side. The benefit of the body strengthening does not cause any problems with muscular strength or physique. Under the influence of the mind magic I had just used, Yudai and Roth had fallen asleep peacefully. Sleep was magic as the name implies, and it puts the subject to sleep. Most of the time, I could make them faint with intimidate, but I had prepared for a case like this. I guess it's true that if you're prepared, you won't have to worry. The reason why I put both of them to sleep was that I didn't want to show them the magic I was about to cast. Most of the magic I have was insane to the people of this world, but the one I planned to use this time was one of the best in the world. Gate. A hole appeared at the end of my hand. Beyond the hole, I could see the scenery of the entrance of the village at the foot of the mountain. If I released the two of them here, I could head out to rescue Marina without any worries. This was one of my secret plans, a way to bring Karen back the next morning. It was the so-called transfer magic. The logic was simple. I paid attention to the characteristic of the non-attribute magic, cover texture, that the covered object can be taken out from anywhere, and changed the idea to if I open different entrances and exits at the same time, it will be equivalent to teleportation. The range of effect was the distance my mana can reach or the point where I mark with mana. The former ranged about 150 kilometers. Well, it was easier said than done. Gate was a magic spell that was perfected with the help of my teacher Akatsuki and after tens of thousands of trials and errors, and it was not magic that could be manifested so easily. It was impossible to imagine teleportation, even if I mobilized the knowledge of my previous life. And it was probably an inevitable result. There was no transfer magic in this world. No, to be precise, it was not recognized. It was too risky to let others know about. Gate. Therefore, I put them to sleep. If it was their personalities that I know in the game, I think they'll stay silent even if I show it to them. However, this secret was too big to trust them unconditionally. Considering the possibility that someone might force them to talk, it was still best not to let them witness it, with the intention of protecting them. After dropping Yudai and Roth on the other side, I immediately closed Gate. As far as the detection technique was concerned, there were no witnesses. With relief, I took out a magical tool from my pocket. At first glance, it looks like a pocket watch, but it is a magical tool with advanced twined magic, fart talk. It functioned similarly to a walkie-talkie, allowing for long-distance communication with its counterpart. Although it was not widely used, every aristocratic family had one. I turned on the magic tool and spoke. "This is Zechs. It's an emergency call. How may I assist you?" I heard Shin's voice. The reason for the slight noisy mix may be that the other party was indoors. Far talk has the disadvantage that it was difficult to communicate indoors. Since time is of the essence, I continue without caring. I took custody of children who were trespassing in the mountains. I left them at the entrance to the village. I will rescue the remaining one who fell down the cliff. I understand. Please be careful. She seemed to understand that I was in a hurry, and she responded to my request without throwing any particular questions. As expected, Shin's clever. I then put my magic tool back in my pocket and jumped down the cliff. I already knew where Marina was. However, there was a strange mana reaction in her vicinity. I don't sense any danger, but I'm going to hurry just in case. Section. The place where Marina fell was beside a large cave. The cave was apparently caused by a displacement of the Earth's strata and was shaped as if the Earth had risen up. I immediately found Marina. She was lying on her back on a quarry-like rock in front of the cave's entrance. Seeing so, I raised my eyebrows. Her condition was unnatural. It was impossible for her not to have suffered even a single injury after falling onto such a hard surface. I assumed the surrounding trees would act as a cushion, but there was nothing but open space directly above the rock. Did she deal with it with magic on the spur of the moment? No, Marina, a mere commoner, could not possibly handle magic. In addition, in the game, she had little talent for magic. Even if she could use magic, it would be impossible for her to handle a 400-meter fall. So, how did she come out of it unscathed? I couldn't think of an answer. However, it was clear that some factors were present. I believe the strange sensation I've been experiencing is proof of this. In conjunction with the detection technique, I also cast prediction and prepare for an emergency situation. At this point, I couldn't detect hostility, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it would be the same when I approach Marina. With a small sigh, I walked towards Marina. Contrary to my misgivings, I arrived at her side without any problems. Because of it, I was a little disappointed. I sense a slight buzz of mana. I looked and saw that my mana was flowing to Marina. It was a very small amount, less than 1%, but it was true that it was flowing out without me casting mana transfer. This was a phenomenon that normally does not occur. I examined Marina's condition closely. I radiated mana toward her and performed what is called an MRI. It wasn't quite as thorough as light magic's medical examination, but it should suffice. The result was she doesn't have any external injury at all. However, her mana was depleted to the limit and her life force also showed a tendency that was slightly reduced. I assumed that the ongoing phenomenon of mana outflow was caused by extreme mana depletion. Does that mean she used magic, after all? I reconsidered the reason why she was unharmed, but I immediately dismissed it. With the current situation, I denied the possibility that she used magic. After all, Marina's mana capacity was very low that she couldn't cast magic that could reduce the impact of her fall. Even if she used up all of her life force, let alone her mana, there was no connection between her being unharmed and her depleted mana. Marina's condition remained only a mystery. However, there was one thing that was known for sure. That was, the current situation was unfolding just as it did in the game. Marina in the game spends the week after this event in a coma. It was only natural. Sleeping was the most effective way for mana to recover, so it was only natural that she would continue to do so. Now then, should I bring her back? I haven't been able to get to the bottom of it, but I don't really want to know. It remained a mystery in the game, but Marina, of course, was not adversely affected by her surroundings. If there was no harm to Karan and the others, it was fine to leave it alone. I switch my thoughts and reach out my arm to grab Marina. However, I wasn't able to touch her, and that the reason was, whoa, a stone wall suddenly loomed between me and Marina. Seeing so, I quickly took a back step to get a distance from the stone wall. Then, I started to watch my surroundings. The magic just now was similar to the intermediate earth magic, stone wall, but I sensed something slightly different. I was not able to observe the stone wall close enough to stay alert, but I could tell instinctively that something was wrong. Someone or something dealing with unknown magic was nearby. Should I assume that this person was protecting Marina, and perhaps it was that someone who prevented the impact of her fall? The mystery of Marina's depleted mana and the reason why they were protecting her were not clear, but I believe I have a rough idea of what was going on. Since they took hostile action from there, it would be a bad move for me to respond in the same way. I'm trying to rescue Marina, but that someone who attacked me doesn't know that. Given the scene of the mysterious adult male approaching the girl, it was understandable that they were concerned. Immediately, a dozen or so stone pebbles similar to stone ball came flying at me, so I jumped to the side and avoided them. Following that, stone balls were fired at me repeatedly. I don't know who they were, but they were quite skilled in earth magic. They were able to fire 2 digits of stone ball at a time, and they were a master at controlling them. Above all, they fire magic from a different location than where they were hiding, so I don't know where they were. Such a feat wasn't possible unless one was a court magician. A magician of the same caliber as a court magician protecting a village girl? The mysterious situation continued to grow. The barrage of stone balls never seemed to cease, so I searched for signs of mana while trying to evade. No matter how many times they disguised their firing point, they couldn't disguise the mana emanating from a magician. I quickly found the magician's location. They appear to have been hiding in a cave deep inside where Marina was, but something was strange. I'd heard some strange things in the past, but this was even stranger. The mana was permeating through their whole body, so I could roughly grasp the shape of the target, but the mysterious magician was very small. No, I'm not talking about petite. They were only about the size of the palm of my hand, about 10 centimeters tall. This wasn't the time to be worried about that. There was no way I could come up with an answer to the question as it was. Even if I was curious about it, it will not stop them from attacking me. If that was the case, then I shouldn't dwell on it and charge forward. I leapt into the cave with determination. With the benefit of body strengthening, I ran through the cave faster than my opponent could cast their magic. The magician was hiding behind a rock just after entering the cave. When I discovered the magician's true identity, I was completely taken aback. She was a small person about 10 centimeters in length, as the detection information indicated. She had short brown hair and brown eyes, and despite the fact that she was the size of a small child, she had a very well-developed face. She was a lovely young lady with a boyish appearance. However, I was not surprised by the information so far. I knew in advance that she was small, and her appearance was not a factor that made me exclaim. So, what was it that surprised me? That was because this beautiful girl was a body of mana without substance. A spirit. Spirits were willful beings created by the collection of mana floating in the atmosphere and converted into natural mana. There were spirits that have the same 6 attributes as magic, and they were said to live in nature that was adapted to each of them. Volcanoes for fire spirits, lakes for water spirits, and so on. However, as previously stated, spirits are collections of mana. As a result, it was impossible to identify them with the naked eye. Those with keen senses may be able to detect them, but humans were not able to see them. Therefore, spirits were legendary to humans. We could imagine that they might be close to us, but we could never meet them. Even in the game in my previous life, I never saw them at all. But, however, I would like to think about something here. If I use mana sight, I might be able to see the spirits. I haven't had the opportunity to try it until now, but at this moment, my doubts have been resolved. Could it be that you can see me? In light of my comment earlier and eye contact, the spirit seemed to have understood that she had been caught. Her round brown eyes widened, and her small mouth was opened in a grandiose way. Both of us were surprised by the unexpected situation that we froze up for a moment while facing each other. After a few seconds had passed, we finally understood what was happening and began to move. For an impudent human to be able to see me, I'll never let you do anything bad to that girl. Wait. I have no intention of doing anything bad to her. I'm here to rescue her. The spirit raises both of her hands and tries to shoot magic toward me. The reason for this was not clear, but from what she said, it seems that she was the one who saved Marina. On the other hand, I hurriedly raised both of my hands and began to explain, but the spirit would not listen to me at all. No questions asked. I don't trust the words of a suspicious person who disguises himself. I tried to stop her, but she fired a barrage of stone balls. As expected, even I couldn't handle a barrage of it at close range. I took full advantage of my prediction, and jumped, leapt, and acrobatically dodged. Elle listened to me for a moment. With no time to spare, I managed to squeeze out a few words, but all I got in return was stone gravel. As she had said before, it seems that explaining to her would be useless. That's it. I guess I don't have a choice anymore. Even though she was past, Marina was nearby. I really wanted to keep it hidden for a long time, but since I couldn't persuade the stubborn spirit, I had no choice but to resign. I dispelled disguise I had put on myself while avoiding the stones and debris that were coming toward me. Zechs' figure vanished into thin air, revealing my 8-year-old appearance. Zechs, the spirit who recognized it, reacted even more than when she witnessed my own appearance. Nah, a child? Her eyes and mouth widened in surprise, and the magic she'd been performing in quick succession came to a halt. Apparently, the fact that I was an 8-year-old child was quite a shock. Then, seeing the attacks stopped, I made my point. I was really just trying to save the girl. The reason I disguised myself was that I wanted to hide my identity and because there was a high possibility of getting into trouble if a child like me was strong. I swear I have nothing to hide. All right. The spirit was panicking. Maybe she has a soft spot for kids. She appeared to have helped Marina as well, so the likelihood seemed high. If that was the case, my current efforts to persuade her were likely to succeed. If you want, I can call a witness. The girl's friend asked me to save her. I've returned them to the village now, but I can call them right now. Is that all right with you? The village was within range of the gate. If I contacted Shin, I could transfer them immediately. Although we had to be careful about being seen, there was no problem in bringing them here. However, looking at the spirit, it seemed that there was no need to bring them all the way here. Are you telling the truth? No, but if you were disguising yourself, it's the same as deceiving me. As I said, the disguise was out of necessity. I was not trying to deceive you personally, and if anything, I was responding to the children who asked me to do so in my earlier guise. Yuamu. Why is necessary? Are you so cornered that you have to do something so dishonest as to disguise yourself? Worst case scenario, my sister dies. I gave a short answer. I'm not lying. It was not the direct cause at all, but it was the end result. It would be more effective to give an impression than to explain it in a roundabout way. A detailed explanation can be done after both parties have earned each other's trust. You don't seem to be an enemy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to attack you out of the blue. The spirit said so while lowering her shoulders. It seems like my plan was successful. I patted my chest in relief. I was worried about what would happen at one point, but I managed to get the situation under control. I'm relieved that no one was injured. I lightly waved my hand and said I didn't mind. Then, before things could get awkward, I moved on to self-introductions. My name is Zechs. Zechs Levit San Foranada. Normally I am the son of a count, but when I work as an adventurer, I call myself Zechs with the disguise you saw earlier. I am an earth spirit and my name is Noma. I do not have any position, but I am proud to call myself a cook. The earth spirit Noma responded to my introduction with a clear answer. The attitude and tone of voice suggest that she has a very loyal personality. This time, I was able to persuade her thanks to her character. After introducing ourselves to each other, I asked, "You're a cook?" She was dressed in formal attire and was more like a knight or a noblewoman. Although it was clear that she was a woman, she has a dignified atmosphere similar to a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothes. I mean, I heard that spirits were fueled by magic, so there was no need for them to cook, right? Then, this topic seemed to strike a chord with Noma, and her eyes lit up and she began to gesture grandly. That's right. I am the first spirit that's a cook. Spirits, as they say, only eat the magic of their favorite flavor. But I want to challenge that monotonous behavior. Look at humans and elves. They process food. Even seemingly inedible things are transformed into delicious dishes. Isn't that wonderful? That's why I invented my own method of cooking magic. But the other spirits laughed at my idea. Arg, I am so angry even when I remember it now. I want to punch them in the face for saying it was just an empty theory. The last part was no longer directed at me. She was spewing bitterness and spittle as if there had been some kind of dispute among her friends. I decided to leave her alone. In a situation like this, if I poke and prod her badly, that were bound to catch fire. With Nama mumbling and muttering about her resentment, I took another look at Marina. The girl with dark light blue hair tied up in a single strand has a rustic atmosphere as she was from a rural village. However, her appearance was very good, and if she was well groomed, she could be mistaken as a nobleman's daughter. The dedicated route of the heroine, Marina Alo El La Cruz, was a story about her emotional conflicts. Marina had been in love with the hero, Uday, since she was a child. However, while he was developing his talent as a hero, she had no talent in the combat aspect. She was physically weak, and she wasn't good at magic either. As a result, she began to worry that she might not be suitable to stand next to Uday. Despite the ending, Marina's story is one of my favorites in Osamu's. It was a heartbreaking story that effectively conveyed Marina's love and frustration. So, for me, Marina was a character that I am deeply attached to. Well, I only adored the Marina of the game, and I have little interest in her in real life. Basically, I have a policy of leaving her alone. However, this does not mean that I have zero interest in her. It would be nice to lend a helping hand in a pinch like this. Human, are you listening to me? The spirit's complaint seemed to be over as I looked at Marina, and Norma's powerful voice called out to me. I then returned her gaze and shrugged my shoulders. My name's Zechs, so don't just call me human. HMPH. You're still a human. I like the food humans make, but I don't like them. They lack respect for nature. They are so poor at manipulating mana that they can't even see us. The amount of mana they have is minimal to be able to handle magic. It's absolutely deplorable, you know? Nama snorts in a mocking tone. She seems to have values that look down on humans, but was that a basic conception of a spirit? When I asked her about it, she complained, "You don't even know such things," and told me that it was a value common to all spirits. Perhaps she was a more caring spirit than I thought. Do spirits tend to emphasize things related to mana? Then, do you feel that kind of view toward beastmen that was about the same as that of humans, and that elves are a little better? That's right. We look at the quantity, quality, and manipulation techniques of mana to determine if a person is worthy of our respect. Elves have some highlights, but other races are not even worth considering. Even though she had a pompous attitude, she still answered my questions. The sincerity with which she responded to those who looked down on her embodied Nama's straightforward spirit. I am glad that she was the first spirit I encountered. If spirits had a tendency to look down on humans, I doubt I would have been able to have a conversation with them if it had been someone else. However, it was a stroke of luck to hear about the spirit's values. I'm not doing any research that I could make use of, but I was able to satisfy my curiosity, and there was a possibility that it would be useful in the future. I wonder if they were more valuable in that direction because their bodies are composed of mana. I have heard rumors that among the elves, there are spiritualists who make a contract with spirits and wield their power. But from the way Nama said it, it sounded like they also look down on the elves, and even though a contract is a contract, it seems to be a protection contract. I'm going to raise your mana, so protect me, or something like that. After thinking about it, I suddenly felt a new curiosity. I wondered how much mana and manipulation skills a spirit who speaks so boldly really possesses. I know a little bit about those two things. I trained in them to compensate for my non-attribute disadvantage. Since training with my teacher, Akatsuki, my mana has increased exponentially. I was quite intrigued to see how the spirits would judge my abilities. If that's the case, could you assess me? I'm pretty well trained in that area, after all. I found myself mouthing off about it. There was nothing to diminish, and I wanted to take the opportunity to try it out. Then, Nama let out a self-deprecating laugh. What do you mean I should assess you? Know your place. It's not like you're going to lose anything, right? I have a certain amount of confidence in myself. At least, I'm proud to say I'm better than the elves. There was no way to compare our manipulating skills, but I think I'm overwhelmingly superior in terms of mana. After all, I got approval from the hidden boss, Akatsuki. The elves were the best in terms of mana among the 3 types of races. The difference was about twice as great as that of humans. I have 1,000 times more mana than the average human being, so I definitely have the most mana of any race. I also secretly measured Noma's mana and found that I have about 50 times more than her. I was looking forward to seeing how she would react when she found out that she was losing to a human in terms of mana. Hopefully, she would soften her current pompous attitude and answer my questions. All right. If you insist, I'll take a look. Noma accepted my insistence and agreed to measure my mana. She had a stupid guy look on her face, but I'm convinced that the spirit's evaluation of humans was solo. What should I do? Nothing, you just have to concentrate a little. After saying that, Noma stared at me with a crease between her eyebrows. It's uncomfortable to have her gaze on me, but it was what I've asked her to do, so I'll just have to put up with it. I wondered how long it would take, but the results soon appeared, and it was Noma's scream. What wrong? Her sudden scream made me jump and become aware of my surroundings. I considered the possibility that she had detected an impending attack by an enemy, but my vigilance was in vain. Noma did not scream to warn me of an attack. She screamed in fear for me. In fact, she got down on her knees and did a so-called dojeza. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. She was apologizing endlessly. I couldn't see her expression, but from the looks of it, she must be pale. Wait. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. When I tried to speak to her, she became even more frightened. This was totally out of my hand. I didn't expect her to go crazy just by showing her my mana. I had so many more questions I wanted to ask about, but now I couldn't even have a conversation with her. Curiosity kills cats. Although the situation was slightly different, I should have prioritized something else. I should reflect on this. However, what should I do with this frightened spirit? I couldn't stay here for long because I have to bring Marina back to the village, but it would also be bad to leave Noma in such a state. I guess I don't have a choice. I threw Noma into the cover texture. This way, I could leave her in a safe place until she calms down. I'll have to see him again soon, but well, I'll leave that to the future me. With a sigh of exhaustion, I walked down the mountain with Marina in my arms. Chapter 3, Magic Teacher. After the matter in the hero's village was settled, we were on our way home. Since there was no urgent work to be done, we decided to take our time and return by horse-drawn carriage. The journey took about 3 days. Along the way, there was an incident in which Orca complained that he had been left out, using a magical tool called Far Talk, but I think the journey was mostly peaceful. Of course, I took Orca with us using Gate. That peace, however, was broken the moment we returned to the castle. Welcome back, Zechs-sama, Caroline-sama, Orca-sama. Several servants appear to greet us, and Sebastian, the family butler, addresses us on their behalf. His demeanor was calm as usual on the surface, but I, who could use mind magic, could see through it. I could see the feelings of anxiety and frustration brewing inside him. Apparently, some kind of problem had occurred while we were gone. Since he didn't use magic tools to contact us, it didn't seem to be that urgent. But what could it be? I narrowed my eyes and gave instructions to each of them. Karan and Orca, go back to your rooms first and get some rest. The person in charge, please take care of the two of you. I know that you're tired, but Shin, you're going with me. Sebastian, we'll talk in the other room. We understand. My subordinates bowed in unison and immediately moved to do their respective tasks. Karan and Orca were also taken to the room by their caretaker. But before that, they asked me a question. Anai-sama, may I come to your room later? Ah, me too. Karan and Orca were looking at me with anticipation. I hesitated for a moment. I glanced at Sebastian, and after acknowledging that he shook his head, I answered, no, you two stay in your room. I'll go over there myself. I understand. Good luck with your work, Anisama. Please hang in there, Zechs. I tried to smile, but I feel like they saw right through me. Well, we spend a lot of time together, so I guess it couldn't be helped to some extent. With a wry smile at my overly perceptive younger siblings, I proceed into the castle with my 2 aides. Now then, what kind of problem could have occurred? God only knows what's going to happen. With the uncertainty of what was going to happen, I secretly make up my mind. In Foranada Castle, the most counterintelligence room would be my office. Shin, and Sebastian were standing face to face with the others who were doing their jobs inside the room, and temporarily moving out. So, what happened? Sebastian bowed and then began to speak. I should start with a preface, but Zechs-sama prefers brevity, and you seem to be aware of many things. I will be direct. The court magician who is the magic teacher in question arrived yesterday. What? I narrowed my eyes. It was too sudden at any cost. When visiting a noble family, it was normal to make an appointment in advance and to let them know before arriving. Although we were told they would be arriving in the fall, we were not informed that a visit had been scheduled. I would not have gone to the hero's village at this time if I had known that. Then Sebastian, who seemed to have sensed this from our expressions, followed up. There was no announcement. I see. I have a lot on my mind, but I swallow it all and just nod. The court magician's actions were tantamount to insulting Foranada, but it would be barren to complain here. I put one hand on my forehead and let out a big sigh. Then, I considered the court magician's intentions. Is their aim not to let us prepare for this? That's the most likely explanation. I feel the same way. After much deliberation, I muttered to myself. The reason why the royal court dispatched an elite court magician to the job of magic teacher was that it was equivalent to babysitting. They had originally guessed that it was to investigate the inner workings of Foranada. Although they have a spy named Shin, it is a common practice to send multiple sleeper agents to important places. Considering the nature of the spy, it could be inferred that his visit this time was a ploy to keep us from hiding anything. If we proceeded as planned, we would cover up various things under the guise of preparation. It was a simple but effective strategy. I never expected a royal palace envoy to act in such a disrespectful manner. I had taken various precautions to ensure that I would be prepared even if I was caught off guard. But there was one flaw. I inquired about the issue with Sebastian. How did you cover up the absence of the head of the family? I told him he was inspecting the estate. That's the only explanation you said? That's right. The Count, the ostensible head of the estate, which is my father, does not live here in Foranada Castle. That was because, when I took over the real power, Mr. and Mrs. Foranada, who are my parents in this world, were forced to stay at an estate in the territory. Well, although I described it as an estate, they were happy to be released from their jobs, and I don't think they were deprived of their real power. In short, I asked them to move out because they are in the way of me running the estate, but it would be a problem if a long-term visitor came. It was very unnatural for the head of the family to be absent from the castle. If they were only staying for a short period of time, we could use the same excuse that Sebastian used, but it wouldn't work this time. If we don't get my father to meet with him one day, the actual situation of Foranada will be exposed. I don't know what to do. How about creating an alter ego? Shin expressed her opinion. Alter ego was the magic that I and Shin developed together in the past. A pseudo-soul was planted in the materialized mass of mana with mind magic, and the appearance was camouflaged with disguise. As long as someone doesn't come in contact with it, it was virtually undetectable. Thinking so, I shook my head. No. When nobles greet each other, they definitely shake hands, and that's when it will be discovered. I don't know the structure of my father's psyche, so it's a problem before I can create an alter ego. Me, Grin, Orca, and maybe Shin. If it was someone whose personality and habits I know well, I could create a pseudo-soul, but otherwise, it was difficult. No, it was strange that I don't know the personalities of my own parents, but I'm not involved with Mr. and Mrs. Foranada at all, so it couldn't be helped. It was theoretically possible to copy and paste the soul, but it would be faster to call them directly. After finishing the explanation, Shin wrinkled her eyebrows and groaned. Then, it's difficult to deceive them with magic. I think she was probably thinking of a few proposals centered on mind magic, but they were all rejected when she found out that I didn't have a grasp of the Count's psyche. After that, there were several proposals, but no decisive measures were made. There was no other way now but to call the Count. Sebastian said so. He was right. It would have been quicker to bring him in than to try to come up with some tricks. However, I think I'm going to have a stomachache. Suppressing my stomach, which was starting to churn, I unintentionally let out a whine. The Count, my father, was really a helpless and incompetent person, so when I imagine a future where he runs around following up on things, I felt very depressed. When the two aides saw this, they gave me a look of sympathy. I let out a sigh and continued. But there's no other way. Get in touch with him with the magic tool immediately. The next morning. No, he definitely won't be ready. I'll pick him up 2 days later. I understand. But, is that okay? You're going to use gate, right? Both of them nodded their head, but Shin asked me worriedly. I know the feeling. The kind of person who shouldn't be shown that magic was the very Count. But there was no need to worry. I'll just say it's a horse-drawn wagon going at high speed, so it'll be fine. How could anyone be fooled by such a lie? Normally, no one would. But it's my father, so, the others would never be fooled. But the thick-headed Count would just nod on it. Shin and Sebastian's cheeks were twitching at my harsh words, but that's how bad that person was. Thus, our future plan was set. The meeting with the court magician was in 2 days at noon. By then, I should be ready for anything that may come our way. Time flew and the 2 days of preparation were quickly consumed, and finally, the day of the meeting with the court magician arrived. I already got the Count, my father. I brought him in this morning before the sun had even risen, using the gate. Since I did it while he was asleep, he didn't know about that magic. Also, as expected, I was able to cover it up with a lie about the carriage. He was the height of incompetence, but that kind of easy-to-handle thing was good and easy. Then now, I am alone with the Count. He wanted to talk to his son for the first time in a while. I wanted to meet him before the meeting with the court magician, so it was a good proposal. Incidentally, he also wanted to have a conversation with Corinne, but Corinne herself refused it, so that it was postponed. It seems that she does not have good feelings toward her own parents. Well, I think it was only natural. She doesn't want to offend the Count now, so she makes excuses for not being able to accommodate her schedule. Whether or not a dialogue between the two of them will depend on future developments. The place was the Count's private room. The room was decorated in the same uncluttered manner as ever, with many elaborate ornaments and items that are probably the product of his hobby: a fishing rod, a chessboard, a cello-like instrument, and so on. Although the owner has been away for several years, the place has not lost its cleanliness. The servants seem to have kept up with the cleaning. I would like to commend them for their work. Now, I should stop escaping from reality and turn my attention to the Count, my father. At hand, a well-dressed middle-aged man who seems to be enjoying all the luxuries of this world was my father, Count Dramigel Vansist San Foranada. He was in his mid-30s. His shrimp-colored hair has almost completely fallen out, and sweat was beading on his forehead despite the moderate temperature. By the looks of him, he must be drinking and eating wildly every day even at the estate. It was obvious at first glance that his attitude toward life had not changed in any way from the days when he spent time in the castle. Then Count drinks a cup of tea with a mountain of sugar cubes in an instant and calls out to me saying, "It's been a while, my son. I am glad to see that you are growing up well." At first glance, the Count offers a good-natured smile. Combined with his plump figure, he seems to have a mild-mannered personality. But make no mistake, he was never furious, but he was never good-natured either. I could see in his eyes that the Count wasn't interested in me in the slightest, even though he was talking to me. What he was thinking is that he was doing a great job playing the role of a father who was moved by his son's growth. Yes, Dramigel was a narcissist. He truly loves only himself and his wife. The compassion and love he shows to others was merely opposed to make himself look good, and he does it without regard to the interests of the Count's estate in order to show off himself. He was the kind of person that is unbecoming of an aristocrat. Well, I was able to do as I pleased because of his lack of interest in others, and he was unaware that I had seized real power in the Count's domain. Though I have a few complaints about that. However, he was still unfit to be a lord and father, and I couldn't help but think, if only he had been a little more power, Karen's fate of death wouldn't exist in the first place. The fact that it had been a while since we had seen each other made it all seem as if I were about to spill out a litany of complaints. I tried my best to hold it back and replied to the Count, "It has been a long time, father. Thanks to you, Karen and I are in good health." Karen. Oh, Caroline. It's a shame we can't talk to her. I believe she manifested light magic. I would have loved to have a chat with my brilliant daughter. Karen's a person of the hour now. This time, her schedule didn't allow for it. She's helping in the church, isn't she? If that's the case, it can't be helped then. I responded with a mask of a smile, inwardly thinking, she's your daughter, so at least remember her nickname. A little bit of the killing intent leaked out while I was thinking so, but the insensitive Count didn't notice it. Safe, I continued to chat with the nerve-wracking Count, and after 30 minutes, I finally got down to business. Father, I'm here to discuss the matter that brought you all the way here. I understand. It's a meeting with the magic teacher, isn't it? I heard that a court magician came. Yes. Because of Karen's fame, which has increased more than we had imagined, ordinary teachers were not willing to accept the job. We were in a terrible bind, and then the royal court approached us. I see. I am happy to see my daughter's growth, but I am also glad to see that such trouble has come my way. We should be grateful to the royal court. We should so. As if we should be grateful for it. I thought so, but I didn't let show on my face. I am impressed that Foranada has not been crushed by this kind of situation. No, it was just that my subordinates were excellent. I really can't thank them enough. I'm really grateful to them for keeping the Count's territory intact until I took over. Even though it's called a meeting, the other party's identity is guaranteed. It is expected that the meeting will end with some small talk. Normally, we would have to assess their personalities, but since they were recommended by the royal court, there was no need to screen them in that area. In fact, it would be impolite to do so. It would be a sign of doubt in the eyes of the royal court. If it weren't for these troublesome ties, I would have thrown them out without hesitation. The Count, who heard the arrangements better than I did, nodded his head in an exultant manner. I see. It's easy not to have to think about it so hard. I'm glad to hear that. The meeting time is scheduled to be after lunch. Both Gran and Orca will take time out of their busy schedules to be there. Will Caroline be in attendance? Can you give the two of us some time? It's difficult. She has church work this afternoon. That's unfortunate. Suppressing my cheeks which were about to twitch, I told him the necessary information in a straightforward manner. I wonder how much the Count wants to talk to Karen? I'm sure it was for some trivial reason like he wants to get along with her now that she had gained fame. Anyway, incidentally, it was also to be expected that he didn't react as if to Orca's name. Unlike in the game, the Count was not involved in Orca's adoption, so he was not interested in him. It's time, isn't it? I have some preparations to make for the meeting, so I'd better be going. It's about time. I feel a little inadequate, but I would be remiss if I were rude to the court magician. You may leave. Yes. Excuse me. I bowed condescendingly and walked out of the Count's private room. Shin was waiting outside the room and followed me silently down the corridor. We walked for a while, and then I let out a big sigh. Shin saw this and gave me a few words to encourage me. Thank you for your hard work, Zechs-sama. I'm really tired. Talking to that man always gave me a stomachache. I can't tell you how many times I almost forgot my position and clicked my tongue. The Count, my father, was just too far-fetched. I sigh again and hand over to Shin the bundle of papers that I had been holding in my hand during our entire conversation. I don't need it anymore, so please get rid of it. What is this? The profile of the court magician who will be meeting with us today. What? Shin froze at my answer. I totally understand that reaction because I felt the same way. Even though we wouldn't screen them in person, that does not mean that we wouldn't investigate their background history. Although it was necessary to be careful not to be noticed by the royal court, We were able to investigate at least the brief history of the court magician. What I just gave to Shin was a copy, which I was actually supposed to hand over to the Count. I thought that even he would ask for information about the person he was meeting with, so I prepared it. However, the result was that he was completely unaware of it. I was so surprised at the ridiculousness of the situation that I completely missed the opportunity to give it to him. He was so incompetent that he exceeded all my expectations. We're going to have to be very careful about the meeting. I will share the information with others. Please do so. Then, I'm going to go back to my room. With a wry smile, Shin replied with a straight face. She then left to share information. Since the Count standing on our side is the biggest concern this time, we have to work closely together. I want to avoid easy promises and hasty statements. I resume walking and I hope on the way that the meeting with the court magician will go off without a hitch. Section. It was past noon and signaling the time for the meeting. The court magician was already waiting in the reception room, and we, the three siblings, and Shin were in front of the room. That person can't even keep the promised time? Karin uttered this with a stern expression on her face and a furrowed brow. That person refers to the Count. Of course, it was very rare for Karin to speak ill of others, and because of it Orca and Shin looked at her with somewhat surprised expressions. Seeing so, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. I had guessed from the way she refused to talk to the Count, but it seems that Karin was still rooted in her childhood when she was rarely cared for. Perhaps she thinks that he has abandoned his parental duties. In fact, she was justified in her resentment, since it was as good as abandoned. So, as long as her anger does not go in the wrong direction, I do not intend to point out anything wrong with it. Nevertheless, I could not overlook it under the current circumstances. Karin! I'm sorry, Anisama. When I called out to her, Karin immediately apologized with slumped shoulders. I mean, I haven't said anything yet. But did she already understand what I was trying to warn her about? When I questioned her about it, she haughtily nodded her head. Oh, of course, I misspoke in the presence of a customer. I will be careful from now on. All right, if you're reflecting on it, I guess it's fine. I guess I didn't need to worry. If she had properly realized it on her own, I don't need to lecture her any more than necessary. However, I've felt for some time that both Karin and Orca were sensitive to the mood I was in when I was lecturing them. Every time I called out to them to warn them, they would become startled and behave suspiciously. I wonder if I'm that scary? I'm not yelling at them or intimidating them with a smile. I'm mostly trying to explain the bad points in a simple way. As I was thinking that maybe I should rethink my preaching style a bit, the person that we've been waiting for finally showed up. Phew moo. It looks like everyone is here. I'm impressed. The Count looks around at everyone and nods in satisfaction. I don't think those were the words a latecomer should say, but calm down, Karin. Don't point such a sharp gaze at him. You are level 37 now, and the Count, who was no more than an ordinary person, will faint in one shot. Fortunately, the Count didn't notice Karin's gaze, so I patted her on the back to calm her down. She seemed to still have a reason to heed my advice, and she let out a small sigh and kept her eyes down. Sighing that her dislike of the Count was more than I had expected, I called out to him. If I left it at this point, he was likely to spit out an unnecessary line. Father, we're already late, let's go inside. Yes, I suppose it is. It would be rude to keep them waiting. I know how you feel, and I'll hear you complain later, but for now, just be quiet. Karin. Zechs. As the Count was about to enter the room, Orca, who has been following behind him, mutters. The tone of his voice was a mixture of dismay and anxiety. I guess he got a good grasp of the Count's personality in this short period of time. I could understand his feelings painfully. So, I just smiled bitterly and shortly replied, "Don't worry." Orca's trust in me was enough to put my mind at ease. That's why I must do my best not to betray it. Tightening my resolve, I followed the Count who was leading the way. However, there was a shocking sight in the reception room that instantly blew away my resolve. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I'm Count Dramigal Vanst San Foranada. No, thank you for taking the time to see me. My name is Cutest Fortesi Tansaward. I am the eldest son of Viscount Saward, and I am the youngest of the court magicians. I look forward to working with you today. Amu. It is a pleasure to meet you. A man claiming to be a court magician shook hands with the count with a smile. But I had to raise my guard to the limit when I recognized him because his entire body was almost entirely covered in disguise. Cutest Fortes-Tansaward, age 20. He was the eldest son of the Viscount family and a genius who was appointed as a court magician upon his graduation from the academy. He wasn't only gifted in magic, but also excelled in other areas, and was renowned as one of the most promising magicians in the world. He was a handsome, fresh-looking man with celadon hair and reddish-brown eyes. He was well liked by his colleagues because of his good communication skills. This was the information gathered in the preliminary investigation. He was also described in the survey as an impeccably good-looking young man. Therefore, everyone in the castle was reassured that a decent-looking person would be dispatched. But I was different. I knew that this was only the front page. That's right. Cutest was an antagonist who appeared on the saint side of the game, the second prince route. As a matter of fact, he is an extreme meritocracy. He was friendly to the elite who work in the royal castle, but he shows a cold face to those who are a little lower in rank. It was so intense that it was caustic and abusive. It was the worst possible choice of people. The royal court probably chose him for his good looks, his magic skills, and his age and proximity to Corinne. But how could they have chosen such a spiteful person? She had grown up to be a kind and gentle child who cared for others, but if she got involved with the son of a bitch like Cutest, she would be influenced in a strange way. I had to avoid that. That was why I made a lot of arrangements before he arrived. We had to set up a schedule so that they would not have any contact with each other outside of class, strictly ordered the servants to never leave them alone together, and gathered evidence of Cutest's misdeeds in case he did anything wrong. In any case, we made thorough preparations. I was convinced that I had made all possible preparations to welcome him into our place. But when he actually arrived, he was a suspicious man with a disguise that covered everything but his hair and eyes. How could such a surprise be possible? It was completely beyond my expectations. However, I cannot be sure that the person in front of me was a fake Cutest. After all, there are very few people in this world who can see through disguise. If this is the case, I should have at least met him beforehand. Well, it was no use crying over spilled milk. The fact that I had refrained from contact with Cutest in order to avoid suspicion backfired on me. If I had known about their disguise in advance, I could have made other preparations. However, what has happened can't be helped. For now, we have no choice but to make the best of the situation. I looked at Corinne, Orca, and Shin, who were as shocked as I was, and signaled to them to calm down. I had to refrain from using mental magic since it was quicker. But since he could use disguise, there was a risk that he would detect something. It took a little while, but the three of them managed to get themselves together. It may have been a little unnatural, but I think it was still within the realm of excusable. After each of them, except for Shin, had finished their introductions, we sat down on the sofa. The Count and Cutest sat facing each other, and I, Corinne, and Orca sat next to the Count in that order. After some time had elapsed, the conversation turned to the main topic of the day. Magic classes. Well then, let me ask you a few questions to help me decide what to teach. Yes. Cutest acknowledged our three replies and continued. First of all, please tell me the magic that is the maximum firepower you can cast. Intermediate level fire magic, flame blast. Intermediate level earth magic, stone spike. Since it has no attributes, it cannot handle firepower magic. Corinne, Orca, and I answered in that order. Of course, what we answered was a lie. With the exception of me, Corinne and Orca have already mastered a couple of advanced magic. Corinne-san seems to have manifested light magic, but how many magic spells can you handle at present? There are 4: light ball, heal, toughness, and area heal. I see. That was also a lie. Instead of 4, she remembers more than 3 times that amount of magic spells. Incidentally, there were no questions for me at all. In addition, he did not make eye contact with me at all. The way things have been going so far, it seems like the Cutest I know. Well, If he wanted to be a spy, he would work diligently to gain trust first. The meeting ended without creating any disturbances, except for the incident about their disguise. We parted ways with the Count, Cutest, and the others, and began our activities according to our schedule. I reminded my younger siblings to avoid contact with Cutest. A new problem regarding Cutest has surfaced. For the time being, we will be busy investigating him. I let out a sigh inwardly and hurried to the office section. The days leading up to the meeting had been extremely busy, with the Count returning to his estate and the investigation about Cutest. In addition to my daily duties, I was exhausted. In particular, the Count's unpredictable behavior kept me on the edge of my seat, and I couldn't have had enough of it no matter how many times I experienced it. I should pay special allowances to the subordinates who cooperated with us in various ways. The regular salary was not worth it for their hard work. At any rate, at the castle, where peace had returned for a while, magic classes finally began. We, 3 siblings, and Cutest were all together in the center of the courtyard. I would like to start the magic lecture now. Caroline-san and Orca-san, please give me your regards. Please take care of us. Because he left my name out naturally, I told the 2 of them to ignore it. It was good that I had prompted them with a look, but I wish they would brush up on their read the air skill a little. Even so, I'm sure he knew from prior research that my younger siblings adore me. Is this guy really trying to gain their trust? Isn't he too assertive for a spy? With this doubt in my mind, I listened to Cutest's lecture. I was curious to know how someone so elite as a court magician would teach magic. Because of my moon attribute, most of my magic learning was self-taught through trial and error. I might not be able to do it, but Gran and Orca might get something out of it. Cutest, paying no heed to the heavy atmosphere, began to talk. The 2 of you who have already mastered the intermediate level know that magic is an art that is manifested through the 5 steps of absorb, conversion, design, release, and create. There are some unscrupulous ones that call themselves using magic without being able to create, but we don't call them magic to be precise. What he said was right, but I seriously want to tell him to read the mood. The air was already heavy, but now it was even tighter because of his disparaging remarks about non-attribute magic. My aptitude. If I hadn't restrained them, they would have attacked by now. Give me a break. As expected, Cutest continued without showing any sign of concern. Absorb, conversion, release, and create are skills that are innate to the body, so there is no need to explain them in detail. What is important in magic is design. How detailed an image of the magic you wish to invoke is important. This directly affects the completeness of the magic. I struggled to keep from raising an eyebrow. I guessed the other 2 were probably in the same boat. It was true that the most important item in the activation of magic was design, but that does not mean that the other 4 processes should be neglected. It was a skill that could be handled without training, but it does not mean that it cannot be improved. Yet, this was the same view in general teaching. Somehow, it diverges from my own teaching. What could be the reason? Maybe it was because improving technical skills other than design doesn't bring visible results in improving the degree of perfecting magic. It was possible that the initial evaluation of low priority has changed to not necessary over time. I should look into it in the future when I have more time. In other words, magic is more about images than anything else. Therefore, I will be teaching mainly through practical skills, with a modicum of classroom learning. I can handle all 4 attributes except light and darkness, so please observe the magic I invoke to your heart's content. Cutest concluded confidently. On the other hand, we have subtle expressions on our faces. I knew that general magical training is primarily about apprenticeship, but I was taken aback by how brief the explanation was. It didn't say anything special about the importance of the 5 processes mentioned earlier. I guess I was expecting a little too much when I heard that a court magician was going to be the teacher. By the way, 80% of the training that the 3 of us were doing was classroom lectures and meditation. Through classroom study, we acquire knowledge of natural laws to supplement our imagery, and through meditation, we aim to increase our efficiency outside of design and create. This was the content of rational magical training that I had discovered through my own research. But it was the exact opposite. While my training was based on theory, general training appeals to the senses. I guess it depends on the person as to which was best. If a person wasn't good at classroom lectures, the general one would be more effective. However, I think I'm the one who could meet many needs. At least, the three of us were comfortable with the theoretical armamentarium. Leaving the rest of us in a daze, Cutest began his practice session. Let's start with fire magic. Flare lance. At the same time as he chants the activation phrase, at the tip of his upraised hand, a flaming spear, about 3 meters in diameter, was born. The roaring flames scorched the surrounding grass even as it stood in midair. He was a court magician, so he could manipulate magic without any hesitation. The activation speed was fast, and the power was also reasonably high. But, Anisama Zechs, I know. I immediately shook my head in pity at Gran and Orca's voices. I understand what the two of them were trying to say, as if, aren't his flare lance too weak? The representation was playful, but the content was serious. The magic that Cutest unleashed was only slightly stronger than Karen's. The same magic. A court magician of this world was almost on the same level as a 7-year-old child. For my part, I'm not surprised. Based on my knowledge of the game, I had a rough idea of Cutest, a court magician, ability to a certain extent. For the magicians of this world, Cutest was a very powerful man, and Karen and Orca, who were at the same level at the moment, were extraordinary. This was also a result of the training I have been imposing on them. I don't make them work as hard as I do, but I have them both undergo high-level training. It was only natural that their magic skills, combined with their original talents, would be outstanding. Karen and Orca are surprised because I did not tell them about the difference in their abilities. I was concerned that they might get carried away because I had taught them poorly. It was almost a precautionary measure. While we were exchanging glances, Cutest was also demonstrating intermediate earth magic. This was just as good as the previous fire magic. Now it's your turn. Imagine the magic I showed you and try to cast it. Oh, you're a non-attribute, so you'll get to see it. You should be proud to witness real magic up close. The fact that Cutest made the mocking remark to me was quite comical. The fact that he was unaware of his own stupidity was a blessing or a curse. Well, thanks to that, Karen and Orca's anger has subsided, so let's just say it was fine. Karen and Orca were able to take it easy for me, and the first lesson ended without any real fuss. Unfortunately, we didn't gain any new knowledge, but I think it was a good thing that both of them were able to recognize where we stood in terms of strength. Chapter 4, Slave. 2 months have passed since the magic classes began. There was less than a month before the season would turn into winter. In the early part of the territory, the first snow had probably begun to fall. I was going about my business as usual. I stopped my writing, which I had been working on impatiently because it was time for Cutest class. I had nothing to learn, but even though the teacher was giving me a hard time by criticizing me, I was still attending his class. I didn't know what he would do to Karen and the others, and I was worried that they would fight back because they couldn't stand him. If anything, the latter was more of my concern. Meanwhile, there was no progress on Cutest's identity, who was currently under investigation. I've set all kinds of traps, but he doesn't seem to be showing his true colors. Even my mind magic was repelled by their disguise magic that he wears, so there was no hope for any effect. That's right. The method of defense against mind magic, which I have been seeking for some time, was to cloak oneself in mana. It seems that mana inhibits mental magic and does not work well on those who use disguise, or body strengthening, on their whole body. This was knowledge I had learned from my master, Akatsuki. However, it was not absolute protection. It was only an inhibition, so if only a part of the body was disguised like Shin's, it cannot prevent it, and even if almost the entire body was covered, it was only effective to the extent where it was hard to read their emotion. So, I could have gorged on it, but I didn't try it because the other party would surely notice. If he found out, I'm sure he would retreat immediately. If he did that, I would have no choice but to dispose of him. But even if I did, it would be as a last resort. He also seemed to be very skilled at espionage, and it seemed that information was gradually being cut into pieces. He was still only being caught by the dummies we had prepared, but it looked like he had no time to waste. However, there was nothing I could do. All I could do was sit back and wait. Let's just head to the courtyard. I shook my head and was about to get up from my desk when a knock sounded unexpectedly. It was a member of the intelligence unit who entered the room. Could it be that I had Cutest on my tail? I hoped so, but it was a report of another matter. We have found the girl that you mentioned. It was information about a person whom I had sent to search for since the civil war that had broken out earlier. I was somewhat disappointed, but since the report was also something I had been waiting for, I naturally let out a sigh of relief. I was glad to hear that you found her. Where is she, and what's her condition? In the southeastern part of the Holy Kingdom. We found her in the Hoka slave shop, which is based in Viscount Shayag's territory. It wasn't life-threatening, but she has been tortured and appears to be in a weakened state. I see. Hearing my subordinate's unwavering response, I relaxed my shoulders. It was a pity to hear about her condition, but the fact she wasn't in a life-threatening condition is enough for me to consider that we had made it in time. Well, I should take action as soon as possible, since we never know when she might be fatally wounded. All right, let's go. Tell me who is lurking in the vicinity. Wait a minute. I thought you had a magic lesson coming up. I made a quick decision, but Shin interrupted me with a panicked look on her face. Her voice sounded somewhat agitated, so I looked at her to see what was going on. Shin's eyes instantly swam around as I turned to look at her. I mean, it's a class where you're in a bad position, isn't it? So if you miss even one class, I'm afraid you'll be refused attendance from the next time onward. There was something about the atmosphere, but there was a point in what she was saying. Due to his personality, Cutest would probably say something like, if you're not motivated, then don't participate. In that case, I have to leave her inside during class. That was something I hesitate to do. But this time, I couldn't afford to. Even if he refuses to let me participate in class, I will give priority to the girl for this one time only. I don't think in the slightest that Gran and Orca would be taken advantage of by people like Cutest, and I trust that they would behave as they were told. Accompanying my younger siblings was just insurance, so to speak. It was just a precaution, not a necessity. Or rather, I could have had one of my servants standing by, even if I didn't have to watch over them myself. So, I put priority on the time-sensitive search. I understand. Hearing my opinion, Shin dropped back with a dejected attitude. I knew something was wrong. Did Cutest tell her about something? Both of them were spies sent from the royal court, after all. Maybe we should have a one-on-one talk after this case was over. I activated the gate, while thinking about this in the corner of my mind. I've never been to Viscount Shayag's territory, and it was not within my mana reach. However, the local intelligence unit has a tag marked with my mana, so I could open the gate. Is there anyone accompanying you? No sir. I left it to the local people who are in charge. I see. Well then, I'm off. Have a safe trip, Zechs-sama. When I announced my departure, all my subordinates, including those who had remained silent up to this point, saluted at once. I raised my hand lightly in reply and then dove through the gate that opened into the void. Slavery was an institution recognized by law in the Holy Kingdom. All rights and freedoms of the slave, except those related to life and death, are owned by their master. In return, the master was obligated to guarantee a minimum level of food, clothing, and shelter, to protect the slave's personal safety, and to be responsible for the slave's behavior. In simple terms, this means that the slave's freedom and rights belong to the master, but if they don't take good care of them, they were responsible for it. It may be similar to a pet, although the values from my previous life would declare it to be a gross law that disregards human rights. There were some advantages to this system of slavery. No one would die because of debt, and fewer children from rural villages would die because of cold and starvation. Well, no matter how you put it, the biggest problem was that it disregards human rights. But please remember that it was an accepted law in this world. There are three main types of legal slaves. One was the debt slave. This was a method of pledging oneself as collateral when one was unable to pay back the borrowed money. Once the required amount of money was paid, the slave was freed from slavery. The second was the criminal slave. This was a sentence imposed on those who have committed serious crimes and are usually sent to harsh workplaces, mines, settlements, etc. Basically, they are slaves for the rest of their lives, but occasionally they could be freed with a pardon. Finally, there were the war slaves. Literally, slaves were taken from battle. They could be soldiers of an enemy country or royalty and nobility. This also applied to defeated nobles in civil wars. That's right. As those of you with a better sense may have noticed, the person I was searching for was the daughter of Count Garborda's faction, who fell into slavery in the civil war in that Orca's family was involved. Depending on her safety, the possibility of preventing future uprisings in the Holy Kingdom would increase. During the process of going through gate, I put on a disguise and changed my appearance to that of the adventurer. 6. I'm going to another territory, so I would be suspected of many things if I go there as the son of a count. The cover of a rootless adventurer was the best choice. We have been expecting you. There was a subordinate by the gate carrying a marked tag, a magic charm, who bowed toward me, waving one hand to indicate that he should raise his head. I asked them, "Are we ready to go?" The location seemed to be a narrow back alley, eerily dark and damp. They must have taken into consideration the exposure of gate. Hence, we could head to the slave store right away. Asking so, the man responded immediately, "I will guide you, sir." With him in the lead, we proceeded down the alley. The transfer destination seemed to be in the neighborhood, and we arrived at our destination in about 5 minutes. The Hoka slave shop was a medium-sized shop. Although the size of the store is not that large, the exterior was neat and clean. The business was like a rotten tangerine, though. After taking a quick look around the slave store, I opened my mouth. From here on out, I'm on my own. But you know her condition, don't you? Then you know what I'm talking about. I understand. The subordinate, concerned for my safety, tries to argue with me, but I crushed it before he could do so. Considering her situation, it was not a good idea for me to take my subordinate along. The other party understood this and reluctantly agreed. "I need you to keep an eye on the perimeter." With that order, I opened the door to the slave store. The entrance was no different from that of an ordinary store. There was a reception desk, and at the back of the desk, there is a reception area separated by a partition. Standing at the reception desk was a man of average appearance. When he recognized me as a visitor, he greeted me with a friendly smile. "Welcome to Hoka Slave Shop. What brings you here today?" "I'm here to buy slaves." "So that's it." "Thank you very much for choosing our store. Please take a seat on the sofa over there so that I can ask you the details of the slave you wish to purchase." He responded generously, but his eyes were that of a man who was pricing me out of the market. I wondered if this guy could buy a slave properly, and at what level he could buy. I think he was observing these areas. This watchful gaze was unique to the merchant. Perhaps he was the owner of the slave store. "First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Gmin Furahoka. I am the owner of this store. It is a pleasure to meet you." As I had expected, he was the owner of the store. Then hearing so, I nodded and introduced myself. "I'm Zechs, an adventurer. I usually work in Foranada." "Oh, Foranada, is it? I'm glad to see you've come all the way to the far-flung Shag territory. Is there a product you're looking for?" The owner narrowed his eyes and asked. The smile wasn't broken, but the atmosphere was filled with a swoon. I could also detect the presence of some reasonably strong men from the door and entrance at the back of the store. They must be guards hired by this store. They seem to have made preparations for an attack because of my suspicious behavior. "Ah, that's right. I heard that the daughter of a former nobleman who was captured during the Civil War is here. I want to buy her." Since this was the expected response, I was not particularly concerned. Rather, I openly and honestly stated that I had nothing to be guilty of. In response, the owner stares at me intently. He was trying to find out if I was lying, and I stared back at him. Silence followed for a while, and our gazes crossed. But the owner was the first to break it. "I understand. "Sir, let me show you the product you want." "But she is still insubordinate and useless as a slave. Is it all right?" "I don't mind. I mean, it would be more troublesome if she was broken as a slave. I came here to protect her, not to buy her into slavery." The shopkeeper, perhaps understanding that I had no intention to change my mind, stood up with a wry smile. He said he would lead me to her. So I followed him. The door at the back of the store led to a prison where the slaves were kept in isolation. It was a prison, but there were only iron bars, and the inside was no different from an ordinary room. But I felt a sense of oppression. We went to the innermost part of the store, where she was being held in a special cell. There was a heavy iron door, and I was told that the girl I was looking for was inside. While unlocking the door, the owner gave me a few warnings. "In case you are wondering, we have bound her hands and feet with chains, but I ask that you stay as far away from her as possible. This product is very rebellious and will bite anyone." As he finishes speaking, the door finally opens. "She must be the product you're looking for." The owner points to a room where a girl was crouching. She was a brown-haired, brown-eyed wolf beastman the same age as me. The bruises all over her body and the dirt that had stuck to her ruined her normally pretty appearance. The girl's eyes were not dead, though they were so painful that one wanted to look away. Rather, she turned her sharp eyes toward us, as if to say, "I'm still going to fight back." I could tell that because she was so defiant. She had been beaten to a pulp. I involuntarily let out a sigh at the appearance of what I knew with my knowledge about the game. The name of this product is Nina Goscelane Hernwas. She's the daughter of a former viscount, and she's 8 years old. Her magic aptitude is earth, but being a beastman, her amount of magic is not that high. She looks quite damaged, but her first time is safe and sound. I can assure you of that. No doubt about it. I'll buy her. I ignored what the shopkeeper said in his last sentence and told him I was going to buy it. Then, Nina, the girl who had been listening to our conversation, suddenly became very noisy. She was rampaging without regard to the fact that she was tied up, and the sound of chains clanking and scraping echoed through the room. She was also growling frantically, though I couldn't hear her words because of the gag. It seems that she really doesn't want to be bought. However, I had no choice but to ignore her plea. If I don't intervene here, she would die. The owner of the store seemed to be used to this, and without batting an eyelash at Nina's fussiness, he began to compile the paperwork for the procedure. Soon all the documents were ready, and I handed over the money I had prepared to the owner. Then, I signed my own signature on the documents. After that, the owner smiled and said, "All right, from this moment on, that slave is now Six Sama's property." "Thank you very much for buying in our store." "No problem. I also had a good shopping experience." "Then, thank you very much. Well then, I'll take her now." "Ah, can I borrow your chain?" As you can imagine, it was a pain to carry Nina around without restraints, as she was rampaging around. At the very least, we wanted to move her while she was tied up to a place where she could calm down. The shopkeeper seemed to have understood my thoughts and nodded his head in an exultant tone of voice. "I'll give you the chain. It is not every day that a slave needs to be restrained this tightly. You can think of it as a service." There didn't seem to be anything he was including. He really meant it as a service. If that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. "I understand. Then, I'll take it gratefully." "Yes, again, thank you very much." I held Nina, who was bound by chains, by her side and squeezed her around the neck. There was no way an 8-year-old girl could possibly match my arm, which was enhanced by body strengthening, so she passed out without a hitch. Seeing so, I quickly left the store. I wanted to quickly throw Nina into the bathtub. She hadn't washed her body for a long time, and her smell was quite strong. I met up with my subordinate along the same road as we had gone, shared some light information, and then returned to Foranada. But we were not going back to the castle. There was still a huge amount of work to be done regarding Nina. Nina Goscelane Hernwas was mentioned in the game by name, but she never made an appearance. After all, Nina was already dead when the game started. With her family being defeated in the Civil War, she was sold into slavery, driven to the brink of death for her insubordination, and eventually bought and toyed with by a wealthy nobleman. Such was her fate. Why was Nina's name mentioned? The reason was that she was one of the heroine's sisters. Moreover, she was widely featured because she was the cover heroine's twin sister. There was a development in which the aristocrat who defiled and killed her gleefully describes the moment from her enslavement to the moment of her death, and it was said among players to be one of the most disgusting in the game. Then, upon learning the details of her sister's death, the heroine's desire for revenge reaches a point where there was no turning back, and she goes around with her lover, the hero, to purge the nobles in the Holy King's land. Such a gruesome ending was prepared. Being the cover heroine, I first cleared their blood purge end, but at the time I was very confused. I thought I was playing a royal fantasy romance rebounds per game, but before I knew it, the game had changed course to a dark fantasy. It was so unexpected to have a bloody ending with a cover heroine, let alone with any other heroine. Of course, you could reach a peaceful ending depending on your choices, but I couldn't help it if they say that blood purge was a true treatment of a certain heroine. Well, it doesn't matter about a certain heroine. I heard that she was hiding in a country town somewhere, so I won't get involved with her until the academy starts. No, I don't want to get involved with her even after the academy starts. Now then, the main question was, why did I save Nina? There were roughly 3 reasons. One is that I wanted to save lives if I could. Through the experience of the Civil War, I learned that abandoning others easily may result in unexpected retribution. It was hard to call it pure good intentions, but it was in the mentality of better to be a hypocrite than be good while doing nothing. The second was to nip the blood purge end in the bud. I wasn't interested in what happens to the Holy Kingdom, and that has not changed. However, I do not actively want to destroy it. The current position was the best for Corinne's peace and my people, and I wanted to avoid that horrific ending. In the worst-case scenario, there was a chance that we would be targeted as well. Lastly, this reason was the most important, and it was an experiment to see if we could reverse the fate of death. My goal was to get Corinne out of her predicament. If I could observe Nina's process, who was also destined to die, I would be able to formulate a plan for Corinne in the future. It may not sound like an experiment, but in the end, it would save her life as well, so I hope you will forgive me. That was why, for these 3 reasons, I took Nina in the game. She was supposed to die around the time we entered the academy, so I planned to proceed with the same plan as with Corinne until then. Section. Using Gate, we returned to the Foranada capital. But my destination was not the castle. I entered a house at the easternmost tip of the capital. The interior of the 2-bedroom house was a bleak scene. Although the bare minimum of furniture had already been brought in, it didn't look like someone lived there. This was not surprising. No one had lived in the house before. This house had been prepared for Nina when I took her in. I placed Nina on the sofa in the living room and boiled water in the bathroom. As a former Japanese, I was particular about this area, so it was equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. With a little bit of magic power, the hot water would start pouring from the faucet and the bathtub should be full in less than 30 minutes. I returned to the living room, and after confirming that Nina had not yet regained consciousness, I used their gate again. This time, I'm heading to the castle. I went out to the office, removed my disguise, and asked my subordinate who was there where Corinne was. It seems that she was resting in her room now that her magic class was over. I felt guilty to interrupt her break, but I guess it couldn't be helped. I didn't want to walk around the castle and run into Cutest, so I went directly to her room by gate. I left some pause between deploying the gate and going through it because she might be in the middle of changing her clothes. Anisama, Corinne suddenly hugged me as I entered her room. I already expected it, so I gently accepted her and patted her head. Because of it, she hugged me even tighter. Is there something wrong? No, it's nothing. More importantly, what happened in magic class? Anisama knows everything, isn't it? When I asked her about it, she buried her face in my chest and began to talk. As expected, Cutest seemed to have made a series of statements that would provoke the patience of my younger siblings. Because of this, Corinne said that she had a hard time manipulating the magic to hold back. So now she was venting her stress like this. I'm not in a position to speak for others, but to be able to relieve stress by hugging their brother was an admirable bravado. If Karan was like this, Orca might as well show his face as soon as possible. He was a bit of a brocon too, after all. Thanks to the continuous hugging and patting of her head, Karan calmed down after a while. Well then, what kind of business did Anai-sama come here for? I assume that it is an urgent matter since you even used their gate. As she asked so, Karan pulled away from me while blushing from embarrassment. My sister is way too cute. Wait, that wasn't the point. If I don't get back soon, I won't be able to treat her before she wakes up. There's someone I need you to treat. She's pretty sick. I understand. Let's head there right away. Karan responded immediately upon hearing that there was a patient. His words were filled with the determination that he would never abandon me injured. She has truly grown up to be a kind girl. I opened the gate 3 times while smiling at the sight of her. Naturally, the destination was Nina's place. I returned to the house with Karan. Nina was asleep on the sofa, and there was no sign that she has woken up since then. When Karan recognizes Nina, she immediately rushes over to her. She frowned for a moment at the sight of her, but then she administered the treatment without a hitch. It's over. In less than 30 seconds from the start of treatment, Nina was completely healed. This speed was eye-opening to me. Her healing ability seemed to have improved far beyond my expectations. However, at the same time, I was also convinced. She has done a lot of requests for help from the church. If Karan was a hard worker, it is not surprising that she was improving her skills with each passing request. She was in pretty bad shape. 6 ribs, all finger ends, carpals, and femurs were broken, and a significant number of internal organs and blood vessels were also damaged. The ends of the limbs in particular were shattered at a serious level. If it weren't for my light magic, I probably would never have been able to move my fingers again. I see. I swallowed a lot of words and nodded my head. That Slava? Had he been that harsh and abusive? I knew that the injuries were quite severe, but I was shocked to hear the results of the medical examination from Karan. I then took a deep breath and eased the feelings that were building up in my chest. That was when it happened. Nina groaned and leaned forward. She seemed to be recovering from fainting, perhaps thanks to the fact that her injuries had healed. Karan, I'm sorry to bother you so soon after you arrived, but please go back to the castle. I'll take care of her and then go home. If you want, I can also. Karan offered to help, but I shook my head. I don't think you should do that. I appreciate the sentiment, but there are circumstances. Given her circumstances, it was highly likely that she holds a grudge against the aristocrats. In fact, her sister, the heroine, was burning with a vengeance. It would be a bad idea to let Karan, who looks like an aristocrat, encounter Nina. It would be meaningless to bring her all the way to this house. I could change her appearance, but in Karan's, her tone was too ostentatious. I felt like she would probably be easily recognized. Is that so? I understand. Since Anai-sama says so, there must be a suitable reason. Then, I will return quietly. Sorry. She was a little hesitant, but she agreed. I felt sorry for her, but patted her on the head and apologized, asking her to forgive me. No, I'm fine. As I said earlier, I understand that Anai-sama has something on his mind. That's why I will respect Anai-sama's decision. Karan smiled at me. It was a dazzling smile that contained no hint of embarrassment. Then she went through the gate that had been left open and returned to the castle. I watched her go through the gate and then I closed it. MHN? Then, just in time, Nina seemed to have woken up. At first, she was probably too tired. She didn't grasp the situation. But after 10 seconds, her chains rattled and she started going on a rampage. If she flailed wildly, she would have fallen off the couch, but she didn't care. Yeah, it was a good thing that I didn't take off her chains. If I did, she would have beaten the crap out of me and run out the door by now. I let her do whatever she wanted for a while, but she never seemed to calm down. My plan that she would calm down if I just left her alone was not working out so well. I had no choice but to call out to her. I opened my mouth, thinking that she would never listen to me. Nina Goschelain Hernus, calm down and listen. Ha. Okay, I take back when I said to calm down. Just listen to me, that's all I ask. Nina growled at me with a sharp look in her eyes. Well, as long as she understands my words, that's all that matters. To start off, I'm not going to treat you as a slave. I bought you with the intention of protecting you. As usual, Nina growled at me, as if she could easily trust the words of a man she'd never met before, right? It was no wonder since she was abused as well as reduced to slavery. Well, it doesn't matter if she trusts me or not. I don't need anything like that at the moment. Of course, I don't have purely good intentions. I have a purpose, and in the process of fulfilling it, I needed to help you. However, I would not be irresponsible to throw you out here. I've taken care of your injuries to prove it, and if you want, I can teach you how to live until the day you are freed from slavery. Nina could only growl, but I understood what she was trying to say. What? My injuries are really healed? Does that mean it's true? No, I won't be fooled by such a convenient story. Seeing so, I shrugged my shoulders. It's good to be skeptical, but given the current situation, does it really matter if I'm trustworthy or not? Nina tilted her head. It couldn't be helped if she doesn't understand. She was an 8-year-old kid and I think what was happening right was too fast for her brain to keep up. You are now in my hands. How I treat you, a slave, depends on my mood, so it doesn't matter whether you trust me or not. Nina Hernuis. You have no choice but to obey me. In the process of following me, you will gain a lot of knowledge and skills, so consider it a good deal. Nina fell silent at my words. I could tell that her spirit was not broken because her sharp gaze remained unchanged. Perhaps she understood the situation, and she said she had no choice but to follow me now, for the time being. I guess I don't have to worry about her going on a rampage anymore. I decided to release her from her restraints. I'm going to remove your chains now, but I want to warn you not to go wild or run away. If you fall into other people's hands a fugitive slave, even I can't help you. Slaves in this world are managed by the state through a slave-only family register called a slave list. To free a slave, it was always necessary to go through the national government. Since there was no contract magic as in fantasy novels, except for mind magic, there was no choice but to bind them strictly in this way. That is why Nina was still a slave. To tell you the truth, I would like to let her go free as soon as possible, but I cannot release a war slave under my authority. Then, if you were labeled a fugitive slave, you would be hunted by the entire country. They would track you to the ends of the earth, and if you were caught, hell will be a lukewarm punishment. Nina seemed to understand the severity of the situation and remained quiet even after being released from her chains. Her expression remained grim, but that was enough for now. Now then, let me introduce myself. I'm Zechs, and I'm an adventurer. Nice to meet you. She didn't reply, but I continued. Right now, I put some hot water on the bath. Go there for now, and your clothes are ready in your room. One of the two rooms was Nina's private room. There, personal belongings for Nina that had been prepared in advance were stored. After she nodded her head in acknowledgement, I moved my feet to head out of the house. Where are you going? It was the first time I heard decent words from Nina. Her calm voice was clear and dignified. I then answered her without looking back. I'm going to buy some food. You must be hungry, right? Again, she didn't reply. But, I heard a small gulp and growl from her stomach. Nina, who was rebellious, was not fed locally at the slave store. Therefore, it was inevitable that she reacts when she hears the word food. If I turned around, I would probably be able to see Nina's face turning red, but for her honor, I left the house with my face facing forward. I should prepare a meal that was easy to digest. I was thinking about this as I walked through the castle town section. Chomp. I guess you're really hungry, huh? Seeing Nina devouring the meal I had prepared in one gulp, I let out an exasperated voice. The dirt and grime that had been stuck all over her body were completely gone, and she was now a beautiful wolf girl with brown hair and brown eyes. In the future, she would grow up to be quite beautiful, just like the heroine, her sister. Of course, she would never be as beautiful as Karen. TSK, Siscon. Just listen to me while you eat. I opened my mouth to speak, trying to get on with my story when half of what was supposed to be a week's worth of food was gone. I made eye contact with Nina, so I guess it was okay. Well, it was okay, right? Before we talk about the future plans, there is one thing I would like to do. I can use a special kind of magic. It's called pledge magic, and it makes people abide by the promises they make. The contract is, Nina wouldn't divulge any information about me and Zechs. Then, if followed, I would protect Nina's life and dignity. By the way, if you break the contract, you will die. A mind magic contract was a necessity. To avert the fate of death, it was necessary to teach her various techniques. Since she has become my slave, Nina was left with no choice but to run away. However, it would be foolish to leave her alone. I should nip any information leakage in the bud as much as possible. I've never heard of such magic. Nina stopped eating and glared at me warily. Her reaction was natural. No one could possibly know about contract magic, and she was told she would die if she defied it. As a woman who had been reduced from an aristocrat to a slave, it would not be so easy for her to believe it. She might have to go through the same terrible experience she had in the slave store again. I, on the other hand, just shrugged my shoulders. I told you, it's a special kind of magic. I mean, it's pointless to be wary. A contract is a definite matter. I warned you earlier. But you're in my hands, and you don't have the right to veto. HMPH. Nina scoffed grimly and resumes eating. This girl was smarter than I thought. Despite the unreasonable situation, she knows her place. It was excellent proof that she could move with reason, not emotion, in a tight situation. While admiring her in my heart, I invoked the pledge. I recited the same details as I had said earlier, and the contract was successfully completed. Then I proceeded by saying, next is about the future plans. Nina will become an adventurer just like me. You can't have any other job as a war slave, and as a former noble. You have a lot of enemies. You need to be strong enough to defend yourself. I will teach you how to be an adventurer. And at the same time, I will train you myself. Haga 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 hagu. There was no response at all, but she didn't respond with some kind of rebuttal either. I could recognize this as an affirmation. Seeing so, I continued. I'm going to tell you about the latest plan for the time being. You'll rest until the day after tomorrow and start training in 3 days. I'm sure your physical strength will be low after living in slavery, so the first month will be spent improving your basic skills. I will not register as an adventurer until I have finished training to some extent. Also Nina will be the only one living in this house. Gulp. What do you mean? After hearing what I just said, she suddenly stopped and asked me a question. It was obvious what she was trying to ask, but I just shrugged my shoulders. I originally set up this house exclusively for you. Your rescue has been part of the plan for a long time. My house exists separately. Who are you? Nina raised her guard. What she felt was understandable. An unidentified self-proclaimed adventurer has even prepared a house for her in advance, but he himself wouldn't live with her. Anyone who doesn't suspect that it was crazy. However, I cannot explain the situation. I haven't built a relationship of trust with Nina, and I don't know how much she resents the aristocrats. I had no choice but to keep it a secret for now. Higahagu. She must have sensed that I wouldn't answer her question, so she resumed eating. Since there seemed to be no objection to what we had talked about so far, I moved on to the final topic of the matter. Basically, I recommend that you keep quiet in the house when you are alone. The house has a barrier and only people I allow in are allowed in. Exclamation mark cough cough cough. Nina suddenly choked. Well, I know the reason why. It was because they are doing something that makes no sense, putting a barrier on a mere house. Anyone with even the slightest knowledge of magic would understand that it would cost an enormous amount of money. However, the cost was zero. The barrier was my new non-attribute magic spell, and the catalyst was something I acquired in the course of my work as an adventurer. Since it came to this, I should surprise her even more. From my pocket, I took out a non-piercing earring decorated with a single small gemstone from my pocket and tossed them to the table where Nina was sitting. Question mark. She tilted her head when she saw the earring fall in front of her. Seeing so, I smile wickedly. It's a magic tool for long-distance communication. No matter where you are, you can have a conversation with me in your head. Ha! At last, Nina dropped the spoon in her hand. She looked like she was about to explode, perhaps because she couldn't sort out the information that was entering her head right now. It wasn't unreasonable. Only nobles have magic tools for long-distance communication, and being a former noble, I think she understands the substandard nature of magic that allows someone to talk in their head. As you could probably tell, the magic contained in the magical tool was mental magic. The magic spell in the magical tool was called telepathy, and I learned it from my teacher Akatsuki because it was useful. I used to communicate with the wind magic, far talk, but that had limitations that made it difficult to use indoors. That was why I developed a new magical tool like this. However, because it was mind magic, it was strictly forbidden to be leaked to the outside world. Mass production was not possible because of the need to be very careful in its development. At the moment, I have only given it to Karin, Orca, Shin, the intelligence department, and Nina. Incidentally, I and Akatsuki, who could use telepathy, magic, do not need magical tools. They were only necessary for those who send out messages using telepathy. Really? Who are you? Nina asks the same question as before with a lot of suspicions. To which I reply with a provocative smile, it's a secret. Saying so, Nina clicked her tongue loudly. Chapter 5, Suede and Crummies. After watching Nina finish her meal, I went back to the castle after filling her up with additional food. Although this was the planned course of action, I knew that her mind would not be at ease if I were here. She had a hard time up to this point, and I wanted her to rest for at least 3 days. Now then, I should head to Orca. As soon as I got home, unlike Nina, I moved on to my next action. Karin had been under a lot of stress. Since they were in the same situation, Orca might be too. That was why I decided to check on him. I left my room and to Orca's private room. We are not far from each other, so I arrived there in less than a minute. But an unexpected turn of events awaited me. There was no one in front of the room. If Orca was inside the room, there should have been a servant waiting at the door. That meant he was somewhere else. I knocked just to be sure but still got no response. Feeling a bit down, I scratched the back of my head. Well, I'm not in a hurry anyway, but I should go look for him. Giving up was not an option. I'm going to do whatever it takes to meet Orca. I've already flipped that switch on, so I don't want to change it now. Thinking so, I cast my detection spell throughout the castle. Then soon enough, I found Orca's location. Orca now seems to be in the dining room. He wasn't alone. He was flanked by Karin, Shin, 3 servants, and 1 other person. Cutest, 4 colors of mana. It was an unfamiliar reaction, but there was no doubt that these distinctive colors were him. Cutest's presence in the dining room was fine. Even he uses that place to eat. However, the fact that Karin and the others were also there made me have a bad feeling about the situation. They were strangely close. Seeing so, I immediately ran. While being careful not to step on the corridor, I also used body strengthening to run through. Then my hunch was right. What was happening in the cafeteria was hardly a peaceful situation. Let go of her, Karin's voice rang out. It was a voice that was filled with intense anger that was not uncharacteristic of her. And Cutest was the target of her anger. He was holding Shin's arm and was trying to pull her toward him. The person in question, Shin, has a distorted expression on his face, and her complexion was pale. It looked like he was trying to forcefully take her away. Hence, Karin was venting her anger. No, she wasn't the only one. Orca, too, was snarling with her ears and tail stretched out. That was how much they both adored Shin. Karin, in particular, has been taken care of by her since she was a child. And she even shyly said, I think of her like an older sister. So there was no way she would allow this kind of situation, even if Cyan wanted it to be. Cutest, on the other hand, laughed and smiled. He was being treated as a target of hostility, but he was brushing it off from both of them as if it was not a big problem. The smile on his cheeks was a kind of eeriness. I wonder if he was hiding some secret plan? Thinking so, he then said something aloofly. Karin-san seems to be mistaken. Mistaken? Karin raised her eyebrows. The expression on her face told me that if he said anything stupid, she would blow him away. This was the kind of thing that makes me admire her for having played the role of a villainess in the game. Well, I'm not in a position to be impressed though. Yes, you are mistaken. You seem to think that I am forcibly taking Shin away from you, but the facts are different. Based on our agreement, we're trying to act together. Do you really think that I would believe such nonsense? The air in the area became heavy at the same time as Karan said so in a low and intimidating voice. A physical pressure, not an atmospheric one, had been created in the dining hall. She put magic power on her voice. It wasn't quite mind magic or intimidation, but depending on the amount of mana needed into it, it could have a reasonable effect. This time, she seemed to have needed a considerable amount of it, and the mana was semi-substantial. The tables and furnishings in the dining room were creaking, and even the less tolerant servants had fallen to their knees. However, the situation didn't stop there. If you do anything more to Shanae, I'll blow you away. Even Orca released his mana. The mana from the two of them swelled and shattered the furniture inside the room. As pieces of wooden pottery scatter, the screams of the servants who have reached their limit also resound. Goo. As expected, even Cutest could not withstand two people with more magical power than an ordinary person. He let out a cry of anguish and dropped to one knee. At the same time, I didn't miss as that was grabbing Shin loosened a little. I leapt to the center of the situation in one swift step, quickly retrieved Shin, and stood next to Karan and Orca. Then, while lowering Shin to the floor, I gently patted them both on the shoulder. I know both of you are mad, but you're going a little overboard. Oana-sama. Zechs. The heavy atmosphere that had been there before instantly dissipated, and my younger siblings looked like children who had just been caught doing a prank. The scale of the damage was a bit excessive to be described as a prank, but there was a reason for it, so I'll keep my complaints brief. I understand that you are angry with me for Shin's sake, but you should be more aware of your surroundings. When I pointed to the wreckage-ridden dining hall with a glance, both of them slumped their shoulders. My apologies. I'm sorry. That's right. It's good to apologize right away. You should also apologize to the servants who are cleaning up this mess. Yes. Hearing the unanimous response, I nodded in agreement. This was enough to deal with the two of them. There are two that remain. The one I'm holding, Shin, was still stunned, so I could put that off until later. The problem was Cutest. He seemed to have finally caught his breath and stood up slowly, looking sharply in my direction. What kind of a person would dare to entice a servant to take Shin away? The three servants who were present were the ones who had brought Shin and Cutest together. It was reported to me that they were being tangled up with Cutest, so it was easy to deduce. When I was told about the situation, Sebastian was vehemently sorry for his own inability to help. Well, because they were the most end-of-the-line personnel, it was not surprising that they were not well educated. They didn't give out much information, so I forgave Sebastian's blunder on the spot. Getting back to the topic. On the contrary, even though I was surprised that Shin was targeted, I was thinking of taking advantage of the entangled situation. Cutest must have recognized her as an ally. So why did he take her? Hardline. Did he find out that we had brought her over to our side? No, that was impossible. I have a contract with Shin not to leak any information about me or Karan. But other than that, I have told her she could spy on me as usual. In the past, I have witnessed her giving out bland information. Hence, there was no way she would be recognized as a traitor. If so, could there be a reason other than espionage? It was not something I could immediately conclude. Besides, now was not the time to discuss the cause. I should focus on solving the problem. Cutest stared back at me for a while in response to my line. But then he let out a small breath and relaxed. Then he showed his usual, mocking mixture of a smile. Could you please refrain from saying such a thing? I did not coerce the servant, nor did I try to take the maid away. As I told Caroline-san, it was consensual. Or do you have any proof? I narrowed my eyes. As he said, there was no hard evidence. It was possible to get the servant who was tricked to spit out the truth, but from the outside, they were from the Foranada side. Since it could be assumed that they were talking back to each other, there was no evidence. At the moment, I only have circumstantial evidence. Getting rid of Cutest would be easy, by the logic of the previous paragraph. The only people in this room were our allies. We could only talk to each other back and forth. But logic doesn't matter. If he disappears from this count's territory, the royal court would surely complain. No matter what the truth was, there was a possibility that they would make up a bullshit story that would be a matching pump, such as we would label the territory as dangerous so we would secure Karen to protect her. No matter how high Karen's reputation was, it wasn't so easy to overturn what the royal court, the country's justice, has announced. There was a limit to what I alone could do. No matter how much I get stronger and extend the upper limit, it would never be infinite. For that reason, I enlisted the help of my subordinates, but it was still not strong enough to resist the royal court. No matter how angry I may be, now was the time for me to lay low. However, this does not mean that taking Shin away would be tolerated. I let out a sigh and assured him, I will not let you take Shin. We have an agreement. I don't care. Shin is my direct subordinate. Cutest was about to speak, but I cut him off before he could finish it. Then I stared straight at him. He probably got what I mean. I'm the boss and I reject it, so I don't care what you, an outsider, think. It was a bit much to say, but this was a feudal society. In my words, an aristocrat and employer take precedence over anything else. Cutest was a nobleman, but he was still an outsider. He has no authority to interfere in the affairs of other noble families. As I had hoped, Cutest seemed to have understood my intentions. His smile was still there, but the mocking atmosphere he had been wearing is gone. He was quite displeased, and even his emotions, which should have been difficult to read, was transparent. After staring at each other silently for a few seconds, he quietly returned. I had no choice but to back down when my immediate superior made a complaint. I understand. I would turn my heels in a dignified manner. With these words, Cutest leaves the dining hall. When his back was out of sight, Karen and Orca shouted with glee. As expected of Anisama, Zechs was amazing to repel that guy so easily. The two expressed their joy with a little leap as if they were really frustrated with Cutest. The way they twirled around me was really adorable. However, the situation was not good. I had looked down on Cutest, but now that he had been put down by me, I had to be on the lookout to see how he would react. It would be wrong to expect him to exercise self-control. Soon after, the servants rushed to the dining room. Originally, they would have arrived earlier, but I had told them in advance through telepathy to delay their dispatch. If they had been caught in the middle of that, they would have been hit by Karen's and Orca's mana, who were furious. The damage would have been even more extensive. As the servants began to clean up the tattered mess hall, Karen and Orca, who had created the devastation, also went to help them. It was great that they did not leave everything to others to clean up after themselves. Then Shin, who was stunned about the earlier situation, finally became conscious again. I'm very sorry about what happened. The first thing she said was an apology. Her complexion remained pale. Shin, who seemed to be down and showed no sign of recovering. She took a deep breath and then spun the words. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's my fault, Zechs-sama. Please punish me in any way you can for this mismanagement. Shin speaks solemnly while looking down, but I, who can see through emotions, could see through her inner thoughts. Grief, penitence, fear, and flight are all mixed together. In a word, Shin was in despair. More than that, with a single desire to escape. She was seeking punishment. That was a bad habit of hers. Even if she were to be punished in the usual way, it was unlikely that things would get any better. In fact, there was a danger that it would get worse. If so, what should I do? Abandon her and do nothing. That was one option. Originally, she was an asset of the enemy camp, and I had only signed a temporary contract with her through blackmail. If she was going to be a drag here, the right thing to do would be to cut her loose without wasting any effort, but I didn't choose that option. Certainly, my relationship with Shin was dry at first glance, but the years we have spent together have proven that we were more than just that. To put it simply, I like Shin. She was usually cool, but she's a bit of a klutz. She's a great tea brewer, she works harder than anyone else and trains without being noticed. And she's soft and cares about us siblings more than anyone else. Although she may have many faults, Shin was a woman with many attractive aspects. After a few years of her life, She could now be considered part of our family. So I won't abandon her. To make sure that the words I once told Corinne, siblings were meant to support each other, do not become a lie. I will reach out to my family. Then, you will receive your punishment. Yes. Hearing my words, Shin looked like she was prepared. However, it all came crashing down in an instant. You have to go on a date with me tomorrow. That's your punishment. Hearing so, I regret that I didn't take a picture of Shin's face at that time. Section. At the plaza in the southwestern part of the castle town, I was sitting by the fountain. Since this was where the city's main street meets, I could see a lot of people come and go. So why am I gazing at such a crowd in a daze? That was because I'm waiting for my date. Yesterday, I arranged a date with Shin. I decided to go through with it in earnest and planned to meet up with her outside. By the way, Corinne was the one who made the plan. Incidentally, we were supposed to change our appearance using disguise. I changed my hair and eye color to brown and my physique to that of an adult. I've heard that Shin only adjusts her facial features. Well, I also heard that my beloved sister was helping Shin get ready for this date with all her energy, so I wonder what was going to happen. Then after waiting dazed for a few minutes, I noticed a stir spread through the plaza. I could hear people saying things like, "Wow, she's so beautiful. She's like a goddess, and beautiful." So I guessed that Shin had arrived. Corinne's preparation seemed to have gone well. With great anticipation, I waited for her to walk through the crowd. Then, finally, Shin appeared in front of me. I couldn't help but let out a voice. The people were right. Shin, who was fashionably dressed, was certainly beautiful. Her hair, which was usually pulled into a chignon hairstyle, had been changed to a ponytail tied in a single braid. Although she just changed the way her hair was tied, she looked a little more glamorous. The next thing to pay attention to would be her attire. She wore an ivory dress combined with pale pastel green pants and a white shirt dress. Overall, the dress has a gentle taste, reminiscent of a goddess standing by a spring. Although she had changed her face to a more plain one by disguise, she was overpowering it with her full-length fashionable outfit. It was no wonder that she attracted so much attention from those around her. Shin, who had been walking around uncomfortably, came running up to me as soon as she saw me. I walked up to her as well. I apologize for keeping you waiting. It took me longer than I thought it would. Don't worry about it. Seeing such a beautiful woman like Shin, it was worth the wait. Seeing Shin apologizing first, I said some typical lines making her look a bit flustered. Normally, I would never say such sweet words, but since I call it a date, I wouldn't compromise. When I compliment someone, I should do it to the fullest. I thought it might have been a little deliberate, but there seemed to be no need to worry about that. Shin's face turned bright red as she shyly clutched the hem of her dress. What's this cute little creature? Where did her usual cool facade disappear to? The current Shin had transformed into a heroine with all the cuteness she could muster. It was so shocking that it almost made me change my mind from a siscon to a maid lover. This is bad. This is bad. Now then, shall we go? Yes, I called out to her after regaining my composure, and she nodded her head with a smile on her face. After that, we walked around the city together. Section. The first place we headed was the nearest shopping district. It was located along the main street of the castle town, so it was large and had a wide variety of goods. Even those of us who live in the area could have more than enough fun here. There are more people here than at the Fountain Plaza. Walking through this area requires a lot of physical strength. We were well trained, so it wasn't a problem. But today Shin was dressed up. Although she was not wearing heels, I thought it would be better if she didn't stumble into troubles things. That's why, Zechs-sama. I held Shin's shoulders and walk as if I were a bulwark. She only used disguised on her appearance, so she wasn't tall enough and looks a little awkward, like I'm holding her arm, but there was no need to worry if it was just to protect her from the crowd. Steam was rising from her head, but it was the small things before the big things. We strolled through the shopping district in a state that would have made us look like a silly couple from the outside. After a certain amount of time, Shin seems to have gotten used to it and can afford to enjoy it normally. As we were passing through a row of stalls, Shin suddenly let out a voice. Her voice sounded as if she had discovered something unexpected. It was a cliché development, but I had an inkling of what it was. She may have found an intriguing accessory or something among the stall's merchandise. I cast my prediction spell to find out where her favorability would lead her. It seems I was right. Let's stop by that stall. Eh? Yes. I immediately set my sights on a stall that I had almost passed by with Shin. There were rings, earrings, bracelets, necklaces, etc. Not only were they of good quality, but there were also a wide variety of items. Welcome. Do you want to buy a present for your girlfriend? Giga. That's right. The salesman, a middle-aged man, smirks and chuckles as he speaks to me. While Shin becomes a broken record, I reply lightly, will I find the item I am looking for before she recovers? I move my gaze along the magic I've cast. As expected. How about the accessories that Shin likes? I see. I was impressed. It was no wonder that Shin's attention was captured at first sight. It was a brooch. It was designed to resemble a bird's wing, then the base of it was loaded with a jade-colored, semicircular jewel. And it was not only the design that was interesting. The brooch seemed to be a pair, with the semicircular gemstones combining to form a perfect circle. Perhaps the brooch was made in accordance with the principle of marital vows. Admiring the creator's good sense, I pointed at the brooch. Old man, sell me this set of brooches. Oh, you've got a good eye. But, are you sure about your budget? These are made of real jade, so they are more expensive than the other items. Even if it's expensive, it won't cost more than 100,000, will it? Well, it's not that expensive. Then it's no problem. You're quite the little guy, aren't you, Anai-chan? While exchanging such conversations, I gave the money for the product. After receiving the brooch, Shin finally recovered. Did you buy that, Zechs-sama? Shin asked a little louder. Perhaps because I had purchased something she had wanted. I smiled at her and put the brooch I had just bought on her chest. The jade green that was bathed in sunlight shone a brilliant green. It's a gift. We're both matching, and it's a keepsake of this day. No, I cannot accept it. A gift from you is too much for me. Don't worry. I would be more than happy to accept my gift since we have a date today. But her voice toned down a bit. She seemed to be unable to refuse because it was the item she was interested in. If so, I guess this was the end of the conversation. I decided to forcefully change the subject. All right, let's go to the next store. Zechs-sama. I took Shin's arm and walked forward. She, too, began to walk next to me, somewhat flustered. Even after that, Shin still firmly refused to accept her gift. But when I kept quietly ignoring her, in the end, she stopped saying anything. It was my victory. And so, I and Shin enjoyed our date to the fullest until the sun went down. Section. The whole city was dyed vermilion, and many stores began to close their doors. The people who used to come and go in the streets have also decreased in number, and the sparse shadows of people were swaying. Shin and I were sitting side by side on a park bench, looking at the scenery that made me nostalgic. We were chatting leisurely as we were about to end our date. I had a good time. Is that so? It's been a long time since I've spent so much time playing around. Well, we've had a lot of matters to settle these days after all. I know, right? I just want to relax, but the people around me won't let me. Zechs-sama is a serious person. I don't think it would be a bad thing if you relaxed a little more. If I'm any less relaxed than I'm now, I'm going to get caught up in the conspiracy in no time. I laughed as I said so, but Shin seemed to have a different intention. Suddenly she fell silent and bit her lip. Then, with a slight tremor in his voice, he mutters, I'm very sorry for what happened. It's my fault. What are you apologizing for? I tilted my head at her sudden apology. I tried my best to fawn at Shin, saying I didn't know what she was talking about, but she didn't seem to get the message. She shook her head with a somber look on her face. I understood that today's day was to encourage me. Well, it was a blatant invitation, so it was kind of obvious. As Shin said, I organized this date to cheer her up after she had become depressed. I thought things were going well right up until the last minute. But looking at the way things were now, was it useless after all? This outing with Zechs-sama was a lot of fun and it cleared my mind. There is no doubt about that. As if it was showing on her face, Shin uttered a follow-up like that and continued talking. I would like to apologize for yesterday's, no, my past betrayal. Betrayal? Is it? A dangerous word rolled into her mouth. Since Cutest has been staying at the castle, he has had intelligence report every bit of information in the castle. Among them, Shin's betrayal must not have existed. I can't say for sure that I have a complete picture of everything, but still, her betrayal was hard to believe. Nevertheless, the topic was too serious to dismiss as nonsense. I had to get the details out of her. I looked straight at Shin and asked, "Tell me about it." "Yes." She, in turn, returns my gaze and then begins to tell her story. The life of Shin Shirakromis, in the dark side of the Holy Kingdom, a unit composed of elves, has existed for 100 years. They have been serving the Holy Kingdom since their grandfather's generation, 2 generations before Shin. Why does the Holy Kingdom, which was a dog and monkey relationship with the elves, follow them? There was a mutual reason. The Holy Kingdom's side was trying to counter the empire that was rising at the time. The power of the empire, which was based on a meritocracy, was immeasurable. To prevent the Holy Kingdom from being swallowed up by the empire, various systems were established, including the academy system. As part of this, they brought in elves who were more skilled in magic than humans into their ranks. The reason on the elves' side was that there was no longer a place for them in their homeland, the Forest Nation. They had been nobles in their country, but they lost a political battle and were falsely accused of a crime. Because of this, the entire family had no choice but to flee the country, and in search of a safe haven, they joined the Holy Kingdom. In other words, the Holy Kingdom and Shin's family joined forces because their interests were aligned. According to Shin, his grandfather's and father's generation felt a great debt of gratitude to the Holy King's family, so it may not be a simple matter of interest. Being born into such a family, Shin has been trained as a spy ever since she could remember. She was learned information gathering techniques and advanced studies to understand them, as well as combat training to prepare for any emergencies. She was given an emotional education that enabled her to cope with all kinds of situations. However, her situation was somewhat complicated. After all, she was the child of the concubine of the head of the family. While there was pressure on her to excel as the child of the head of the family, she was also treated with disdain by those on his wife's side. She was also subjected to insidious harassment. Despite the unfavorable environment, Shin continued to work hard and did not back down. Her mother died early and she had no other place to stay but with her father, so she trained hard to be accepted by them. However, the reality was cruel. As we all know, Shin was a klutz. No matter how many skills and techniques she mastered at a high level, she always made a series of mistakes at the critical moment. Because of this, she was labeled a failure by her family. She was treated as a helpless, inadequate child. She was only the concubine's child. Every day, she was criticized behind her back. Even so, Shin had no choice but to work hard. Because she had no place to run away. She did not know where else to put herself except in her own family. When she visited Foranada on her first mission, she was very excited. She was very determined that if she took this chance, she would be able to make everyone look back at her. Well, the result was what you see, but let's leave it at that. What was important was the fact that the relationship between Shin and her original family wasn't very good. Then, her original family was Viscount Swade. Cutest Fortesitan Swade is my half-brother. Shin revealed so. Since elves boast a lifespan of around 200 years and youth that could be maintained until 150, they disguise their appearance with disguise, so that their true identity wouldn't be revealed. It was said that there were cases in which they not only stage their aging but also make it look like a change of generation. I finally found out why she was using that magic. Incidentally, the reason for disguise on her whole body was because it was easier to adjust. As mentioned earlier, the main wife, the Swade family, was estranged from Shin's existence. Therefore, it seems that Cutest contacted her as soon as he arrived in Foranada. Although she received no such report, he handed her a letter when they passed each other in the corridor. The contents are not hard to imagine. Some denounced Shin's incompetence. Others ordered her to cooperate in gathering information, and the rest was a barrage of abuse. In response, Shin could do nothing but tremble. Remembering the harassment she had experienced before coming to Foranada, she felt intense fear. It was enough to make her want to wrap herself up in her futon and escape from reality. However, her position would not allow it, desperately pushing down her fear. She continued her normal work after that. Fortunately, she seemed to be able to forget about other things while working, so she didn't seem to have any trouble. Shin bowed her head deeply and profoundly with her shoulders shaking. She put her hands on the bench and bowed her head, almost to the point of doing a dojeza. I understand that a verbal apology is not sufficient. However, please allow me to apologize even so. I am truly sorry that I kept important details from you. I silently stare at the back of her head. I couldn't say. Our relationship is just about keeping secrets about me and Karan. It wasn't that kind of atmosphere, and I was a little shocked myself. I spent a minute, 2 minutes, and 3 minutes thinking. All the while, Shin kept her head down. After 5 minutes, I asked her a question. How did yesterday's incident occur? It was true that Cutest had ordered Shin to cooperate with him. If that is the case, why was she led to the dining room by a servant who was trying to hobble her? If they were cooperating with each other, they should have called her out in the usual way. Also, the way Cutest and Shin looked yesterday, they didn't seem to be collaborators by any stretch of the imagination. Even if Shin was afraid of Cutest, that attitude was too unnatural. Cutest ordered me to cooperate with him again, and that situation occurred because I was reluctant to respond to his request. In a somewhat hesitant tone, Shin explained. Hearing so, I nodded my head. Again? Does that mean you had not cooperated at all until then? Yes, I did not respond and avoided any contact with him. Why though? From the story, I assumed that Shin was passing information on to Cutest. He was the one who had inflicted her childhood trauma, and her loyalty to the royal court must have been high. In addition, given her vices, there seemed no reason not to follow orders. Shin showed even more hesitation than before. It was clear that she did not want to talk about it if possible, but it was something that I couldn't allow. That was why I reminded her. Tell me, Shin. I kept my eyes fixed on her eyes. Soon after, Shin let out a sigh as if giving up. I am soft after all. I am a coward. Soft, was it? That was how I once described Shin, and I also advised her to overcome it. I don't know what expression she was showing right now because she was bowing her head, but I believe she was probably showing a self-deprecating smile. After meeting Cutest-sama, I truly understood what Zechs-sama meant by kindness and soft are different. I am indeed soft. I am extremely naive to myself. I pretend to be considerate of others, but in reality, I was only spoiling myself. She then tightly clenched her hand that she placed on the bench. When I received the order from Cutest, I thought to myself, I have no choice but to betray him in order to avoid the hardship I am going through. When I realized this thought, I was shocked and I was disgusted at what kind of person, elf, I was. Then I understood, all the actions I had thought of as kindness were naive. The reason I was willing to sign a contract with Zechs-sama was that I did not want to kill a child. I forgave the pickpocket girl because I did not want to take on the responsibility of affecting her life. It was the same at that time. Shin looks back on his past actions in a rambling manner. Her voice was trembling, and the tone was filled with disgust. But she then raised her voice. But I didn't want to remain such a coward. This time, I wanted to show kindness to someone else. So that's why you ignored Cutest's order? When I asked, Shin raised her face a little and gave me a wry smile. Yes, I did. When I asked myself what I wanted to cherish, what came to mind was my daily life at Foranada. In the end, my fear of him caused me to act half-heartedly. If I really thought for the sake of Zechs-sama and the others, I should have told you everything. Definitely a good argument. If I had the information that Shin was holding, I could have developed more concrete measures. Her assessment of being half-hearted was correct. But you still chose us over the royal court, right? Us or the palace. In a situation where she had to choose between the two, she chose the former. I was honestly happy about that fact. I was glad that Shin was enjoying the days that I was enjoying as well. I put my hands on Shin's shoulders and looked into her eyes. Her green eyes were shimmering as if she was holding back her tears. Shin, I made a contract with you, which started out as a business connection. But I think of you as family. Eh? Without a doubt, Shin is soft. I also told you before that I wanted you to overcome it. However, I should have said that I don't hate your sweet side. Shin widened her eyes and looked at me. Seeing so, I smiled and continued. I like you, Shin. I've spent more than half of my life with you. It would not be an exaggeration to say that we are family, right? Or am I the only one who thought it? No. It's not like that at all. I also like Zechs-sama. When I asked her in a mischievous manner at the end, her face turned bright red and she panicked. She was completely taken in by my pace. Then, to commemorate our mutual feelings, let's disregard the fact that you kept a secret. Don't tell everyone, but that would be a disservice to everyone around us. It was a counter-argument that could only have come from the stubborn Shin. Hearing so, I shrugged my shoulders. Only two people know about this, me and you. As long as we keep our mouths shut, we won't have a problem. But that's... Shin still tried to argue. She may be overcoming her own naivety as she puts her opinions to the test. No, it's decided. No arguments. Isn't that tyrannical? That's right. I'm tyrannical. She was stunned, but I opened my mouth. In the midst of her outburst, I thought of an idea. Well, instead of punishment, I'd like you to promise me something. Promise? Yeah, a promise to support me from now on. I want you to help me as a family member, not as a loyal servant to the royal court. I told her so. Then, Shin's face turned bright red as if she was about to explode. No, but, that's... I'm just saying, family means siblings or something like that, you know? I understand. I'm sure I'll be happy to help you out in the future. Zechs-sama. When I pointed it out to her, she responded loudly. Did she really understand? Although he was a little confused, the disheartened Shin no longer existed. At this rate, I don't think there was anything to worry about. Are you sure about that, bruh? I let out a breath of relief that I had found a landing spot for the time being. Chapter 6, Overnight Incident. It happened late at night. It was a time when darkness reigned so deep that even the animals and insects were silent. What happened? I recently developed a new magic called proximity sensing, which could be activated even when unconscious. One of the intelligence team was caught by it. I raised myself from the bed and went to the ceiling where he was hiding. The intelligence agent fluttered down from the ceiling and knelt down in front of me. Then they began his report in a condescending manner. My apologies for bothering you so late at night. Several bandits of unknown affiliations have invaded the territory's capital. The total number is 20. 15 were killed immediately after the invasion, but we are still engaging with the remaining 5. That's a lot of bandits. Did you get any information from those you captured? For normal assassins, the number could be counted on one hand at most. Besides, my well-trained men killed them in an instant. It was it was a pretty complicated case. That was probably why they reported it to me even though it was the middle of the night. No, all of them committed suicide by self-destructive magic right after their capture. Not a single corpse was left. Our apologies. Any injuries? A few people sustained minor injuries during the battle. No need to apologize then. They are very skilled professionals who even managed to pull off self-destruct magic. I have nothing to criticize. Instead, I should praise you all for defeating most of them. With an ordinary opponent, the best they could do would be suicide by using poison. If they blew themselves up and left no bodies behind, it was safe to assume that they have a good reason to do so. Can't you determine anything from who you're engaging? If the ones who killed themselves were impossible, could we get any information from the ones who are still alive? When I asked him this question, he paused for a moment and then opened his mouth. This is just my impression, but there was an atmosphere that they were better at magic combat than melee combat. Their use of magic was stranger than usual, or rather, it was similar to Shin-sama. What? I immediately deployed my detection technique after hearing the agent's information. Immediately after, the ceiling of the room exploded. An expert? A very talented person indeed. The agent was not surprised and immediately slips into a standing position where they could escort me. Normally I would have given them a word of praise, but I didn't have time right now. My detection technique caught the worst kind of situation. TCH. There was no time to spare. I immediately opened gate without any explanation to my subordinate. Then, without a moment's pause, I jumped into it. Then the next moment, explosive flames spread across my field of vision. It really was paper-thin timing. A massive explosion was in front of me, and Karen was with Shin, who was badly injured behind me. I was on the brink of losing my beloved sister and the lives of my subordinate, who was like a family to me. I had anticipated this turn of events and calmly dealt with it. I evoked cover texture to wrap us, completely concealing us from others' view. It was an unfinished version of the different world, Ball Delta's era. The surroundings were painted white and the three of us were isolated from the rest of the world. An attack of that scale would probably have blown up Karen's private room, but now was not the time to worry about that. I turned around and checked Karen and Shin again. First of all, the latter was in a critical condition. It seems that she was hit by the attack from the enemy, and she was so badly injured that it was obvious at a glance that her life was in danger. Specifically, she had 3 deep cuts on his back. The first one was near the heart. The former one's body was unscathed, but she was mentally on the edge. She was clinging to Shin, weeping profusely, judging from the way he was muttering "I'm sorry" over and over again. Her serious injury must have been the result of protecting Karen. Karen was trying to heal Shin with light magic, but magic was strongly connected to mental image, mind. She was extremely agitated, and the magic did not activate well because of it. While she was languishing, the light on Shin's life was diminishing, which made her even more impatient. It was a vicious cycle. Karen must have seen even more horrific scenes. There was the civil war in Byakadai territory, and even when she was helping out at the church, there were emergency patients who were seriously ill. The reason for this agitation, however, seemed to be Shin, who was in mortal danger. She wasn't accustomed to a situation where someone close to her was about to die. She was not prepared for it. Hence, she was in her current state of mind. This was my fault. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I must have been under the illusion that my people were not in danger, because they always came back safely, even though they were often in danger. I should have told myself better. However, time would not return even if I regret it. I have to do what I could for now. Karen. Oana-sama. I knelt down in front of her and stared into her eyes. Karen widened her eyes. She was probably so confused that she didn't even notice my presence. But that stagnation was only momentary. Soon, her mind begins to shake violently. Oana-sama, Shniz. Her red eyes filled with tears, and her voice trembled. I grabbed her by both shoulders and slowly told her to calm down. Calm down, Karen. Let's treat Shin first. With your magic, you can do that. I can't, Oana-sama. I can't cast my magic at all. This never happened before. But if I don't hurry, Shin will die. But she shook her head powerlessly. All she could do was exhale a sense of helplessness. I quietly clenched my jaw so that Karen would not find out. My anger towards the enemy who has cornered Karen's mind and harmed Shin to this point, and by extension, anger at myself for not preventing this from happening, wells up inside me. However, I don't have time to vent it now. I needed to help Kalon, who was experiencing her first setback, recover as quickly as possible. If it were true, I would have told her off slowly and gently, but there was no time to do so. Shin's life was in great danger, and their different world, Ball Delta's era, that was currently being developed was not yet complete, so it won't last more than a few minutes. It would be a long time before we could sit down and talk if we miss this opportunity. I looked at Karen with fierce determination. My powerful gaze made her shoulders tremble. Karen, take a deep breath. Oana-sama, take a deep breath. But, no buts. Take a deep breath. Karen gave up on my stubborn attitude. Confused, she slowly began to take her breath. You don't have to think about breathing well. Breathe in and out as much as you can. Saying so, she then repeatedly breathes awkwardly. Gradually, however, the stiffness of her breathing loosened. At the same time, the sorrow on her face began to fade. It was not just the effect of deep breathing. It was only a kicker, and in fact, I had invoked calm. The reason why I didn't use it from the beginning was that I judged that even if I used it with Karen, who was greatly agitated, would return to it soon after. My mind magic was only temporarily effective, and the duration of its effect depends on the mental state of the person in question. Putting aside the short battle, I couldn't rely on mind magic alone this time. That's why I admonished her with words and took deep breaths to release the tension in her body. Then, calm seemed to work perfectly thanks to that. Then, cast the magic to Shin. Why yes, it's all right. You can just follow the procedure slowly. Karen nodded at my words and held out her hand to Shin. Then, with the words, extra heal, a soft light filled the surrounding area. Without a doubt, Karen's magic had been activated. It may not have been the real deal, but it was a big step. After a minute or so, the light subsided. Shin's injuries were clearly gone. Her crisis was over. Karen, recognizing this, began to shed tears again. I'm so glad. I'm really. After confirming Shin's safety, the thread of her tension has been cut. She continued to cry. I, too, relaxed my shoulders a little. I was worried about Shin, too, just that I didn't have time to panic. And just at the right time, different world. Ball Delta Zero collapsed. A sound like broken glass echoed, and the surroundings returned to their original state. The place that it was originally supposed to be Karen's private room was in a terrible state that it was beyond repair. The room was engulfed in flames, and the walls that had surrounded it on all sides were crumbling. It would not be unnatural to call it a ruin. There was no sign of the enemy. As far as I could detect, they had escaped from the capital. It seems that they realized the failure of their assault and left the city at once. TCH. They're quick to run away. Then, a voice called out to us. Zechs, Karen-chan. It was Orca, who rushed toward us as if he didn't care about the flames. He had an expression of mixed frustration and relief on his face. Incidentally, he was not alone. There were several knights behind him who were probably his guards. They rushed to catch up with him when he suddenly starts running. Orca's cheeks puffed out as he came to our side. I was worried when I couldn't find the two of you. I tried to contact you with magical tools, but you didn't answer at all. He had an adorable angry expression, for which the onomatopoeic word pun was appropriate. I wasn't afraid of him at all, but it would be better not to tell him. Tired. It's a Japanese onomatopoeia which means in the state of being very mad. I felt that the heavy atmosphere calmed a little. Yeah, I was too tense, but that lessened a little thanks to Orca. Sorry, there was a lot going on that I don't have time to contact you through telepathy. It sounds like it's true by the looks of the three of you, but be careful next time, okay? Karen's room exploded. I couldn't see the three of you, and then I heard that there was a bandit invasion. I was so worried. I'm sorry. My eyes began to moisten. Even though the situation was unavoidable, I felt a great sense of guilt. After hearing my apology, Orca let out a sigh and said, "Let's move to another place. It's not safe here." Orca had a good point. So we moved to the office. Karen and Shin, however, headed for the infirmary. Although the light magic had healed her injuries, they still hadn't woken up, probably due to the shock of the damage. She being escorted by Karen. So what happened? Orca asked after taking a breath. Before we get into that, I want to make sure we know what's going on. I wanted to get information after I left in order to communicate efficiently. As I was thinking about filling in the situation one by one, Orca replied in a brisk manner, all the bandits were defeated, although they were all self-destructed. The only physical damage to the castle is the ceiling of Karen-chan's room and Zechs' private room. There are several wounded, but they are all minor. There were no other intruders within my detection range. This is the latest information I've been able to find. Also, Cutest is missing. It seems he was given a magic dummy, so it's unclear how long he's been free to move around. I'm amazed you were able to compile all those information so accurately. He wasn't even here long enough, and yet, I didn't think he had organized all the information I wanted to know. I marveled at my stepbrother's excellence. Orca proudly puffed out his chest. Fun. This much is just a piece of cake. You've been working hard on your studies lately. Thank you. I didn't know you knew about. Orca looks a little taken aback by my praise. Naturally, I've heard about my own brother that he was studying politics recently. I also know that his motivation was to be of help to me. I couldn't thank my brother enough for his kindness. The air was warm and fuzzy, but after a while, Orca let out a coughing sound. Zechs, isn't it about time you tell me what happened earlier? You're right. I explained the circumstances. It wasn't a long story. I was informed of a bandit invasion by an intelligence officer. On the way there, I sensed that Karen was in danger and was able to get to her just in time. Orca's brow furrowed as I finished the story. The intruders into the city were all decoys, and their main mission was to assassinate Zechs and Karen-chan. No wonder it was such a large-scale raid. That's right. This incident was a decoy operation. The 20 bandits were all decoys. The real objective was to assassinate me and Karen. I realized this when I heard from the agent about the characteristics of the bandits. They used a technique similar to Shin's and blew themselves up so as not to leave any corpses. Hearing that much, I suspected that the enemy might be elves. If they were elves, it would explain the similarity of the technique and why they could not leave behind the corpse. It was just a theory, but it was a good enough starting point. I decided that if the bandit was an elf, then Cutest was the mastermind, and I immediately tried to locate him. I found him in Karen's private quarters. Then there was a bandit in the ceiling of my room, too. After that, you know the rest. I killed the bandit instantly and rushed to the private room where Karen and Shin were. It was a classic strategy, but I fell for it. No, it was because it was classic, wasn't it? The reason it has been used so many times and not eliminated was that it was so effective. Cutest must have been aware of Karen's tight security and their own vigilance. Hence, he sent a suicide squad to loosen them to the level that he could sneak in. No matter how strong Karen and Shin were, they weren't a match for him if they were caught by surprise, especially since Karen was a child and therefore inexperienced in dealing with such situations. When I think about it, the handiwork of the one who crushed Shin first was disgusting. Orca puts his hand over his mouth and says doubtfully, but why did he resort to hardline means? The goal over there was to gather information about Foranada, right? I think he probably had assassination in mind from the very beginning. In contrast, I denied his original outright. Orca was blindingly surprised. But why? Foranada is booming these days, but not to the extent that the royal court considers it dangerous. Besides, Karen is a rare light magician. His objection was a natural one. The royal court does not seem to have any motive to kill me or Karen. However, taking into account the information we have so far, I could only assume that the assassination was a predetermined course of action. There were reasons to conclude so. The biggest reason is the presence of 20 units used as decoys. As Orca is probably aware, there are communication jamming magical tools placed throughout Foranada territory. The jamming tool was quite powerful, and any unregistered communication device was first and foremost useless. It prevented Cutest himself from leaving the territory and even prevents those of his kind from escaping. No contact with the outside world would have been possible. In other words, I see. If he can't get in touch with the outside world, he can't call for backup. So it's highly likely that that decoy unit had been prepared for some time now. Probably, unless he used some kind of secret method that even I can't imagine. But if he only used ordinary means, he must have been prepared in advance. But if such a unit was hiding in the capital, wouldn't we be aware of it? The intruders were engaged near the entrance to the capital. They were probably hiding somewhere outside the capital until just before the operation was commenced. Maybe they were out in the open the whole time. For 2 months after Cutest arrived, the other party is a professional. At least, that's better than the probability that they managed to avoid our jamming transmission. The fact that the guy was a pro was more likely than not that he was going to make it through. After all, these guys would blow themselves up before they could be caught. I'm sure they'd be willing to spend 2 months in the field. Orca then said something while perplexed. Assuming the assassination was as originally planned, then why did they decide to go ahead with it at this time? There must have been a kicker that made them decide it was worth losing a rare light magician, right? Yeah. There must have been something that seemed beyond the control of the royal court. But, sorry, I don't know that much. Even I couldn't read Cutest's thoughts. I had no idea of any events that might have triggered it. Hearing so, Orca let out a wry smile. I can only guess from the results. It's a shame we let Cutest escape. I wonder what the royal court will say, what developments might lie ahead based on the information Cutest would have brought back. He seemed to be imagining that area. He was holding his head as he whispers. In response, I tilted my head. What are you talking about, Orca? We haven't let Cutest get away yet, you know. Eh? Then, this time, Orca made a dumbfounded expression. But I'm not picking up any response on my detection spell. I've got Cutest's shadow right in my sights. It seems he was using magic to hide reactions such as heat, vibration, and light. That's why it doesn't get caught by the detection spell of attribute magic. Fire magic detects heat, earth magic detects vibration, and so on. Cutest, a spy for the royal court, was well versed in these countermeasures. However, my detection technique relies on magic. He was a perfect prey for magical deception. It looks like we're in the woods a little ways from the capital. Hey, this is. I see, that's how it is. What happened? From the detection's response, I noticed that Cutest had a strange trick up his sleeve, and from that, he made a certain inference. I couldn't help but loosen my cheeks. Seeing this, for some reason, Orca was flustered, wondering what was going on. I responded, I came up with a good plan to make you pay for hurting my family. If he was going to use such tricks, I won't hold back either. I'm going to beat him to death. He touched my reverse scale. Cuckoo cuckoo cuckoo. Awawawa. It was almost dawn, and the end of the incident was imminent. Section. Dawn breaks in the dark sky. The city with its citizens hadn't awakened yet spread out below me. I was now standing on the city walls of the capital. The reason for this was to thoroughly destroy Cutest's contrivance, which was about to be launched against us. What was Cutest doing after his escape? It was an artificial outbreak of a stampede of demonic beasts. He was planning to attack the capital with about 50,000 of these beasts. All demonic beasts were undoubtedly enemies with intelligent life forms. Normally, there was no way he could control them as he wished. However, Cutest had the means to accomplish this. As expected, that method was mind magic. Or perhaps I should say that it was a spell that serves as a stepping stone to mind magic. He seemed to have discovered a powerful force that could interfere with the mind magic and developed a spell to apply it to hypnosis. The flickering of fire magic appeals to the sense of sight, the vibration of earth magic appeals to the sense of touch, the sound of wind magic appeals to the sense of hearing, and the taste of water magic appeals to the sense of taste. The process of hypnotism, which normally takes a considerable amount of time, was shortened by substituting it with magic. It was much less effective and time-consuming than true mind magic. In addition, from the fact that it was not used during espionage, I could expect that it would not be very effective on a subject with an ego, such as a human being. It was a rather useless spell. However, this invention was revolutionary at a time when the existence of mind magic was unknown. It seems that it was not for nothing that he was hailed as a genius. Perhaps Cutest's research would lead to the development and suggestion of mind magic in the future in the game. Using such hypnotism, Cutest was about to force 50,000 demonic beasts into the Foranada's capital. This would make up for the failure of the assassination, or perhaps not. Whether it succeeded or not, he was going to have them attack the capital. He probably wanted to say that both me and Karan were killed by the pack of demonic beasts. Even with hypnosis, which applies to mana, it would have taken a reasonable amount of time to prepare a number of 50,000. It was really trivial. I don't know what motivates them to go to such lengths. Well, I don't really want to know, but I was sure that Cutest was going to take away my family, which was my everything. I was willing to turn a blind eye, but I could not tolerate it any longer. In order to protect what I hold dear, I will do everything in my power to crush the intentions of my adversaries. I see them, Anisama. As I clenched my fists in anger, which had been rekindled, I heard a voice from Karan. She was standing next to me. After I sent Shin back to the infirmary, she asked me to go with her to the front. To tell the truth, I wanted her to stay in the rear where she would be safe. In times of emergency, a light magician like Karan could be most effective in shelters and treatment facilities in the rear. As long as I was fighting on the front line, there was no place for her. But I could not reject her. It was not because I'm a siscon. It was because I felt a strong will in Karen's eyes. Karen had a deep-seated rage in her heart. She was filled with emotions equal to or greater than mine. That was how important Shin was to her. She had spent time with her since she was 2 years old, and she recognized her as a family just as much as I did. Karen wasn't a good-natured person to the extent that she wouldn't get angry if her loved ones were hurt. I guess it also includes things for me that I had no choice but to be protected. I laughed at the fact that she blamed not only her enemies but herself as well. Karen then said, "I will not interfere with Anisama. Please let me see how this ends." Hearing this, I allowed her to accompany me. I was convinced that she was neither angry, vengeful, nor desperate, so there was no need for me to worry about her. Well, if things went as planned, there would be no danger to Karen. Even if she does, it will be at the very end of the process. So, for now, I let her stand comfortably next to me. That's a lot, indeed. I looked toward the horizon in response to Karen's words. The hordes of demonic beasts were roaming around. The way the beasts, ranging from small to large, march in formation was nothing short of bizarre. If one of these beasts were to hit the capital, the city would collapse without any way to deal with it. Fortunately, there were no human settlements along the way. It was a good thing that we spared ourselves the trouble of evacuation. From a distance, it was about time for the walking vibrations of the crowd to reach us. We should get this over with before the citizens notice. I didn't want to cause them any unnecessary anxiety. Let's get started. Yes, I called out to Karen and took on Zechs' appearance through disguise. I was going to do something much more spectacular than this, so I was going to put all the credit and responsibility on Zechs. Incidentally, I was invisible by cover texture until now, so my true identity wouldn't be exposed by any chance. After abandoning the cover-up, I finally set out to deal with Stampede. I ostentatiously held both of my arms up to the sky. Starfall. The sky, which had been mostly black, instantly began to shine brilliantly. Despite the clouds spreading over the entire surface, the light penetrated through these obstacles and poured down to the earth. It was as if thunderclouds were rising. Of course, it was not thunder. Something is falling from the sky. Something shining from beyond the clouds was about to pour down. Finally, the true nature of the light source was revealed. With a heavy bass sound, a number of lumps appeared, cutting through the sea of clouds. If there were a third person present, they would have seen it fall and pointed out that it was a meteorite. The light falling from the sky, measuring about 10 meters in diameter, must have made such an impression. In fact, Karen, who had not heard the details of how I'm going to defeat the demonic beasts, kept her cute mouth open. Well, it wasn't a meteorite or anything, that was. To spoil the story, that light mass was. Shoot, what do you mean the size is totally different? It was adjustable. On the other hand, I could make it so small that it was practically invisible to the naked eye. Since the mana efficiency becomes extremely poor, I basically operated at the size of a bullet, but it was useful for large-scale extermination battles such as this. If I had to give it a name, I would say it was Star. While I watched, hundreds of Star attacked the horde of demonic beasts. 10-meter-sized masses of mana fell to the ground without a pause. Of course, since they were materialized, their mass was just as great as it appears. The force of the impact was immeasurable, and the roar echoed through the city, which was several kilometers away. The residents of the city were so shocked that they began to wake up to see what was happening. By the time they looked outside the city walls, however, it would all be over. There won't be a second of uncertainty, and they would witness only traces of the stampede. Even the screams and death of demonic beasts were drowned out by the Star, and the one-sided play of overthrow continued. The tragedy of the destruction of the capital would turn into a comedy in which the enemy forces would die out in just 10 minutes. A few kilometers away from where the stampede was eradicated, Cutest was running as fast as he could deep into the thick forest of grass and trees. He seems to be removing his disguise now, exposing his elf ears and ugly face. Was this what his real face looks like? If he were going to interact with others, they would surely get the impression that he was a dangerous person. Cutest's expression turned pale as if it was the end of the world. In addition, he repeatedly muttered. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. To put it bluntly, he looked like a crazy man who had lost his mind. Then, both of us leapt out in front of him. Cutest stopped dead in his tracks, blindingly aware of our presence. What? He had observed how I blew up the stampede, and he was very dismayed. I was using disguised, but considering the current situation, I guess it was the same as if telling I was sick all along. We're here to end this matter. We won't let you go. I and Corin spoke coldly. We don't have the slightest bit of mercy on this guy. Cutest, perhaps realizing our determination, was extremely flustered. Wait a minute. If you touch me, the royal court will surely know about you. Judging from your actions so far, it shouldn't be your true intentions. Swear absolute loyalty to the Holy Royal Family. If you do so, I will make arrangements with them to prevent any unnecessary damage in the future. Both Corin and I involuntarily looked at each other. She has a dumbfounded look on her face. The same goes for me. At this point in time, I couldn't believe what a boneheaded statement this guy was making. He attacked us unilaterally, and then he says, "I'll forgive you if you pledge allegiance," which was just too poor for negotiation. Putting aside the question of whether to forgive or not, the first thing he should do was bow his head down in response to this one incident. Only after that could discussions develop. Unnecessary damage was guaranteed. In other words, minimum protection was impossible. If he wanted to negotiate, he should have promised absolute protection. Well, such a pathetic person would not have the authority to make such a big promise. He was just begging for his life. We let out a sigh and took a step forward. Then he shouted again. "In the first place, you are partly responsible for this attack, you colorless." "Huh? Me?" I was taken aback by this unexpected point of view. "Am I the cause of the assassination plot? It's true that the assassin was sent to me as well, and I have some idea, but there shouldn't be any evidence that this guy got some information." So what triggered it? While wondering, I listened to what the other party had to say. "You are too dangerous. You hold the real power in Foranada and are loved and respected by many people, especially by the one next to you, Caroline-san. Colorless are treated unfairly. We never know when you will get fed up with the current situation and revolt against the Holy Kingdom. If you revolt, talented people such as Caroline-san will follow you. If that happens, the Holy Kingdom will be plunged into an unprecedented crisis." I see, he has a point. When an unfortunate person was well liked, it was more than possible for the people around them to be influenced by their opinion. In short, Cutest was concerned when he saw the way Corin, Orca, and the others respected me. Foranada, and by extension, all of the people that will be gathered under me in the future, may turn against the Holy Kingdom. That was how bad the current treatment of the non-attribute was. It was somewhat understandable why people want to get rid of it. In the end, however, I couldn't sympathize with them at all, because they just want to end this by saying, "Why don't we just improve the conditions of the non-attribute?" Rather than that, why do you think I'm managing Foranada? We had tight control of information in this area. Even in daily confirmation work, there have been no leaked reports. Then Cutest snorted. "It's too tightly controlled. If I can't get information that thoroughly, someone has to be in charge in the field." This would be impossible for Count Foranada, who is enjoying a luxurious life at his health resort. If that is the case, then for some reason, the only person left is you, a man of great popularity. I let out a voice of admiration. No, that was seriously helpful. I guess it was difficult to completely control information in the current situation we were in. I may have been a bit rigid in my thinking. However, there was no more reason to let Cutest go. Eventually, I would officially take over as Count, but not now. I couldn't let this information get out. I took another step forward, and Corin followed suit. I was hoping he would give up by now, but that doesn't seem to do so. Wait. I didn't like what I did either. It was an order from the top. He even uttered worldly nonsense as if I understand it. This guy really has a head that can't be saved. I let out a sigh and said, "So what?" Cutest made a dumbfounded sound as if he didn't grasp the intent of the question. I, being the gentle one that I am, asked him again, breaking it down so that even he, who was not very smart, could understand. "What's the point of the order? What does that have to do with us?" the victims. You are still the perpetrator. Finally, he seemed to get the message. Cutest stood there stunned. When he quieted down, Corinne, who had remained silent until then, opened her mouth. I will deal with you. So be prepared. Saying that, she took a step forward. I stopped. This was something we had discussed and decided on beforehand. Corinne was eager to avenge Shin's death, although she was still alive, so I agreed to do it. The difference in level between them was 1, with Corinne slightly ahead of him. But considering the difference in actual battle experience, it was hardly a sure thing. Even so, I gave my permission. There were 3 reasons. One was that she had a strong will in her eyes, just as she did when I brought her with me to exterminate the demonic beast. I trusted that she would definitely win this battle because she had the will to do so. The second was that Corinne had devised a plan of her own. With that strategy, I judged that victory was almost assured. The last reason was that I thought the fight with Cutest would lead to Corinne's growth. Defeating an opponent who had already beaten her once would have a great impact not only on her ability but also on her spirit. It would surely lead to a leap forward for her. If that were the case, I would gladly give her a push. When Cutest heard that Corinne was going to fight, he clearly showed some composure. He probably thinks that it was impossible for me, who has destroyed the demonic beast, but it was no problem for a little girl. Hence, his attention was on me and half ignoring Corinne. It was a sweet idea, sweeter than candied honey. I signaled to Corinne with a glance, and she nodded vigorously. Then the battle began. Here I go, Corinne muttered and jumped into the bosom of Cutest with her legs enhanced with body strengthening. The distance of about 10 meters was quickly closed. Before Cutest has time to react, Corinne threw her punch into his solar plexus. Gah! It was a punch that was not half as powerful as the one that I have learned from my own during body strengthening training. Although not as powerful as mine, it boasts 5 times the strength. There was no way that Cutest, a magician, could withstand such an attack, so he flew backward with a clumsy cry. After snapping several trees, and a minute's dwell time, his body finally fell to the ground. Goo-ho, goo-ho, goo-ho. Cutest coughed for some air, but there was no time left to breathe. Corinne was already standing beside him. She looked down at him as he slumped miserably, then raised her fist in the air. She then unleashed a relentless rush of left and right fists in rapid succession. It was an amateurish series of strikes with no set pattern, but the fists that had been enhanced with body strengthening were deadly weapons. Boom, boom, boom. A sound that a human body should not play echoed. With a poker face, she swung her fist down again and again and again. Cutest must not have dreamed that he would be set up for melee combat, even though it was a battle between magicians. If I had not been consulted in advance, I'm confident that I would have hung my mouth at the sight before my eyes. She looked so truly terrifying. She was so utterly unrestrained in her attacks that it sent chills down the spine of even those of us who were watching. Seeing so, I vowed that I would never make her angry. This was the strategy Corinne had devised. If there was only a small difference, in terms of level, in strength between the two sides, it was only a matter of pressing our advantageous points against each other. She thought that she could unilaterally beat him up in melee combat by using her superior body strengthening. If it were a knight like Febin, it would be a different story. But Cutest was a professional magician, and there was no way he could keep up with Corinne's movement, which was enhanced 5 times. In order not to use magic in advance, she purposely announced herself, catching him off guard. From start to finish, he was in the palm of Corinne's hand. How much time had she spent rushing? Suddenly, Corinne stopped moving both of her fists. Then she exhaled and stood up. From her back, I could see her mixed feelings of accomplishment and frustration at having released her anger. I approached Corinne and gently patted her head. You did great, Anisama. She buried her face in my chest with a small sob. She placed her hands behind my back and hugged me tightly. I continued to hold her gently until Corinne calms down. Soon after, she gently released herself. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. How was it? I asked Corinne, who bowed, how she felt about the revenge match. Then, Corinne made a difficult expression. I felt refreshed, but I was also bothered. I am sure that the anger coiled up in my heart has cleared, but at the same time, I felt a sense of desolation. I felt the emptiness of wasting time on unproductive violence. I see. I feel relief that Karen has no desire to be trigger-happy or battle-maniac. It would be just right for her to feel the emptiness of violence. After all, she was a saintess of sunlight. I want her to develop her strength in the direction of healing, not hurting others. Of course, I want her to be strong enough to defend herself. Cutest let out a moan. It seems he was still alive after being hit by a fist like that. I am impressed by his tremendous vitality. Karen asked about his treatment with a look of disinterest. I smiled as I looked at Cutest, who looks like a mollusk. He gave us a lot of trouble, so now we're going to make him work for us. What are you going to do? It's not that difficult. I just want him to pay us for all the trouble he had caused. I can't do that right now because it would require some experimentation. After quickly retrieving Cutest with cover texture, I then told Karen, "Let's go home." Yes. Seeing the smile on my beloved sister's face, I could feel from the bottom of my heart that this incident was finally settled. Section Caroline Sama. After dealing with Cutest, we went to the infirmary at Foranada Castle. It was to check on Shin's condition, but it seemed she was already awake. She had raised her upper body above the bed. Acknowledging this, Karen jumped out vigorously and buried her face in Shin's stomach. "Thank goodness you're all right." Caroline Sama. Shin, who had been shocked at first, relaxed her cheeks when she saw Karen's tears mixed with happiness. She then returned her hug, patting her back. "The doctor told me about what roughly happened." Caroline treated me, didn't she? "Thank you very much. Thanks for saving my life." Hearing Shin's gratitude, Karen raised her face and shook her head. "No, Shin was seriously injured while protecting me. I am grateful to you, but not the other way around. It was you who saved my life." Karen seemed to think that Shin was hurt because of her. Under the circumstances, wasn't it unavoidable? Cutest seems to have targeted both of them together, and it was true that Shin protected Karen from the attack. Strategically, the best option was to protect the light magician, Karen, with the highest priority. As long as the healer survives, she could get healed as much as she wants. However, telling that wouldn't comfort Karen. I, as an outsider, have no right to interfere in the matter of the surprise attack. Shin looked around for a moment as if searching for words to say. "I'm sure that this injury was the result of protecting Caroline Sama. There is no changing that fact." "Yes, therefore. Nevertheless, I would like to thank you, Caroline Sama." "Thank you very much for saving my life." Why? Shin's sincere gratitude left Karen at a loss for words. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shin continued, "I don't know what happened after that, but I can guess to some extent. I'm sure that Caroline Sama was in a critical situation and could not afford to worry about anything else. I, on the other hand, was in a condition that could have killed me if I did not receive immediate medical attention. Am I right?" "That's correct, but the fact that I am safe means that Caroline Sama was willing to take the risk of treating me, right? In fact, my intervention allowed her to be treated in a safe zone." But despite the imminent threat to her life, Karen was still trying to perform light magic on Shin. Generally speaking, Shin was not mistaken. "I would actually scold you for putting my own life first, but I appreciate that you cared about me. So, would you please accept my gratitude?" As priorities go, this was clearly the wrong thing to do. Still, she would like to express her heartfelt gratitude for that sentiment. So Shin concluded. Karen bit her lip. Her emotions were greatly shaken. I could clearly see her inner conflict. Perhaps she was thinking around with excuses like she couldn't do anything by herself, or that she should have been able to protect herself in the first place. But she didn't say anything because of an insult to Shin's feelings. I think she understands that any objection to gratitude was just an excuse to comfort herself. My beloved little sister was truly an excellent child, to be that smart at her age now. Karen exhaled slowly and spun her words. "I understand. I accept Shin's gratitude, but it is also true that you saved my life, so please accept mine as well." "Thank you, Shin." "Yes, I will accept your gratitude." Shin smiled. The expression on her face was as if something had been lifted from her. Karen seemed to have the same impression. "Your atmosphere has changed a little, hasn't it?" she said with a look of amazement. Then, Shin tilted her head. "Is that so?" "Yes, I felt like you are less reserved than before. Eh? Did I do something rude? Shin begins to panic at Corinne's statement. Her flustered expression was so hilarious that both Corinne and I laughed at the same time. Foo. Ha ha ha. Corinne-sama? And Zechs-sama too? Sorry. I apologized to Shin, who was even more bewildered. After that, Corinne also opened her mouth. It's not like Shin was being rude. I meant it in a good way when I said that you are less reserved. It was a bit misleading. I apologize. No, if you are not offended, that is fine. Still flustered, Shin let out a breath of relief. I was going to watch for a while, but I couldn't help but laugh, so I decided to offer my opinion. Shin's mood has changed, probably because she's not bound to anything anymore. Bound? Is it? She had a question mark plastered on her face as if she had not grasped it yet. You see, she's not a spy anymore. Protecting Corinne from Curtis's surprise attack must have been the clear separation for Shin. Until now, she had unconsciously felt guilty because of her position as a spy. Since that has disappeared, her heart has become closer. It seemed that she had an idea, and Shin lightly nodded her head while saying, yes. However, soon after that, she raised her voice. Wait, Zechs-sama. Why are you revealing it? I was surprised when she suddenly raised a strange voice. What is she talking about? Knowing that I did not understand, Shin opened and closed her mouth. Then, not long after, she began to speak slowly and hesitantly. I mean, that I am a spy. I was confused for a moment, but then I understood what Shin was trying to say. Come to think of it, I didn't tell everyone that Shin was a spy. I made a mistake. From her point of view, it was terribly unexpected, and she was right to be surprised. Yes. Shin froze at my line. Then, like a metal doll that has run out of oil, she turned to Corinne. Looking at her, she murmured a little awkwardly, Orca, and everyone who has been working in the castle for a long time already know about it. Hearing this, Shin looked astonished and despite her injured body, rushed over to me. Zechs-sama. What happened to the contract? Oh ouch. She was more powerful than I thought. I've never seen Shin so terrifying like this before. With a slight tug, I replied. Of course, I didn't tell them. They've all figured it out on their own. The reason I'm saying that now is because you're no longer a spy. By the time she vowed to part ways with the Swade family, her previous contract was nullified. How did that happen? It's simple. It was Corinne who answered the question that followed. She was surprised at Shin's confusion, but she still calmly explained. The veteran subordinates seem to have guessed it just from the fact that you were a recommended servant from the royal court. In the case of Orca and myself, we knew that you were an elf. So with these two pieces of information, we could conclude that you were indeed a spy that serves the Holy Royal Family. I see. It was a very simple deduction. If someone knew these two elements, anyone would be able to reach this conclusion. But Shin, who once seemed to have calmed down, was once again extremely flustered. What did Caroline-sama said just now? I said, with these two pieces of information, we could conclude that you were indeed a spy that serves the Holy Royal Family. I mean, before that, in the case of Orca and myself, we knew that you were an elf. Hearing Corinne's words, Shin's eyes widened. That's it. How did you know about that? Shin's face turned pale and she held her head as if to say it was the end of the world. Her reaction was so over the top that I and Corinne looked at each other. I wonder about that. Nay, it seems that Shin was not aware of the underlying problem. That's why I explained the situation step by step. Shin, what method do you use to hide your race? Disguise. Then how did I see through that? The spell that Zechs-sama created called Mana Sight. She finally seems to understand. Mana Sight was not a spell that could only be handled by me personally. It takes time to explain the theory, but once that was cleared, anyone could use this magic. In fact, my two younger siblings, whom I teach, have mastered it. Therefore, Corinne and Orca knew about Shin's true identity. Hearing that fact, Shin held her ear in panic. Then, why? She was probably wondering why they create a commotion when they knew that she was an elf. Considering the prejudice against elves that was prevalent in the Holy Kingdom, it was a natural thought, but Corinne was different. Hearing Shin's statement, she frowned. Don't underestimate me. Kurren-sama. Shin tilted her head when Kurren suddenly got angry. Then, paying no mind to Shin's bewilderment, Kurren continues. So what if you are an elf? I know you are an elf, but that is not all you are. I know many aspects of you. You look calm, but you are terribly awful at lips. You are always nervous. You are fond of cute animals. You love sweets. These are just some of the things I have learned about you over the years I have spent with you. Considering all of those, your species is a trivial matter, isn't it? I'm sure Orca shares the same view as I am. Kurren then paused for a minute and then continued. I think of Shin as my older sister. Even after hearing this, do you still think being an elf is a problem? Kurren-sama. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shin burst into tears. She was crying not because she was sad, but because she was glad. Before coming to Foranada, Shin was always alone. She was ridiculed by those around her as a failure and was even humiliated by her family because she was a daughter of a concubine. There was no one she could truly trust. Then Kurren, who looked up to her as an older sister, appeared and was okay with her true identity. I don't think she could have been more deeply moved by it. Their positions were reversed from earlier. They embraced each other again, but this time it was more like Kurren was wrapping his arms around Shin. I guess it means that both of them must have been able to grow closer through this incident. I'm glad that the family has taken a step forward. Now then. All right. Time to do my work. With the two of them laughing and chatting with each other, I secretly took action. The destination after leaving the infirmary was the office that serves as the command center for the current incident. There were still many chores to be done. And I also need to help Orca, who has been entrusted to command temporarily. Even though the situation was under control, I still had to work for a while longer before I relax and consider the matter settled. The morning sun shines on me as I walk down the hallway. The day has only just begun. Let's get fired up and go for it. Epilogue, Family. Further down in the dungeons of Foranada Castle, a small space existed there. It was about 10 meters wide on one side, bare earth, and bleak. It gave the impression of being terribly cold. What was most unusual was that there was no entrance or exit. This was where I test and research my magic. Because I could use gate, this place has no door or any kind. However, this was the first time I'm going to use it in earnest. After all, the courtyard was sufficient for ordinary experiments. I only use this place when I deal with things that were difficult to show in public, and I have avoided that kind of work as much as possible until now. It hurts my conscience and I felt that I could no longer be proud in front of Kurren. Cutest tumbled out from within, cover texture. He was healed enough to speak, having received minimal treatment from Kurren after the incident. His face was barely recognizable. He was unconscious earlier, but the shock had awakened him. Although he was unable to move due to his serious injuries, he began to scurry around to check his surroundings. Then when he saw me, his body trembled. He spun his words as if he was trying to squeeze them out. Where am I? Just speaking out loud seemed to be accompanied by extreme pain. He seemed to be having great difficulty speaking. I ignored him and answered his question. It's a secret room in the basement of the castle. I couldn't find anything like that, though. That's right. You can't get here without my magic. Curtis fell silent in response when I shrugged my shoulders. He was thinking about something while furrowing his brow in pain. I waited for him to speak. I had plenty of time, and I didn't have to worry about him escaping. If that was the case, I'm willing to go along with some entertainment. After a while, Curtis opened his mouth. Who are you? I let out a sigh. After nearly 10 minutes of agonizing, all he could come up with was a cliched question like that. It was stupid of me to get my hopes up. Well, since I waited so long, I'll answer his question. I'm sure it was not what he wanted. Zechs Levit San Foranada, son of a count. Nothing more, nothing less. ! Don't make fun of me. As expected, he became furious. He was in critical condition and was vomiting blood while he yelled at me, but he continued as if he didn't care. You can't be just a child of a nobleman. An ordinary 8-year-old child can eliminate 50,000 demonic beasts in an instant, move several kilometers away in an instant, and has more mana than me, an elf? Why, you monster! He uttered those words with all of his might. When I saw him spewing blood, I understood that he had squeezed those words out of his mouth with his life. I could see that the things I did this time shattered Curtis's common sense, so much, that he forgot himself and screamed. I understood how he felt. I'm aware that I'm not what they so-call ordinary here. However, whether or not I would take his feelings into consideration was another matter. I then said with a sneer, "As I said before, I'm just a kid. There's nothing more to say." Ugh. Curtis bit his lip in frustration. He finally understood that it was pointless to ask me questions. When the other party fell silent, I opened my mouth and said, "Now then, it's time to talk about why I let you live. If you kill me, the royal court will know that something is wrong." Curtis turns his sharp eyes as if he assures me that there was no other reason than this. From his point of view, I could only assume that's the case, but that wasn't it. I let out a small laugh and wagged my index finger. No, I don't care about the royal court. I didn't keep you alive for that. What? The decoy force sent by Curtis has been wiped out. Unless he turns himself over to us and tells the royal court a lie, the abnormal situation will be communicated anyway. There was no point in keeping him alive. I smiled at Curtis. I'm grateful to you. You know? Grateful. Yeah, so thank you. His eyes widened at my unexpected answer. He then looks at me with suspicion. He certainly wouldn't believe me, but I meant it. I was really grateful to Curtis. Thanks to you, I was able to discover new possibilities in mind magic. No ordinary magician would think of using the secondary effects of mana and applying them to hypnosis, especially if you are a perfect magician like my teacher. Because, even without such an accessory, hypnosis, it is enough on its own. Use mana as a tool to reach your main goal. This was an idea that would never have occurred to me if I had been experimenting with magic alone. The idea of using secondary effects could surely be applied to more than just hypnosis. But there was another thing I am grateful for. It was, thanks to your outlandish methods, I now know that there are enemies in this world who should not be tolerated. I am glad that you were the first one to go against me. You saved my family from losing their lives because of my poor judgment. If it had been someone more vicious, there might have been casualties. I was determined to do anything for Corinne, but there was a part of me that was hesitant to do so. Of course, I have no intention of falling so far off the path that I couldn't face her, but I couldn't deny that I was still a bit naive. Perhaps my peaceful thoughts from my previous life hadn't left me. This time, I could only say that I was lucky. If I had made even one wrong call, someone could have died. If it's about the demonic beast stampede, I apologize. He must have had a bad feeling about what I said. Curtis began to string words together in a flustered manner, but he was completely wrong. That was not what I'm angry about. I opened my eyes and told him clearly. You tried to hypnotize Corinne, didn't you? My voice was chilling, even to myself. It seemed that the mana had completely taken over, and cracks were running throughout the room. Unable to suppress the boiling mana, the space began to tremble and shake. I built it at a fairly deep point, so I don't think it will affect the ground, but the room would probably collapse if it continues to shake like this. However, I didn't contain my mana because I was about to reach the limit of my self-control. What are you? Don't play dumb with me. I have evidence. The first time I felt something strange was when I hugged Corinne to heal Nina. I could see the slightest trace of mana residue on her body. It was sticky, disgusting, and sludgy. Since it was only a small amount, Corinne herself didn't notice and could determine that it was a dud. But there was no doubt that it was a trace of some malicious magic. Just to be sure, I also checked Orca and found the same thing. When we met each other before I left to rescue Nina, I didn't feel anything strange from both of them. It was certain that magic was cast while I was away. But I couldn't tell what magic it was. There were only remnants, and the two people involved did not seem to remember being cast by such magic. Then, just as I had decided to raise my alert level for a while, Curtis caused this incident. And in the process, he controlled the demonic beasts. I was convinced that he was trying to hypnotize Gran and Orca. Hypnotism using mana has little effect on humans, but it was not zero. There was a small impact, and over time the chances of it taking effect would increase. Hence, Cutest cast that spell on Curran and Orca to make them fall into his, making them a puppet to move them at the royal court's will. Unable to withstand the swelling mana, a part of the wall explodes. You guys infiltrated this time because you wanted to use Curran as a pawn for the royal court, right? That's only natural. Light magicians are that valuable. Even though they already have one, 2 light magicians would put the Holy Royal family in a strong position. This was a truth I did not even tell Orca. I told him that their goal was to assassinate us, but the royal court was considering 2 patterns of operations: assassination or being a puppet. Well, judging from the fact that they carried out the assassination, hypnosis had probably no effect at all. It was only natural since I had instructed my 2 siblings, saying, "Do not forget to use body strengthening during magic class in case of unforeseen circumstances." Wait. I did use hypnosis, but it didn't work. Here, Cutest finally seems to have realized the fact that he touched my wrong side. But it was too late. It was at a level that made me wonder if he really was the eldest child of a family that specialized in espionage. Seeing so, I just shake my head. It doesn't matter if it works or not. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. You tried to degrade my precious younger siblings into puppets. In addition, you even hurt one of my precious family, Shin. You're going to pay a heavy price for it. There was no way he would accept an apology now after he had harmed 3 members of my family members. His fate had already been decided. You call that worthless thing a part of your family? Cutest looked at me as if he didn't understand. I was disgusted. How dare you? You were the first one to attack Shin, right? Curran thought it was because she was being protected. Of course, they must have been attacked together, but the scar was mainly aimed at Shin. The reason was simple. Shin was stronger than Cutest. She had accompanied me in my training until I was under Akatsuki's tutelage. So, it was impossible for her not to be stronger. It's true, Shin screws up a lot, but that doesn't mean she's not capable. She trains hard to compensate for it, so all of her skills are of a high standard. She's much better than you are. You think I'm worse than a failure? As if I'll believe it. Cutest was vomiting blood. He couldn't accept the reality at this point in time. I have nothing more to say. I pointed my right hand at Cutest and put mana into it. Seeing this, he became frightened. What are you doing? I'm going to do exactly what you were going to do to Curran and Orca. I took your idea and developed a mind magic called puppet. Well, this will be the only time I'll show it off. I was self-aware about how I handled my magic in particular. I was very careful with mind magic. This magic was fraught with the danger of falling off into the abyss if I took the wrong step. I'm by no means an omnipotent protagonist. I often make mistakes, get some problems, and lost just like anyone else. I'm sometimes driven by desire and sometimes swayed by temptation. If I don't give myself some restraints, I would always begin to use mind magic on a regular basis. Even if I set a strict standard at first, I would gradually lower the bar, saying, "This much is okay." Then, in the end, I would start to play around with other people's minds in petty quarrels. Hence, I drew a clear line. I wouldn't use magic to twist the will or memory of someone except for combat or treatment. But I'm breaking that. Only this time because I couldn't suppress my emotions. Magic to manipulate the subject, a magic I had not even begun to develop until now. The most outrageous of outrageous techniques. I only want to use this kind of thing on him. Now then, good night, you great sinner. You will never wake up again. You will pay for the rest of your life for what you have done. After that, Cutest would regularly contact the royal court, saying, "Everything is fine. The operation is going well." A few days have passed since the new year began. The relaxing atmosphere peculiar to the year-end holidays had faded away, and the usual situation gradually began to return. However, there wasn't much change inside the castle. During the New Year's holidays in the Holy Kingdom, it was common for many people to gather together and make a lot of noise. They held festivals and parties with their own families. That was how they celebrate. That was why the management side had to clean up afterward. They were probably busier than usual. After those things were settled, the castle finally regained its composure and gave my subordinates a period of time off. Although it was still not as good as in modern Japan, I want to improve the welfare system in this world. In my office, which was quieter than usual, I'm writing again today. Only the hard sound of my pen echoes in the room. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. For a moment, I was disturbed, but I concentrated on the task at hand, thinking that the maid waiting at the door would take care of it. But it seems that was not the case. Zechs-sama, the maid, who was supposed to deal with guests and visitors, approached me. When I stopped her and asked her what the problem was, she told me that she had come to visit. Does she need something? I thought that today was her off. I couldn't think of any reason for her to visit here. I ordered the maid to let her in, as there was no answer to my question even if I bothered to ask. Sorry for taking your precious time. Zechs-sama. Shin, who entered the room, was wearing plain clothes. It was understandable since she was not working for today. However, since she was visiting the office, she was dressed formally. Was it more like a casual suit? Don't mind it. So, what's going on? I think it probably had something to do with the basket in her hand. As it turned out, my guess was correct. It's time for lunch soon, so I thought it would be a good to bring you some meal. Hey, it's your off today, right? Why do you have to go out of your way to take care of me? Shin's answer was a bit unexpected. It was her day off, so why doesn't she use it more for herself? She could go shopping, relax, and do refreshing things. But in response to my concern, she shook her head. I appreciate your concern, but this is what I myself wanted to do. I see. Well, if you said so, I gratefully accept your kindness. It's already noon. After all, I'll be finished in a little while, so you just leave the meal here. It was my own way of saying that I wanted her to enjoy her day off without worrying about me. However, when Shin heard this, she suddenly panicked. Her eyes swam around and her body trembled a bit. Everyone in the room, including me, tilted their heads at her blatant attitude. Shin, who seemed to realize that she was the center of attention, froze on her spot with her mouth opening and closing as if she wants to say something. What the heck was she doing? Shin looked upset for a while, but then she seemed to have made up her mind. She took one deep breath and opened her mouth. Zechs-sama. What is it? Would you like to have a meal with me? My eyes widened at her unexpected invitation. My subordinates around me also let out voices of admiration. Ah, it is that, huh? Like an invitation for a date? Shin's cheeks were dyed red, and although I think there was no doubt from the quality of emotion leaking out from her, it would be embarrassing if it was a misunderstanding. Am I bothering you? Soon after, Shin asks me, her eyes shaking with anxiety. Ah, my bad. I was so surprised that I froze and gave her unnecessary worries. Well, considering our position, Shin's invitation was disrespectful. I could only assume that she understood this and was prepared to ask so, which was quite a feat. That's why I shouldn't trample on her feelings at this point. She's an important member of my family, after all. No, you're not. I will gladly accept your invitation. I said so with a natural smile plastered on my face. After that, we went to the garden full of the magical flower since Shin had requested a less populated place. Only my siblings and I, as well as the resident gardener, visit this place. The meal Shin had prepared was sandwiches, with a basket filled with colorful ingredients. From the outside, it looked very delicious. Come to think of it, this was the first time I've had a meal prepared by Shin. Considering her nature, a clumsy girl, I feel uneasy, but for now, I'll trust her maid power. Apart from her screw-ups, Shin's abilities were of a high standard, and I couldn't neglect her kindness. I put on my best face and ate the egg sandwich. Delicious. I couldn't stop eating. It was so good that she could have opened a restaurant. In no time at all, I had finished my egg sandwich and told Shin how I liked it. It was very delicious. I could eat as many as I wanted. Then Shin smiled widely. Thank you. I'm very happy to hear you say that. An aura of happiness was overflowing from her entire body. It seemed like she was delighted to be praised for her cooking skills. Well, there was no doubt about it. Empirically, I could read and feel emotions more than Mana. If I were as insensitive as the protagonists, the hero and the saint, I would have gone through with it. But I'm as perceptive as anyone. In addition, I could use mind magic. There was no way I wouldn't have noticed. Shin has feelings for me, not as a family member, but as an opposite sex, love if you call it. I have no doubt that she has an idea, but she hasn't done anything that decisive. After the incident with Cutest, there was something of a strange atmosphere, but I didn't expect it to settle down like this. To be honest, I had thought that Shin's feelings for me would be confined to familial love. After all, other people's minds are complex and bizarre. Even if I have mastered something as convenient as mind magic, it was not so easy to predict. Thinking like this, Shin and I proceeded with our meal. We were just chatting lightly as usual, but she seemed to be very happy, that I was a bit embarrassed about it. We took a short break after the meal while gazing at the garden in a daze. The lunch break was almost over. I have to attend Nina's training in the afternoon, so we couldn't rest for long. Understanding this, Shin looked a little sad. There was no trace of her usual cool atmosphere. There she was, sweet as could be. I wonder what should I do about this? I couldn't take any more action than I would even if I knew how much Shin liked me. Because of our mutual position, there was a danger that all of my suggestions would turn into orders. The fundamental problem was that the feelings I have for Shin are more akin to familial love. It was by no means synonymous with the feelings I have for the opposite sex. In light of this, I could not make a move. The fact that I didn't want to hurt my family was also an aggravating factor. Time passed slowly, and I was about to put off the problem by escaping. Science suddenly opened her mouth. I love you, Zechs-sama. I was surprised. I didn't think that she would confess her love to me at this point in time, and I was at a loss for words. Then while I was gathering my thoughts, she continued her words. You don't have to give me an immediate response. I could not help but express my feelings. But I am not qualified to stand next to you. Qualified? It was a question I could barely squeeze out. In response, Shin nodded her head. Yes, I have caused you a lot of trouble about that incident. I don't really mind, I know. However, I myself cannot forgive. I'm not satisfied unless I make this redemption. Even if it is only for my own satisfaction. She stared straight at me with her green eyes and said, this confession is what I really wanted to tell you, even though it may have inconvenienced you. My body and heart are dedicated to you, Zechs-sama. I will continue to stand by your side. I hope you will keep this in the back of your mind. Why did you go this far? I understood that Shin had an immense affection for me, not only in words, but also in the feelings of affection that have been radiating from the time of her confession, filling the entire area around her. It was clearly showing. It wasn't surprising if she said, I couldn't hold it back. I was amazed that she could keep it a secret until now. However, I did not remember doing anything to Shin that would make her pledge eternal loyalty to me. I could not hide my surprise at the magnitude of her affection that was greater than I had imagined. In contrast, Shin smiled bitterly. I can understand your confusion. From Zechs-sama's point of view, it wasn't a big deal. I was deeply touched when you called me a part of your family. I only had a family that never looked at me, even though I was related to them by blood. The Sawad family has treated Shin coldly since her birth. Perhaps recalling her past circumstances, she looked somewhat distant. I fell in love with Zechs-sama when you assured me that I'm part of your family with a powerful will. I felt that I wanted to share my life with you, even though it was disrespectful. For the past month, I have struggled to hold back my feelings. That's why I confess to you, Shin said so embarrassingly. She looked so cute, and her voice contained such heat that it almost burned as she spelled out her thoughts. I put my hand on my forehead and confirmed that fact. I like Shin as a family member, so I don't want to make you my significant other. Yes, I understand. Even if we get into the relationship, your position would not allow you to be my lawful wife. Perhaps. No. Considering the laws of the Holy Kingdom, there is a high probability that I will have to take a concubine. Being a lawful wife is too much for me. If it were possible, I would be delighted if I could have a piece of your love. I'm colorless. People would look down on you. You know. I don't care what other people think. I would hate not to be able to be next to the person I love. Besides, I have Zechs-sama, Karan-sama, and everyone at Foranada Castle. I see. I laid out all the disadvantages of choosing me as a life partner, but they were all easily dismissed. I wonder what attracted Shin to me. She gave me her reason earlier, but I still don't quite get it. Perhaps only she could understand that feeling. That's why I had no choice but to take it head on and answer. She told me I didn't have to respond, but I decided I just needed to give her some advice. I have something I have to do. It will probably be 10 years before I can say for sure that it will happen. Took her in from her destined death. That was my longing and starting point. Until the day I graduate from the academy, I don't think I'll have time to be distracted by love. Even if Shin were to gain confidence and beg me for an answer, there's a good chance I wouldn't be able to give him one. Of course, I would be happy to have her as a partner if I knew her well enough. Even if it was familial love now, there was a probability that I would change my mind. But 10 years was a long time. Shin was now 33 years old. In this world where marriages were earlier than in my previous life, it was hopeless for her to find a new love at her age. Because I considered her a family, I felt sorry for this conclusion. I didn't want her to have to wait so long for me that she had to give up her own life. 10 years was a long time. I'm sure that was enough time for her to find a new love. She was now a free woman. If I clearly presented the age difference between us, she would be more or less convinced. That's what I thought. However, Shin's reaction was the exact opposite of what I had imagined. She smiled fearlessly at me. When I raised my eyebrows in doubt, she said with a smile, "Have you forgotten, Mr. Zechs? I'm an elf." What In the middle of asking the question, I guessed what Shin intended to say. And I also understand that this way of worrying was a bad idea. Shin replied with a chuckle. The average lifespan of an elf is 200 years, twice as long as that of a human being. Moreover, aging does not begin until after 150 years of age, which means that a 33-year-old is considered a child. It was pointless to worry about age-related issues. Rather, because I presented this reason, Shin would not look for another love. For sure, she would say that she would wait for me to be ready. I will wait for you, Zechs-sama. Shin looks at me with a firm attitude. It was a foregone conclusion. Even if it is 20 or 30 years from now, I will wait. Unless, of course, if it troubles you, Zechs-sama. No, I don't really mind. I'm an idiot. Why did I say, I don't really mind? I mean, if someone asks me with tears in their eyes, if it troubles you, I would be tempted to deny it. I like her, even though our vectors are different. Then, there's no problem. She said so with a refreshing smile. I want to hit her once. And then, Shin added a few more words. The purpose you have to achieve is something related to Caroline-sama, isn't it? That's No. You don't have to answer. There's no way Zechs-sama would give priority to others unless it's related to Caroline-sama. I was not allowed to make any kind of excuse. Perhaps it was because of my usual conduct, but there was an atmosphere in which no matter what I said, she wouldn't believe me. I let out a sigh. And if that's the case, what do you intend to do now? Let me help you. I made a stupid sound at Shin's immediate answer. She then continued without caring. Caroline told me that a close family supports each other. If that is the case, I will support Zechs-sama since you recognize me as family. It is also a good opportunity for me to make up for my failure this time. Also, if Caroline is in danger, I would like to help her. She is the one who looks up to me as her elder sister. After all, 2 people are more efficient than 1. She concluded. I stared at Shin and she looked straight at me too. Both of our gazes crossed each other. Silence reigned over the area, but not for long. Within a minute, I let out a huge sigh. All right, I lost. I'll tell you what happened, but you have to help me. Then, but whether or not I will respond to your feelings is another matter. 10 years is a long time. If you find new love at that time, don't worry about me and go ahead with it. This one thing was non-negotiable. It was something that must not happen, that Shin misses out on her happiness because I got her involved in my mission. She must have realized that my will was firm. Shin nodded her head reluctantly. I understand, but please don't refuse my affection for you, okay? I understand. I'm not that insensitive. I understand well that emotions were something that couldn't be controlled. Therefore, as long as Shin likes me, I would do my best to meet her needs. I'm just going along with what she wants. Fufafu. I look forward to working with you from now on, Zechs-sama. Likewise, her smile was both cute and beautiful, which was hard to imagine from her usually cool personality. Interlude. Shin-like sibling. In the magical flower garden at Foranada Castle, there was a pavilion built in the center of the garden. It was used only in early spring and summer, but even though it was in the middle of winter, Shin, was there. There was also one person present. Shin, won't you tell me everything? It was Caroline Sama, who was giving me a pressuring smile in front of me. I didn't understand what she meant. Caroline Sama called for me, so I came to her immediately. But why am I in this situation? I mean, her smile was really terrifying. Normally it radiates a brightness similar to spring sunshine, but now I feel the harshness of direct sunlight during summer. I felt intimidated, which made it difficult to look directly at her. However, I cannot remain silent forever. I was trying to break the situation, but Caroline Sama, the source of the problem, was demanding a discussion. I gathered up my courage and opened my mouth. Caroline Sama. I'm sorry, but I don't understand the situation. What should I tell you about? She replied with the same smile she was giving me earlier. What? Did I make her angry? I was prepared for it, but my fears were unfounded. The next moment, Caroline Sama's pressure lessens, and she puts one hand on her cheek and murmurs, did I not explain myself? Yes. When I nodded, Caroline Sama uttered an apology saying, I apologize for that, and finally spoke about the current situation. Well, I am astonished by the explanation. You see, Shin confessed to Sama, right? I wanted to hear the details of that. It's like a love story, if you may call it. I let out a voice that was unbecoming of a maiden. But I couldn't help it. After all, that Caroline Sama knew about my confession, combined with the pressure I had just been under. It was only natural that I felt a mixture of fear and astonishment. I was sweating profusely and my eyes were darting around. May I know, where did you hear about it? There is almost nothing I don't know about Sama, Caroline assured me. I was terrified, wondering if she was stalking Zechs-sama. Then she started giggling. I'm just kidding. If I knew everything, I wouldn't have to ask you like this. I knew about the confession because it was obvious from the way Shin panicked. You asked Sama out on a date in front of so many people. It's easy to guess. I was being teased. Apparently, I could feel my cheeks tinting red a little. However, the situation had not changed much. I asked fearfully, it is true that I confessed, but how is my punishment? Punishment? Shin, are you misunderstanding something? Weren't you going to bury me in the dark for trying to lay a hand on Zechs-sama? Okay, so that's how you see me. I will bury you in the dark as you wish. I am very sorry. Realizing that I had stepped on an unnecessary landmine, I dared to get down on my knees vigorously on the spot. Caroline Sama, recognizing this, let out a deep sigh. You have become much less reserved since the last incident, haven't you? I think she was referring to what happened with Cutest. That was a turning point for me. I raised my head a little and said, I heard that Caroline Sama looks up to me as an older sister. I thought it would be impolite to be too formal. If it offends you, I will change my attitude. No, it is fine as it is. I'm much happier with the way you are now, Shin. Thank you. An indescribable, embarrassing atmosphere enveloped the place. It was completely my own fault, and I had no regrets, but I felt a little embarrassed. After a few minutes, Caroline Sama cleared her throat. Let's get back to the topic earlier. Yes, I have no excuse. I don't mean to make any comment about your confession to Sama. That is a matter between the two of you. Even if it is Zechs-sama, even if it is Sama. Say, what do you really think of me, Shin? Super, 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 super duper broke on little sister. I think the words super is still not enough. I have no excuse for that. So you're aware of it? No, if she wasn't aware of that, she would be a pretty dangerous person. Caroline Sama cowered her shoulders. It's an affection I harbor. There is no way I am unaware of it. I'm not happy about being described as complex. but I understand that objectively it can't be helped if you say so. I was amazed to hear her say this more rationally than I had imagined. On the other hand, because she was aware of what she was doing, a question popped on my mind. Are you not jealous? Even though the people around her love him so much that they think it was abnormal, she doesn't say a single word of resentment toward me who shows her affection in the same direction. I could not help but wonder about that. In response to my question, Caroline Sama put her index finger to her lips and hesitated. After a few seconds, she began to speak. I can't say I'm not jealous at all. I did express my feelings a little a few minutes ago. A little. I almost tilted my head, but I didn't want to break the subject, so I tried to remain silent. I have received a lot of things from Anisama, but I haven't been able to return most of them. I want to be a support for him, but most of the time I end up leaning on him. That's not true. No, that is a pure fact. What I am giving to Anisama is too little for what he is giving to me. So I thought to myself, I wanted to make Anisama extremely happy. Happiness. Is that why you suppress your jealousy? I asked with a dubious look on my face, not seeing the subtle connection between the topic. Caroline Sama did not seem bothered by this and answered honestly. You are right. I want Anisama to be surrounded by lots of love. I want him to be respected by many people. That's what I want. That is also why you can ignore my petty jealousy. Compared to his happiness, my envious feeling is a trivial matter. I was taken aback by her words. On one side, he was ready to give up everything for his sister's happiness, while in the other, she was ready to swallow her feelings and give everything for his brother's happiness. These two siblings were really very much alike. I felt that the love they have for each other as siblings was too extreme. While I was inwardly stunned, Caroline Sama continued to speak. If Anisama is happy, I will also accept Shin's love. So, will you tell me? I want to know what happened between the two of you. The eyes that stared at me were like a predator facing its prey. I could not escape from this. Holding back a sigh, I decided to respond to her request. Of course, I didn't tell her what Zechs-sama's goal is. The conversation that followed lasted for hours. It turned out that Caroline Sama was surprisingly a moody person. Interlude. Orca True Feelings. Orca, accompanied by Karan-chan, was playing with Dan-kun, Tali-chan, and Miria-chan as usual. The Mgra siblings had brought some oil clay, so we decided to use it for creative activities today. We stopped at a corner of the square and kneaded the clay as I hummed. It was such an occasion. You seem to be in a good mood, Orca-chan. Really? Miria-chan suddenly called out to me. I tilted my head in puzzlement at the unexpected comment. Then, Dan-kun, who was struggling with his clay, nodded his head. Yeah, you look so happy. You were even humming a song, as if taking advantage of the opportunity. Tali-chan also responded. I was in such a good mood that I was unconsciously humming. Then as I was feeling embarrassed about it, Miria-chan asked me again. So did something happen? It's rare to see you in such a good mood. I was unaware of my mood, so I was at a loss for what to reply. Was there anything that made me so happy that I hummed? As my gaze wandered around with my finger on my chin, Karan-chan, who had been silently tinkering with the clay, opened her mouth. Wasn't it because you received a compliment from Anisama? With an exasperated expression, she returned to fiddling with the clay. I, on the other hand, was very much convinced. Well, there was no other reason for me to be happy. Certainly, it was no wonder that Karan-chan was so taken aback. What does she mean? What did Zechs praise you for? Miria-chan and Dan-kun, who had no idea what was going on, both tilted their heads. I was once again at a loss for an answer. The reason that I received praise from Zechs was related to the incident that Cutest made the other day. I was in command of Foranada at the time of that incident. Immediately after the attack, as well as after the stampede, the Zechs and Karan-chan went after Cutest, so I took over for them. We had to prepare for the eventuality that a demonic beast had reached the capital, or to cover up the traces of the attack. I tried my best to summarize the complicated information so that everyone would not be confused. After the incident, I was praised again for my efforts. He said, "You did a good job, and from now on, I may be able to entrust you with a certain amount of work. I think it was a wonderful thing that Zechs praised me like this, as well as the fact that he knew I had been making various efforts behind his back. It makes me feel happy and motivated to work harder. However, I couldn't talk about the stampede to Dan-kun and the others lightly, as I have already taken care of the whole incident in private. I turned to the three of them and said, "Wait a minute." As I racked my brain to think of a way to tell them how Zechs praised me, even though I couldn't give them the details. Well, if I told them that I couldn't talk about it because it was a family situation, they would back off because they know who I am. But that would be boring. I wanted to brag to everyone about the fact that Zechs praised me. By the way, I have already bragged about it to Kaisani and others. He works as a civil official at the castle, so there was no need to keep it a secret. I don't understand why he stopped me with such a dumbfounded look on his after talking for an hour. I wanted to talk more, after all, getting back on the topic. Anyway, I wanted to talk about it. So I don't care if it takes a little effort. I'm going to tell them all about how useful I've been to Zechs and how he praised me. After a while, I've already thought about what to say. When I said, "Sorry to keep you waiting," Dan-kun and Miria-chan, who had returned to tinkering with their clay, turned their attention to me. "Huh? I wonder what's going on with Tala-chan." She was paying attention to us, but for some reason, she was giving off a vibe that she doesn't want to get involved. I'd like to call her out, but she was sitting with Karan-chan, and I'm not so airheaded as to let her hear me bragging about Zechs-related issues. It would definitely piss her off because she was serious Baracon. It can't be helped, so I decided to tell only the two of them. Now, listen. Section. I don't understand. An hour later, I was sitting on the floor grasping my knees while drawing circles on the ground. Why did this happen? Because Dan-kun and Miria-chan got mad at me just now for talking too much. What the heck? I went to the trouble of telling them a story. I haven't fully conveyed how much of an honor it was to be praised by Zechs though. Orca-chan really loves Zechs-kun, doesn't he? I was mumbling and complaining when Miria-chan said something like that. She turns her sparkling eyes on me. I wonder why she was saying that was so obvious. As I was tilting my head at what had just been said, Tala-chan, who had been working silently with Karan-chan, took over the conversation. Not only Orca-san, but Karan-san as well. Their passion for their brother is abnormal. That's right. Tala-chan's rude remark was met with strong nods from Dan-kun and Miria-chan. I pouted my lips. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Right, Karan-chan, it's true that I love Anisama so much that I'm called a Baracon, but it's a little offensive to be called abnormal. Perhaps because she was indeed talking about herself. Karan-chan stopped her hand and countered. I followed her lead and said, "Yes, that's right." In response, all three of them pulled their cheeks together. They realize it? Ahaha, those siblings are really close. I don't think they're on the level of being close siblings. I still think you're rude. All three of you, Dan-kun and others, did not scowl at us, although they stared at us with half-open eyes. Rather, they looked at us with warmth in their eyes. As Karan and I were feeling a bit uncomfortable, Miria-chan, whose eyes had been shining since a few minutes ago, opened her mouth. Nay, do Karan-chan and Orca-chan really love Zechs-kun? Yes, we answered immediately. I think we've been saying that for a while. I wonder why she asked again. Karan-chan and I looked at each other and wondered. Then Miria-chan shook her head and said, "That's not what I mean. I know more than enough that you love him as a family member. I'm asking if you're in love with him." Love? We were stunned by this unexpected word. Then, Tala-chan interrupted us with an impatient look on her face. "Miria, no matter how much you want to, it's because they're giving off that feel full of love, so I think there's a possibility." No, well, when I think about it, but unable to refute the statement, Tala-chan shrugged her words. Are we really giving that kind of feeling? Sikaran really loves Zechs that much? The one who suddenly shouted out loud was Dan-kun. He was supposed to be with me and Miria-chan just a while ago, but before I knew it, he was standing in front of Karan-chan while leaning forward. Karan-chan was getting nervous, so he might want to step back a little. Well, it was no wonder, considering how Dan-kun feels. Actually, he likes Karan-chan, though he couldn't hide it as much as he says. His fondness was so obvious that the only one who doesn't notice it was Karan-chan. She was supposed to be very sensitive to other people's feelings, but when it comes to romantic relationships, she was just too slow. As a close friend, I want to support him, but he was too reckless. Karan-chan was not at all aware of Dan-kun as a member of the opposite sex, and the difference in status was too great. To begin with, there was no future for that love to come true unless he performs at a heroic level. As expected, Karan-chan looked dumbfounded. This was hopeless. Love, was it? Karan-chan let out a small gasp as if she had something on her mind. Then she spun her words. I honestly don't know. I don't understand what love is. However, I would like to be on Anisama's side all the time. Even if everything in the world is against him, I want to stay by his side. The emotions expressed in these words were intense. I felt a conviction that would never change. It instinctively took my breath away. I see. Karan-chan was prepared to go that far. I looked back at myself, wondering how I felt about Zechs. There was no doubt that I like him. I'm also sure that I respect him with all my heart. I also want to be on his side all the time, like Karan-chan. Then, I ponder what the root of that feeling was. I don't think I'll ever get a clear answer. I don't know if it was love. I don't know what love was either. I want to be useful to Zechs. I want his praise and attention. If this feeling was love, then I guess that was it. But I wonder what it really was in the first place. Was it normal for a man like me to fall in love with Zechs? I think it's not strange because people aren't questioning it. But there was something about it that was bugging me. I wondered, but gave an answer similar to Karan-chan. Miri-chan complains, saying, "That's so boring. We're just kids, and this was how it was supposed to be, you know?" But I wonder if I would get an answer in the future. Just as my father and mother did, just as Mike Aisani and Liurne did, the day may come when someone would stand next to me. Naturally, it would be Zechs. I imagined such a future, and for some reason, a sense of loneliness welled up in my heart. On a side note, Karan-chan, who was silently tinkering with the clay, had created a 1/10 the size of Zechs. It was so elaborate that it almost looked like the real thing, and I don't want to confess that I was a little scared of her. Interlude: Nina, the beginning of adventure. Watakushi, am. No, Atashi, Nina Goschelain Hernus, is my name. A year and a half ago I was a viscountess, but now I'm a shadow of my former self. After all, I fell and became a war slave. I don't know what caused the attack on the Hernus family. My father was taking care of everything in the house, and I, who was not the heir to the family, was never informed of such things. I thought the days were getting tense, but in no time at all, the castle was besieged and I found myself chained in prison, helplessly. I could do nothing to resist. Even so, my heart did not accept defeat, because if I broke, the only thing that awaited me was despair. If I was steeped in despair, I would be as good as dead. That was why I glared at all those who were trying to put a price on me. I think it was quite lucky that I, who was such a rebellious girl, was sold to a slaver without being harmed. I was also too young. There were many people who were toyed with in front of me. Rather, the days after I was handed over to the slavers became the toughest days for me. They tried hard to break my rebellious spirit and hurt me. They beat and kicked me on a daily basis, and in the worst case, they even brought out torture devices. Day after day, they turned me into a rag. The sensation in my hands and feet faded, and the cold floor robbed me of my body temperature, and only the vague anxiety that I might one day be sold to a perverted aristocrat crept into my heart during these harsh days. However, what happened to me wasn't the worst possible future. The person who bought me was a rather suspicious black-haired black-eyed man. He called himself Zechs and assured me that he had no intention of forcing me to be a slave. He said that the law did not allow for immediate release, but that he would set me free in time. He also said that he would train me so that I could live on my own. Which was why I don't understand. What I don't understand doesn't stop there. He also uses magic that was too suspicious called pledge, and he keeps taking out exceptional magical tools. I wanted to ask him who he really was. There seems to be an oversized landmine lurking, so I won't pursue it deeply. He seems to be serious about not wanting to harm me. If that were the case, as he said, I will use him at my best. I will survive. I will regain my freedom from this unreasonable world. And I will be the envy of those who have looked down on me, and I will be happy. That was why I can't stop here. Section. Wait a minute. Wasn't this too hard from the first day of training? Eh? You think a beastman could handle it? Didn't I just recover from being confined for so long? Before that, I was a girl who lived a sheltered life in a castle. It doesn't matter, you say. When I'm free, I'm going to punch you once. I swear it. Section. A new year has begun. It seems that mankind was made of sturdy stuff, and after a month I had become accustomed to an unreasonable amount of training. I'm not sure how to explain it. All right, let's move on to the next step, starting today. After doing 1,000 daily push-ups, Zechs said something like that. His proposals are often unsatisfactory, so I ask just in case, what's the next step? But it seems my fears were unfounded this time. Zechs shrugged his shoulders. I told you before, I want Nina to become an adventurer. I'm going to have you registered in the guild today. Why all of a sudden? I wondered. Up until now, I have only trained in basic skills. Every day I repeated muscle training, running, and meditation, and was taught advanced studies that I had not learned even during my aristocratic days. I was exhausted both mentally and physically. I was glad to be released from these hardships, but I was also skeptical when he suddenly announced that we would leave. Until now, I had not been allowed to whine even a single word. I'm just letting you know that we're going to continue the training you've been doing, okay? I was wrong. This only increases the burden on me. I hope he stops joking like that. I'm about to die here. Dying in training to not die was so far from the truth. I glared at him with the determination to kill him just by looking at him, but Zechs took it in a stride. In other words, he doesn't seem to care. Now then, let's go to the guild. I have no right to refuse, so I followed him while glaring at his back. Section. Here comes Hiro-sama. There, Star, is here. You guys, get out of the way. So that's the Star, huh? As expected, a rank is different. Who is that kid behind him? When we entered the Adventurers Guild, or rather, Zechs, were the focus of various gazes. I was also looked at with curiosity, but he was the center of attention by far. Almost everyone in the guild was looking at Zechs and buzzing. It didn't seem to be that malicious, but it was strangely unsettling. I felt as if I were a rare animal being unveiled in a circus. On the other hand, the center of the storm, Zechs, does not even look at them. He was calmly walking toward a place that looked like the reception desk. Somehow I was pissed off, so I threw a kick at him. TCH, he dodged. Arriving at the reception desk, there was a woman sitting at the counter with a beaming smile on her face. She was probably the receptionist. The receptionist gave me a quick glance and then asks, "Hello, Zechs-san. How can I help you today?" I'm sure you can guess. I want to register this child as an adventurer. Zechs urges me to go to the counter, and I bow my head. Please take care of me. Yes, likewise. First of all, please fill out this piece of paper. I understand. The receptionist handed me a piece of paper and a pen. After reading through it, I found that there were a lot of fields to fill in, but not many had to be filled in. I followed Zechs's advice of just the bare minimum and finished writing. Nina-san, is it? Thank you for registering as an adventurer. Here's your guild card. If you put some mana into it, it will become your own personal card. It will cost money to reissue, so please be careful not to lose it. The receptionist said a line that was probably a template and handed me a palm-sized card. When I channeled mana as she instructed, the card changes color to white. Acknowledging this, she continued. Would you like me to briefly explain the rules of the Adventurers Guild? No need. It's fine, I answered immediately. Zechs had already explained the rules to me. There was no need to listen again. I understand. Please bring your requests after peeling them off the bulletin board. Please be careful of the rank limitation of the request when you bring it. Then, let's take on some simple requests right away. As soon as the registration process was finished, Zechs suggested so. Well, I don't have the right to refuse. As for me, I want to get used to the work as an adventurer as soon as possible. If it was going to be an addition to the hellish training I'd been doing, I need to get used to it quickly. Otherwise, I would die of exhaustion. Both of us tried to turn our feet toward the bulletin board, but we were interrupted unexpectedly. Wait a minute. I have something to say to Hiro Dono. I turned around to see a man with a large build standing behind the receptionist. He was a strong man with sharp eyes and a scarred face. I'm confident that anyone would be terrified even if they were an aristocrat. The receptionist, noticing his presence, sounded somewhat surprised. What's going on, branch head? Surprisingly, this guy with a terrifying face seems to be the head of this adventurers guild. No, he really was the head of this guild. The person who was approached by such a frightening authority was, as expected, unconcerned. It's rare to see the branch head come out to the public like this. Usually, he would say something like, "It's hard when everyone's scared of me," and shut himself up in the back room and do some paperwork. That's concerning. Yeah, he's got a sensitive heart despite his looks. Zechs responded lightly to the words that I muttered unintentionally. Don't judge the book by its cover, was it? I'm intrigued and look at him. I can't. That's right. I was scared of him. He was kind of dropping his shoulders. It seems that I stabbed the final blow. I felt a little guilty, but I couldn't help it. So, what can I do for you? Just so you know, I'm busy with a lot of things. The situation was starting to get chaotic, and Zechs turned the conversation to the branch head. The branch head came to his senses and cleared his throat. Your promotion became official just a few minutes ago. So you want to talk about that? Zechs answered in a nonchalant manner while those around us were eavesdropping and made a fuss. A promotion was an increase in rank, right? I think it was pretty important, but why does he look like he was not interested in it? The branch head seemed to have the same impression and said in a dubious voice, Hey, why aren't you happy that you're going up to A rank? A rank? I shouted as if surprised. I would like to scream that was impossible, but I've never heard Zechs's rank. Even so, I expected it to be reasonably high around B rank at best. No, come to think of it, didn't someone say A rank earlier? I didn't realize it was true. I know how adventurers work from the classes taught by Zechs. A rank was not just only the highest adventurer rank. It means that someone has to make a certain level of contribution to their country and was given the equivalent of a baron title. Of course, it doesn't mean that they could meddle in politics or become a real noble, but the rewards were unparalleled. I heard that it was a goal that every commoner aspires to. However, there were only a few who could attain A rank. It was even rumored that someone has to solve a disaster on the level that could destroy a city. I looked at Zechs seriously. It was true that he had dark hair and eyes, but other than that, there was nothing special about him. It was hard to believe that this man was good enough to make it to A rank. You didn't tell the young lady your rank? Seeing my reaction, the branch head let out a surprised voice. Zechs shrugged his shoulders. Because there's no reason to. No, it's necessary. What if she doubted your ability? The branch head made a point, but Zechs remained as aloof as ever. If she can't judge by my behavior, then she's getting ahead of herself. I certainly didn't believe Zechs's rank, but it didn't feel good being made fun of. Perhaps sensing my inner feelings, Zechs smiled bitterly. You're still growing. You should be able to tell the difference from now on. I feel like I'm being vaguely misled, but it would be unproductive to keep on fighting back here. To change the mood, I threw a question. What did you do to get to A rank? If the rumors were true, Zechs had solved a major disaster. Plus, the fact that he had risen in rank this time meant that he had most recently accomplished that feat. It was a very intriguing matter. But it was the receptionist who answered my question. Zechs-san wiped out a horde of 50,000 demonic beasts that were closing in on this city. What? 50,000 demonic beasts? Does that mean a stampede? And what does it mean that they were closing in on this city? I don't know anything about such a big incident. When the branch head saw me with eyes wide open, he burst out laughing. That reaction is understandable. The stampede occurred at dawn, and even though it was close to the capital, no one noticed it because he killed them at a distance just as a shadow began to appear. It was only the loud noise caused by his magic that caused a commotion. The loud noise at dawn made me realize that there was a tremendous earthquake about a month ago. So that was Zechs's work. But how did Zechs do it? If it was found out after all was said and done, it should be conceivable that Zechs might have been over-reporting. Well, only he would not do such a foolish thing, but at least the guild would be suspicious. The branch head seemed to have anticipated my question and answered immediately. The Foranada family became witnesses. Foranada? You mean? That's right. The aristocrats who rule this land. This guy has a connection to the point that he was directly appointed by the count. He has good backing. Is that so? All I could give was a small reply. What was going on? My mind couldn't keep up with all the information coming to me. Wiped out a stampede of demonic beasts. Get the count as a witness, and get promoted to A rank? What kind of fairy tale was this? Nevertheless, I could understand that these were facts from the attitude of the branch head, and the receptionist, and the fact that Zechs does not refute any of them. I've always thought he was a nonsensical guy, but it seems he was a crazy person on a loop. You're not thinking anything strange, are you? This guy has strange intuition. Come on, give me your guild card. I'll update your rank. All right. After receiving the card from Zechs, the branch head quickly retreated to the back of the room. Not a minute later, he returned. You are now an A-rank adventurer. Congratulations. Congratulations, Zechs-san. The branch head and the receptionist congratulated him. Thanks. Zechs replied curtly and took the guild card. I was astonished and at the same time, I was convinced. Oh, so that's why they called him Star. The original A-rank adventurer's card was purple. The reason it was gold, however, was because it had two names. A second name was not something that could be given so easily, nor was it something someone could call themselves. In all the surrounding countries, a second name was a title given to those who have accomplished great deeds, and if they were an adventurer with two names, the color of their card was gold. The Star I heard when I entered the guild must have been Zechs's second name. I'm sure of it. 9 times out of 10. I've been astonished since a while ago. I don't know how many times I've wondered who he really was. I let out a sigh. I'm tired. I had just registered as an adventurer and received a light request, but I was mentally exhausted. This was all Zechs's fault. I glared at him, but he was having none of it. I really don't like him. And so my adventurer life began. By the way, it took me about 2.5 months to get used to the idea of being an adventurer and doing daily training. I really thought I was going to die. Interlude, Marina the gray-haired prince. Where? When I woke up, I was lying on the bed in my room. When did I fall asleep? I don't know why, but for some reason, my memory was a little hazy and my body felt somewhat lightheaded. After staring at the ceiling in a daze for a while, I heard the door to my room open. It sounded like someone was coming in. I wish they would knock, but if it was my father, I would be angry. As I was making up my mind to do so, my body was shocked. It seemed that someone had entered the room and hugged me. Mum. It was my mother who hugged me. She was hugging me tightly while crying a lot. It was a little painful. What's wrong, Mum? I'm glad. I'm really glad. It's no use. She wasn't listening to me at all. I tried talking to her after that, but she never seemed to calm down. While I was at my wit's end, another person entered the room. It was my father. I'll forgive him for not knocking. So, please help me. I looked at my father with hope in my heart. But, Marina, this wasn't helping at all. Even father cried and hugged me. Really, what was going on? Could anyone explain it to me? An hour later, I managed to calm them down and asked them what had happened. Apparently, I had been asleep for 3 days. I heard that I had been examined by a doctor in a neighboring town, but he diagnosed that the cause of the problem was unknown, and they were worried about me. Then I guess I couldn't blame them for what they did to me earlier. I'd like to believe that it was because of the difference in our positions, but I'm a little confused. I was in a coma because of an accident in the mountains. Within an hour, my memory had returned and I was able to sort things out. I climbed the mountain with Udai and Roth, but on the way, we were attacked by demonic beasts, and in the aftermath of the battle I fell down a cliff. Are Udai and Roth safe? I have a bad impression that I was the only one who survived, but my fears were unfounded because Mother shook her head. They're fine. The same person who rescued Marina had helped them. I gave a stern talking to those two who took Marina to the mountains without permission. So don't worry, Otter-san. I was the one who agreed to go with them, so don't be too mad. That's right. She's the one who is in the wrong. Marina, you're grounded for a while. Why yes. Father was flustered, and I replied dejectedly. I hate not being able to go outside, but I just have to accept it. No matter how I look at it. This time it was my fault. In fact, I think the punishment was so light. Well, I wanted to put the punishment aside and ask something else now. Hey, that gray-haired prince who rescued me, is he still in the village? Actually, I vaguely remember what happened after I fell off the cliff. I think I was faintly conscious. It's mostly vague, just silhouettes and a few words. Still, I was convinced that the gray-haired boy and the little spirit-san that I had seen had saved me. However, Mother's reaction was unexpected. Gray hair? The man who saved Marina was an adventurer named Zechs. He had black hair, right? My eyes widened at the unexpected situation. I was so surprised that I had not seen her before. Black hair was the exact opposite. Was it some kind of misunderstanding? When I mentioned the possibility of a different person, they looked at each other and gave me subtle expressions. It's not that I doubt Marina's words, but it must have been something you saw when you were unconscious. Perhaps you were mistaken. I'm not wrong. Why are you saying that? Otter-san. I was furious. But my mother told me to calm down. It can't be helped for your father to say that because the person Marina saw had gray hair, right? What does it matter? I returned their suspicious attitude, feeling annoyed. But Mother continued, a gray-haired person are people who can't use magic. It was a bit unreasonable to think that such a person could have rescued Marina from a mountain forest overrun by demonic beasts. Well, I remember seeing someone with gray hair standing out in the village. Wait. Dad abruptly stopped as if he had an idea what was going on. I approached him. Otter-san, do you remember something? Well, Otter-san. Father put his hand on his forehead, but then began to answer as if he had given up. When Marina was lost, the Lord's son was in the village, right? He was there to inspect the village. I also heard that he was the same age as me. I remember thinking that even though he was a child, his work was great. Then further continued, he has gray hair. Really? The timing was too good. That must surely mean that the son has helped me, right? I was excited, but further looked reluctant and continued. I can't imagine that he saved Marina. Yes, I agree with you. Why? Their negative opinions made me feel uncomfortable again. Then Father began to explain. Apparently, the son of the Lord was a man with ill repute. They said that while his younger siblings were heading off to war, he was holed up in the safety of the capital. They said that his younger sibling was cooperating with the church, but he was the only one doing nothing. He says he was perceived as a lazy and cowardly boy. That certainly doesn't sound like the person who helped me. But I think it was that son who helped me. Why? Intuition. Intuition. Father's cheeks twitched at my response. I understand how he feels, but a woman's intuition can be right, you know? And it was not without any evidence. I won't tell them this, but the gray-haired prince wasn't the only one who was with me that day. There was also a little spirit. I knew about spirits from picture books. I had heard that they were usually invisible to humans, that they lurked in the richness of nature, that they had mysterious powers that were slightly different from magic, and that they would disappear if I told someone about them. So, even if the gray-haired prince could not use magic, I think he could have managed it with a spirit. The gray-haired prince equals the Lord's son was a complete guess, but I felt I was not wrong. It was all intuition, though. I wish I could thank him. Please, don't even think about charging in. Okay, I won't. Mother warned me worriedly. Who does she thinks I am? The son of the Lord lives in the capital, and there was no way that I, living in a village, could visit him. But all the children of the Holy Kingdom would be attending the academy and I would like to thank him again then. That's right. Until then, I should study about spirits so that I could thank him properly. It surely wouldn't be rude if I knew who he was, right? Okar-san, this is. I agree. We need to be prepared too. My parents were discussing something, but I didn't care. Foo. Now I'm starting to look forward to the academy. 7 more years, I have a long way to go. Interlude. Akatsuki level does not equal strength. A boy's yell and a piercing scream reached my ears. The scene of my apprentice Zechs fleeing from the carpet magic attack of my alter ego was unfolding before my eyes. The long, quiet plane was being turned upside down by the bombarding of magic. It was quite a sight to see Zechs frantically avoiding the attack. The terrain was changing as anyone could see it, but there was no need to worry. This was just a world that I, Akatsuki, imitated using Balder Tazera. The outside world was not affected in any way, so I could attack Zechs around without hesitation. I instructed my alter ego to attack with more fervor and watched the progress. I heard Zechs' resentment reaching my ears, but I ignore it entirely. Well, good luck with that. If he was having trouble with my alter ego, beating me was a dream come true for him. Section. An hour later. Zechs was lying on a desolate field, breathing heavily. He was on the ground with all four limbs thrown out. I gently landed beside him. I didn't think my alter ego would get defeated so soon. I've been thinking for a while now, but you're developing so fast. That's right. The alter ego that had been Zechs' opponent had been buried. At first, he was just dodging, but gradually he read through the attack pattern and launched a reversal offense. I could only admire his deftness after he went on the offensive. This result was unexpected. I thought he still had a long way to go to defeat my alter ego. However, I wouldn't say it was unexpected. It has been almost a year since I started watching this guy's training, and his growth rate was extraordinary. So it was within my presupposition that he would exceed my expectations. From the looks of things, in a couple of years, he would be on par or even might overwhelm me. Although the original was in my head, there were people in this world who were stronger than God's messengers. In terms of the balance of the world, it was a pretty bad situation. Besides, it was not good for a human to study under me. Then, why did I decide to become Zechs' teacher? I couldn't deny that I was just going with the flow. I am a fool who defied God's will in order to enjoy this world. But that wasn't the only reason. I followed my instincts, but mostly because I thought Zechs wouldn't do anything about the world, for better or worse. He had little interest in anything other than the goals he had set for himself. I could say with certainty that he would never be interested in world domination. Also, Zechs was a good person who was hesitant to abuse mind magic. Even if I was wrong, he would not misuse the knowledge I had given him. After a while, Zechs finally caught his breath and stood up. Are we done with the training for the day? I hesitate at his question. Since my alter ego was defeated earlier than expected, we have more time than usual. It seemed a little wasteful. All right. Now that we're here, I'm going to directly teach him. No, let's have a mock battle with my main body. You just made that up on the spur of the moment, didn't you? He was screaming about something, but in a real fight, the enemy won't wait for him. Does he know that? He was a big boy now, so I'm going to beat him to a pulp. I'm really strong, you know. 10 minutes later, the mock's battle was over. The result, needless to say, was a ragtag Zechs lying on the ground. Ugh, you're so annoying. Can't you go a little easy on me? Oh, you still have the strength to talk? I am amazed, as always, at how much you've grown. He couldn't seem to move a finger on his body, but he could barely move his mouth. This was a surprise to me, even though I beat him up pretty seriously. I have to make some upward adjustments to Zechs' growth. But there was a part of me that couldn't believe that a human being can grow so much. Were all reincarnated people the same? A question that came to me unexpectedly. I decided to ask it honestly since I had just the person to ask. I have one question. That's pretty rare. What is it? It's about the saint. I heard she faced me in a game or something, but is she really that strong? I knew that since it was a story, she was going to defeat me, but I had a hard time believing it. I was wondering if there was anyone who could beat me. Well, there was a top candidate right in front of me. Then, Zechs made a complicated, indescribable expression on his face. Well, it was no exaggeration to say that the saint and hero are the strongest among humans. You sound like you have something stuck in your back teeth. Say it clearly. With that expression, it sounds like he was saying that they were weaker than non-humans, such as me, an apostle of God. It seems I was right. Both the saint and the hero are weaker than I am at this point, so they don't have the strength that Akatsuki expects. Huh? But in the game, you said they're going to beat me, aren't you? It was so contradictory that I couldn't help but raise my voice in a nonchalant manner. Zechs, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated my reaction and continued in a calm tone. According to the comments from the development team in the fan book, Akatsuki was holding back in the game. Therefore, it's not a contradiction if they're weaker than you. Why am I holding back? You're talking about yourself. No, even if it was about me, it would be me in the game, right? I have to face the situation at the time to understand how I think. Well, I have an inkling, but there was a person who knows the definite answer, and I want to hear it. Zechs, however, tilted his head. Now? Hey, I really don't know. The reason you went easy on them wasn't stated. Isn't it in your nature to just go with the flow? I can't deny that. You can't deny it? That's right. I was probably just going with the flow. I can't think of any other reason to go easy on an adversary. Zechs' gaze was starting to hurt somehow, so let's change the subject. From what you said earlier, are you saying that you're stronger than the saint and the hero? That's too blatant. But fine. You're right. I am stronger than both of them in their prime. Who? You're saying that for sure? Of course. My current level is 121. Level, I think, is a measure of strength that could be peaked through Zechs magic, right? I tilt my head. Huh? Didn't you say before that 99 was the max? Listen, I don't know what it is, but I've exceeded the limit. Then Zechs explained. The level indicated through his appraisal was, it is derived by reading the target's experience with mind magic and matching it with my knowledge of the game in my memory. It does not represent pure strength. He says that skills included in game knowledge were converted into strength, but other things were not calculated properly. My magic, non-attribute or mind magic, is spectacularly out of scope. And when I did improve my magic skills, I didn't see much of an increase in my levels. It takes some of it into account, but it was hardly an accurate judgment. That's what Zechs said. I groaned. I see. So you're saying that the level you're talking about is just an evaluation based on the game knowledge you have in your head? That's right. However, the only exceptions are me and Akatsuki. And in most cases, the strength is according to the level. I could handle similar magic, but it was quite interesting to hear about the conceptual setting of levels. I'll take what he just said as a reference and try to develop some magic myself. Foo. I've got a good idea down. Let's just get back into it and move on to the development work. Well then, we're done with your training. I've got something to do, so I'm going home. Eh? Why so sudden? Latters. I use my transfer magic to go back to the end of the world. Zechs was in the middle of making a fuss, but I didn't pay attention to it and let it pass by. New magic was waiting for me. End of Volume 2.